Suddenly, Africa has a future where they cannot be blackmailed with nuclear this thing blackmail. So this is the kind of situation we need to put. You have to go. So one person has to go with Russia. You will see that the West will go and back one other nation in Africa to
But
become
that
nuclear
is the
free.
problem tonight. They will not do it because they are scared of this situation right here. Two African countries with nuclear weapons who do not like each other. I
No, it
tell
doesn't
you,
matter.
No, it's
You
we
think
press the
Asians are
button.
crying? It doesn't matter. Asians are not crying today. Look at how developed they are today. It doesn't matter. The point is that you
it's
are strong
strategy,
and you are building.
strategy, strategy,
It's
strategy,
all about
strategy.
strategy. And
Yeah,
this is why I'm even
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying why is the we not do it?
No, I know, I understand where Stickman is coming. He's been sarcastic, really, but the reality is, if you don't have a nuclear deterrent in your country, the entire world will see it as a joke.
you see,
No matter how
this
much
is why I'm
military you
beginning
have in
to
the ground.
subscribe. See, hold on. This is why I'm beginning to subscribe to the idea that African countries don't have to be united to actually become industrialized and secure. Because if you look at Asian countries, that's what happened to them. It's like the Chinese went nuclear, then the Americans supported Japan, South Korea to become industrialized, including Taiwan even. And now they are even helping India to become even more industrialized. So it tells you what happens is that even when you are divided, you still develop as long as one person is willing to take the bull by the horn and develop themselves to that level. Israel became nuclear, and that inspired this in Iran or motivated Iran to go nuclear too. And this is what is going on in that region. And you have to take the bull by the horn. If any country is offering you, personally, if I was a leader in any African country, I don't care how poor we are. If Russia is offering me, I'll say, give it to us, take our resources for 50 years. I don't care. Because I know the result, what is going to come from that. It's going to come from other African countries developing, that having the same technology, thereby allowing us to become industrialized. Because nobody is going to come there and start messing with the continent the way they are doing now. That is why I look at it. You have to have that nuclear umbrella, that nuclear deterrent to allow the continent to have the breathing space to develop, like Asian countries are doing now. Even Middle
To,
Eastern countries are developing now.
exactly.
Look
Tonight,
at
do you
Dubai.
know? Yeah, do you know the British gave the Russia the technology of the Rolls Royce, right? It was a Labour government that gave the Russian the jet engine of Rolls Royce. Predated to that, Russia never had the technology for aerospace technology, none of that. So the biggest regret England ever did is to ally with the Russians in that sector, and then the Russian excel. So all we need is just a kickstart, to excel our own stuff. We can do it our own. All we need is someone to help us start somewhere, or the people
Yeah,
that we have in the diaspora to come and help us, do these things. It's possible,
that's why
but being yeah.
that's why when it comes to the kickstart, I always say, okay, first of all, because we know how Africa is, go to the West and ask them. It's just and they will probably say no. Then go to the other two guys who are now in Africa. They're probably China most likely first after a 5 year deal or I don't know a 50 year deal. Russia probably after you pay them enough money. I'm just saying there are options right now, but I know that the African leaders also right now will not do it. They just will not do it. It's not that there's no options; they just will not do it because they have a fear that, like tonight just said, that status
The
quo
cowards,
is no,
cowards.
no, that the status quo that exists in Africa is broken. They fear that.
Yeah, yeah.
Africa
And they coward also. Don't be too nice to them. They cowards.
is too much. You have to. Most continents are this in they. I guess you want to call them bipolar. I don't want to do that. They support different powers. You have people supporting, but Africa. Most of African countries are too Western oriented. If you have them, some African countries being Eastern oriented, some being Western oriented, you are going to see that they will be competing now to outdo each other on the continent. What we get right now is African leaders just want to go and get the Chinese community to come and build infrastructure, and then they go for the West to get IMF loans and all the other nonsense that they use to undermine their own people. When they should be looking to ally themselves seriously, like serious strategic alliance, like with Russia or with China, to develop their country, industrialize their country, and get high level strategic weapons. If you do that, what will happen is that the West will go in that direction too. They will want to develop another African country to have the same power. Otherwise, Russia, China, whichever country that nation allies with, will own Africa. So they will be motivated to come in and develop the continent too, like they did with the Asian countries. But so far, all the 40 something black African countries, ridiculously, weirdly, have never really made any serious move. I find that really, really strange how uniform it is. And none of them are even bothering
Well,
to.
why are you surprised to Niger? Why are you
I'm a bit
surprised?
surprised because it's too effective. I've never seen anything that effective before. On this earth,
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, I've not seen that kind of effectiveness for 40 something countries. Not one of them broke out of line. That is
yeah,
crazy stuff.
that's why I always tell you, if the revolution would happen, the first thing we must do is get rid of the leaders, the ruling class. You see right now how much they're in cahoots. All of them cannot come together for anything. But if it is about Western power, all of them are in unison. That means they're the enemies. That means you must get rid of them. But if
Mm.
I say that, I'm the insane guy. Snake Man is too brutal. Snake Man is too insane.
Yeah, and I think many people are beginning to understand now that security is paramount. That even beyond the economy, if you don't have security, I think even in Nigeria, I hear people talking about these things now. And Lumumba was in Nigeria yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, or day before yesterday. He was addressing some Nigerian tech people and stuff like that. So people are beginning to be aware now that but Lumumba is not always talking about security. He always talks about unity and all the other stuff. He doesn't talk about security a lot, but maybe he doesn't want that kind of heat on him. But that said, many of us are beginning to
Tonight,
realize it that
I
we
don't
need
know
to
why he
actually
don't start
stand out.
with Kenya. I don't know why Lumumba never start with Kenya when Kenya is economy dominated by Indians. I don't get it. It should show the yeah.
For me, I don't know. You see, the thing is, if the Kenyans are being dominated by Indians, I'm not. For me, that is not even my biggest problem. Is the
Tonight,
country
what are you
industrialized?
talking
That's the
about?
problem. Is the country industrialized, and is most of the economy controlled by the people of that country? That is what. That's what I look out
Yes,
for.
there is. There is. Indians are a native tribe in Kenya. Indians are a native
Don't even
tribe.
start now. Don't even
Hello,
start
everyone.
with that.
No. You guys are sounding ignorant right now, right? Kenya is not some dusty country,
Oh
and
Hey,
everything,
man,
right?
no, they're having a go
hey,
at
Snake
Kenya
Man, you
now.
like it.
Hello,
He
everyone.
doesn't like
Snake
Hold on,
Man,
that.
bro.
Snake Man, you
No.
give me a heart
Kenya,
attack, bro. You're giving me a heart attack, Snake Man. Don't say that again. I'm begging you, man. I'm begging you,
Kenya
don't
is
say
a
that
is,
again.
is a is
You
is a
give me a
country
heart
that's
attack.
forward, progressive, and understands that human beings add value. Indian people are good to this economy, and they
But
are good.
Kezu, they have
You must
they
understand.
have that Italian town in Kenya, isn't it? They
No,
have another one where
You mean
there's
my
a
name
town
no,
is?
that
no.
is Italians own too.
Tonight,
Yeah?
Tonight, you must understand.
What's
When
wrong
the
with my?
Pan
I don't get
African,
it. What's
no,
wrong
no,
with
hold
with,
on,
with,
hold
with
on, hold on, guys.
people coming in? Because
When
this is not. Hang on, Snake Man. You guys are sounding really low IQ. All of you niggas are in which country? UK, Germany, right?
Oh my
You're in
god, man.
other man's countries.
Yeah, go on, Kaiser. Come on,
No,
bring it
Kezu
on, bring
doesn't
it
like
on,
listen, bro.
this,
You
man.
guys
bring it
are
on,
in the white man's
bring it
country
on.
complaining about China. Listen, a country like Kenya having foreigners is a good thing because it means we get more foreign direct investment, and that's a good thing for the nation, man. Come on.
now you must
Yeah,
Just
hello
understand.
when
When
the
everyone.
said,
country is not
hold
industrialized
on.
yet.
No,
No,
hang on a minute. Whoa, 1 second. Foreign direct investment from Indians? Are you kidding me? They made their money in Africa, and they still milking Africa. What money did they brought in from India? Come on, Kaizo, man. We know these people. All right, listen. We had in Sierra Leone, we had Indians before the war, just like you had in we know what they was doing. We had Bangladeshi kept coming in. We had to deport them. We're like, nah, can't do that anymore. We have Lebanese. Yeah, these people don't come with nothing. They come with a couple of clothes in their bag, in a rucksack, and sleep in a family friend balcony. And next
Nah,
minute, they got businesses going everywhere.
the moment the Kenyans see their
Yeah,
hair
they
and
don't
they
bring
see
any
them, they're
money
like,
in there,
oh
man.
no, let's give you
No way,
everything you
no way.
have. Let's give you everything we
No,
have.
you guys are
And
sounding ignorant.
Because you're
Indians
lighter
contribute to
skin,
the Kenya's
you look
economy.
different to us.
no,
We
no,
look
Nice
after
guys,
what?
you.
guys. When the Black Pan African cookout happens, you must accept that Indians have a table now. They are part of the family. They're now a native tribe of Africa.
Oh God. It's all right. I don't have any
Snake man,
problem with
snake
Indians
man,
being there as
snake
long
man,
as
snake
the
man,
country is
snake, no,
industrialized,
no.
strong.
Snake
That's what
man,
I care
I
about.
like, I
I
like
don't
no,
even
bro. I
mind the
like
Muslims
no.
being there.
But don't do that again, man. Begging you. I like you as a brother. Please don't wind me up, man. Because now you're giving me
See,
heart attack. India as native
Al,
in Africa. No, they're
Al.
not.
See, Al, look at my own standard. My own standard is like, let's say South Africa. Take South Africa as an example. If South Africa had nuclear weapons today, they are industrialized. Okay, they are partly industrialized to an extent, and the economy is controlled by black people. I don't have any issue with white people being there at all. I don't have any issue with that, because in the end, it's still the nation and it's in the hands of black people. That's the important thing. You don't want a country that is controlled by Europeans or foreigners, and then
Yeah,
the strategic industry is controlled by them, because that still
yeah,
means you're under occupation. That's basically
yeah,
what it is.
yeah.
So,
No, that's
Case,
true.
take it easy. I'm not entirely against the fact that Indians are there. What I'm concerned about is that it's not helping
Why are you
the
guys
black
being
people there.
ignorant? I don't even know what you're talking about,
Niger,
right?
Oh,
Kenya
come
is
on. Now
perfectly
you are
fine.
feeling
We're
like you
not.
don't understand anything. The moment you go, you are understanding everything
Niger,
going on in other African countries.
No, hang on, hang on. Look,
to Niger,
Kenya's issues has
to
nothing. This is
Niger,
why I don't believe Pan Africanism. I don't want to have your
to Niger.
xenophobic ideology come into
Now
the
we are
government of the
xenophobic.
country.
I'm not xenophobic. I just said I'm welcoming them. The important
You
thing is
as a
that the
black,
resources,
you as a you
come
as a
on, the
black
resources have to be
Nigerian
shared by the
have
locals.
colonized the UK, and now you think it's wrong for other people to come and do trade
We didn't
in Africa.
colonize anything. We are
Fine.
basically servants here. What are you talking about? Who colonized anything? We
Still,
didn't
that's
colonize anything. They
colonizing.
control the economy. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They control their country. That is what I'm talking about. I don't care whether foreigners are in Africa. We have to be the ones in control, and we have to be developed. That is all I'm arguing for. Why I don't have any problem with people migrating, and I'm all for the Martin Luther King's
Uh,
approach, vision. I'm not anti. You know what the Guinean leader said? He said it's not anti-West, anti-Chinese, anti-Russian, and now it's just pro-African. That's in a way what I'm saying. I'm
to, to,
pro-African.
to,
To
Tonight, you want to
Niger,
talk about?
Tanaja,
Do you want to
how
talk
is
to
about?
Niger,
look?
to-
Snake Man,
to
you see,
Niger.
okay, we actually got someone who hasn't spoken, Mr. Triumph. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, because I'm trying to get to Niger's attention. To Niger, have you ever been to the military before? Just to ask, yes or no?
No, not really. I did.
Okay.
I've lived. See, hold on. I have family members in the military. I attended the military. This in secondary
I'm talking
schools.
about
So
you. I'm talking about you.
Hold on,
no,
tonight.
I've
You
not
a
joined the military
veteran?
myself.
You a
No, I've not
veteran
joined the
tonight?
military myself. No, I've not joined the military.
I'm a
I
veteran.
could
I'm a
have. If
veteran.
Nigeria was a great country, I probably could have. Go ahead.
Snake man, he's a Boy Scout. He did one military first.
Shut up,
Respect
man.
him.
Shut up. You
Okay.
don't know, man.
Okay. To Niger,
Yeah, go ahead.
to
Yeah,
Niger, do you know that there are only 9 countries in the world that have a nuclear facilities? Do you know that?
yeah,
They're just 9.
yes,
Even
yes,
Germany don't have. Germany
yes,
don't have. Even Japan don't have. Due to what happened to the
yes,
last World War,
yes.
they said
So
that they
what
will
does
not
that
give them
mean?
again,
What does that
because
mean?
if not,
They
they are
have,
going to retaliate.
yes.
So if we bring Africa down to the subject, I don't think that they are going to allow Africa to have a nuclear power. I don't think so,
Allow,
because of
It's not up to them.
yeah,
It shouldn't
there's
be.
a criteria that to that place. Let me finish. There are criteria that some country have to fill into it. If not, they can't give it to you. Because I served
Huh?
in the military too, so I even had this question to my former bosses. So they told me that there are regs and regulations. So they can't just let anybody to have it.
Huh?
Japan has everything, South Africa has everything, but they're not going to give it to them. There are rules and
They
regulations.
don't need it. Don't you get it?
America,
They don't need it.
who told you that when you have nuclear, you have power?
No,
If that
they
Russia
already
doesn't have
have power,
nuclear
and they
power
have
today,
strong alliance with a nuclear power. They already
no,
have
no, 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 no.
development, and
America
they have strong alliance.
America can backlash it tomorrow. That's what you have to know.
Hold on.
We
And
don't have America. Even
Japan
in
and
Europe,
South Korea has the material to create their own nuclear weapon. They have
Japan,
the
South
technology. They
Africa,
have
and
the
China, they don't
know-how.
even have it.
Yeah, they choose not to
No,
have it. Remember, these will have a lot of nuclear
they
power
don't choose not
plants.
to have it. No, no,
Oh,
no,
you
no, no.
don't. I don't think you
No,
understand the
what
subject
they
matter.
said
You
is
see,
that they
what
can't
you
give
have
it
been
to
fed
you.
is. Let me say this to
He,
you.
he
What you have
don't he
been
don't
fed
get
is
it. He don't
what
get it.
exactly what you have been fed by that your superior is what has been fed to many African countries. That's why they are still not nuclear today.
No. You are
They
wrong.
are
You are
telling
wrong.
you that you shouldn't.
You
Others
are
will not
wrong,
let you
Tunaja.
be it.
Okay,
Who allowed North Korea to
okay.
become nuclear? Who allowed Israel? Who allowed Iran? Stop seeking permission from people.
Who allow
Your job is
Pakistan?
to protect your people.
He's
And
working for them,
No.
bro. He's working for them. He's working for them. So how is he gonna protect his people, bro?
Who
Come on,
told
man.
you
The
I'm
man
working
admitted
for
it yesterday.
them? Who
Yesterday,
told
man,
you
he came up and
he,
said
I'm
he worked
working
for
for
them.
them?
No,
He worked
I
for the
think he said
first.
he was part of another Nigerian military, or are you talking about Western military? I think it was Nigerian military he was talking about. But
No, no, no,
but
no, no,
remember,
no, no. Western
you
military.
said let me address one point you said. It said only 9 countries have nuclear weapons, but we are among the 4 great races in the world that number over 1 billion, and yet we don't have any. So if you look at it from that point of view, we are highly underrepresented in the countries that actually possess it, and that needs to change. Otherwise, we could be in trouble here. How can you have over 1 billion people? There's no umbrella to protect them. That is madness. We are
And we don't
supposed
have it,
to have it.
and we don't have a seat at the United Nations Security Council, which my country has been fighting tooth and nail with the current foreign secretary in the UK on his side. You know, my leader in Sierra Leone fighting hard to actually have a seat in there. Yeah, but the reality is we don't have a seat in the United Nations Security Council. So what's going on in there? We don't know, and we don't have a nuclear.
Sierra
So can
Leone
you
is
imagine that?
fighting for seat on the Security Council.
Huh? We don't
Did
remember.
you
We don't
say
have a seat.
They will not
Did you
welcome you
say
there now
Sierra
until
Leone is
until you
fighting
go
for a seat?
nuclear. You're saying?
Wait, did he say Sierra Leone is fighting for a seat on the Security Council?
Yes, there was Sierra Leone through the UK Foreign Secretary, because obviously the UK is a strong member, and the backing of and the back. What is it laughing at, bro? Is it
No,
nothing
maybe
wrong
I
with
don't.
you?
Sorry, I think Dialogic wants to pity on the. Dialogic wants to
No,
have fun with you on that one. They're like, Sierra Leone trying to join the Security Council
no,
with
no,
veto right.
yeah, no, yeah. Basically, they try to
Uh-uh.
make sure one of the African countries have a seat, because you need to lobby these
Okay,
people.
I get what you mean. I
Yeah,
get what you mean.
yeah. One of the countries have a seat. You need to lobby these people to actually get there, and you need someone in this Western government on your side to actually make these things happen. And a lot of countries in Africa don't have that. And
I,
like
I,
the Indian, the Indian, they
I
have
gather that India
politicians.
is supporting it. I gather that India and China are
In,
also supporting. But
no,
I don't
India
want that kind of
supported
pity. I don't
tonight.
want.
Tonight,
Listen, hold on. Let me
no,
just say
no,
this
no,
to
no.
you.
Wait, no. You're mixing it
Okay,
up.
go ahead now. Go
That's it.
ahead.
That's a G20. Yes, that's a G20, not the United Nations Security Council. They're two different things.
No, I actually think even Security Council, China is supporting, and Russia, they are supporting that change. However,
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
personally, for me, I don't think Africa should get any pity position in the UN Security Council. We have to earn it, and we've not earned it. And besides, even if you get that pity position, it's still powerless, because whenever this superpower want to do something, they'll just ignore the Security Council and go ahead and do it anyway. So what is the use? I don't want that kind of power. You want real power that matters in the real world, where
No,
people
but
actually go and take action.
at least when they're making decisions, you know what decision they're making on
Yeah,
behalf,
if you
right?
veto it, you just go ahead and do it anyway. The only thing is that
Yeah, but
it's probably not going to have the legitimacy of the United Nations, but they will still go ahead and do it.
yeah,
So,
but at
like,
least you know what they're up to, right? But if you're not there, you don't know what they're up to. That's different.
oh no, we do know what they are up to. Whatever they're up to is not a secret. The trick is, have you got the ability to stop them from doing something that they don't want, you don't want them to do? And that is the problem. We don't have any ability to stop anything, even if they put us in the UN Security Council. As a matter of fact, even if they put us in G20, it doesn't matter. They can still connive among themselves and do whatever they want. This
This is
thing
why.
about, we have to understand that joining organizations doesn't make you powerful. Yeah, whatever, except the organization, whatever it does is binding. It has to have binding power on them not to act without you. Like now, we can join NATO, and whenever African country gets attacked, they will just ignore us. But when they get attacked, we have to act. So it has to be binding. You have to make it binding. Otherwise, it's just fluff, deception, really, before your very eyes. So that's how I will leave that one.
Yeah, no, that's true. But however, if you think about it, the reason why we're not part of these things, because our leaders are still relying on these people, for money. If they was to like self-reliance, they could do it, and also
Mm.
bringing the people with them. And I mean, it can be done. Even the military, like you always talk about in Africa, we don't need the West to actually increase our military size. You know, we don't need
Mm.
them. In Nigeria, you're manufacturing your own weapons. When Nilotic is there, no, not Nilotic, I apologize, the American guy with the woman picture there, talking rubbish about Nigeria not manufacturing bullets. When they already won like 10 steps ahead of a lot of African countries. But that's how it should be. We should be talking about it anyway. This thing should be secret. And at the same time, we should work with countries that already, like these rogue states that already build these things. We can't work with the West. Yeah, go with the South Korean, the Russian, the Chinese, the North Korean, pardon me. People like that. The Iranians. Iran was parading Africa recently because they want to basically energize the relationship with Africa again. Things like that. The man is coming touring Africa. Why did they ask him? Why can't we work together? We can give you the uranium when you finish your thing. That possibility, man.
Look at what Abibi went and put on the chat. Oh, delusional hour is underway again. You see, these people, they talk tough. In reality, they are just whimsical. In reality,
these are the same
when it
people that
comes
would
down
call
to
you
it,
cowards.
they will be like,
They will call you cowards.
please, we
Yeah.
can't do this. We can't do this. We are nobodies. Let
Yeah.
us lie down for others to do as they like with us. And you see, they are not even embarrassed. Their countries are littered with this interference all over the place, instability. Their women are. They are all over the place, and they
Niger.
pretend as if they are tough online.
Okay,
Oh, you can't do
Niger.
this, you can't do that, you can't do that. Then when people
Niger.
say they need to do something, they call those people
Okay,
cowards.
Tanaja,
They are the ones that
let
are
me add
cowards
something
and
in here,
inferiority
right? And
complex.
They was
Tanaja,
born to fail. They was born to fail. That's why they're losers. Born losers.
yeah, let me add
Honestly.
something in here quickly, Tanaja, right? Because here's the issue I have.
Non-daring.
I'm not against getting all these nuclear weapons or anything. Of course, it's in an ideal world, you guys feel like this is going to help you, but I don't even think it's going to help. Right? I see that you guys are still battling the same issues since the superior white men came into Africa, and the issue is simple.
Oh my God!
Hang on, let me finish my point, then you come
Thank
through,
you.
right? Let's have some decorum. The superior white man came into Africa with guess what, guns and gunpowder. Do you know what we did? We bought guns. We didn't reverse engineer the gunpowder. What I'm trying to say is this to Niger is simple. Even if you get nuclear technology, do you not think that the white man is not working on anti-ballistic missiles? Do you not think the white
No,
man is
they
working
can't.
on
They don't
nuclear?
have the
Wait, hang on.
space.
Let me finish a point first, then you'll come through to Niger. Have the decorum as an African man to respect yourself. Anyways, so do you not think that the white man is working on nuclear fusion? The point is, you guys are now begging for technology that's obsolete. Bro, you should be saying, Kaiser, you know what? Let's set up a nuclear fusion technology. And guess what? Because it's more about energy, there's no regulations for nuclear fusion. So that's what you should be aiming
this is
for.
kind of
Building nuclear fusion technology.
they said it's good to have an open mind, but not to allow your brain to fall out of your head. What you are doing
So my
now
brain
is
falling out
doing
of my
that.
head because I'm saying,
Yes,
see,
it's falling out of
Africans
your
can't
head.
see
Hold on now,
beyond
hold
time.
on,
This is what I've been saying.
hold on,
All you're
Mister.
doing is looking at some old defunct technology.
This guy,
My brain is
a
falling
moment
out.
ago, you know what he just did? A moment ago, he was arguing that we have to start small, start from just securing the country first, and before you go nuclear. Now he says, don't bother going nuclear, go the other way, be more advanced than nuclear. Point is that you have to look at what is actually practical. What is practical and what has actually happened is that most nations, even China, all of them went nuclear first and it benefited them. And for good reasons. They are not,
That
they
was
don't
50
have
years
nuclear.
ago, bro.
Hold on.
We
That
didn't need
was
that
not 50
technology.
years ago. That was not 50 years ago because China, how about India? India went nuclear just 1995. So North Korea went nuclear 2000s in the 2000s. Iran is also looking to go nuclear. From what I gather, America is now begging Saudi Arabia to have defense pact with them. Otherwise, Saudi Arabia is also looking to go nuclear. So people are going there because the technology is achievable, more readily achievable
Achievable for
compared to
what?
going more
No one
advanced.
wants to
Do
test
you know?
Nigeria.
Do you
You
know what
guys
it
have
takes to
nothing.
hold on? Do you know what it takes to defend against nuclear technology? There is no human-made technology today that can defend against it.
Actually, there
What are
is.
you talking about?
Actually, there is. It's called the intercontinental ballistic missile.
Oh my God, this guy!
It actually exists tonight.
So if a nuclear weapon explodes, anti-ballistic missile will stop it.
Yes,
If somebody,
Moscow has one. Hang on.
hold on. If somebody detonates a nuclear weapon under the ocean and sets up a nuclear tsunami, what is going to stop that? Tell me what stops that.
What would you mean?
Oh
Ocean? Why
wow!
would they be close enough to you to do that?
Why would they not be
There is
close enough? Because the ocean is massive.
anti-nuclear.
You can't be everywhere at the same time. That's why. Come on, you can't defend against everything. If you have anti-ballistic, that's intercontinental ballistic missiles, and they can do hypersonic this speed.
But one
Forget
second,
it.
let me just respond to the chat. Yes, we don't really do them on a particular schedule. We just do them every day. So you just check on every day.
Mm. Yeah, it tends to be on. All you have to do is subscribe and this thing, and then you get notified when the stream is on. And if any of you have not subscribed to Two Nigeria, subscribe to Two Nigeria. It's not, this guy is too dusty. He does all this dusty stuff. We try to keep us civil and nice. You see how they were just insulting Africa, calling us useless, and they argue from both sides of their mouth. If you want straight arguments and precise arguments that lead to proper information and decision making, you want to go there. These guys are here to play around. He just a moment ago argued that we should start from building our little,
I
little.
didn't.
Then
Okay,
say we should
Nigel,
go
if you
beyond
let me
nuclear
express,
weapons. What is
Nigel,
that?
if you let me express my full point from beginning to end, you'll get my point, right? What I was saying is, it's not in any African leaders or any African country's behest to try to get nuclear weapons when we don't even have the mindset to focus on getting the basics, which is security internally. Even basic security that doesn't cost billions or require strategic alliances, we can't do that. The point is, how would we even?
Thank you very much.
Hang on, it's a
You
mindset
actually
problem.
need
Meaning,
strategic alliances
hang
to
on,
build your
just
security at
try to
home, which is
understand what I'm
weird.
saying tonight instead of thinking
Yeah,
I'm
go
doing
ahead.
what you're doing about narratives. I'm saying even the basics of having internal security, we don't even have that. Meaning the mindset isn't even open to caring about security at the lowest level. Easy stuff that doesn't require
No,
any
but
strategic alliances. If we can't
that
do
is
that,
No,
we are on the
why
same
are you
page on
thinking
that. You know,
we
that's
no,
my
have
I
first
agree with
people
Kaiser
argument.
with
within our
that.
mindset?
Kaiser is
Yeah,
right on
we're on
that.
the
I
same
think
page on that now. We are. That's my whole argument. When I say that we should
Yeah, that's
recruit
my point. My
so and
point is,
so.
our mindset isn't even there on the low hanging fruits. You're living into Niger world, thinking that nuclear weapon is
You see
even
this guy?
in the
I
place where
created the
you
wall you just argued for. You never argued for it. I was the one that argued that we should change our security
Niger,
posture.
I've been on
We
YouTube
should
for 20 years. I've been saying Africans need
for
nuclear
20
weapons
years.
for
How old are
very
you? Are
long
you 50? What are you going on about? 20 years. You
I've
by
been here for 20 years on
YouTube is
YouTube.
barely been around for 20 years. What are you talking about?
Yes, since
For
YouTube opened
20
in
years.
2005, whatever, 16, 17 years, I've been here to Niger. So, and I've been saying the same
Historia
stuff.
has been around for 20 years. Some other channel.
Yes.
Talk is
Lord,
that.
Niger.
But the argument you are making about internal security is still requires you to have strategic alliances because when you want to do your internal security, the people that are profiting from your country will sabotage it. That's what they've been doing all this while. So you need a kind of shield, like the way the Sahel countries are now doing, to allow them to develop. And I hope they take the advantage because personally, I'm concerned that they are not. They don't want to kick the French out and just bring the Russians to replace them. I don't understand that kind of psychology. I hope they actually take the opportunity to actually build their security, develop and industrialize because that's the
Niger.
advantage. That's what
Do you
Russia
live in
said they
Hopium?
are there for. Pardon?
Do you live in Hopium to Niger? Because that's what I've realized. You love hoping and shit, man. Like, for example,
I'm
oh
not
yeah,
hoping. What did I
bro,
hope?
you
Okay,
you
did I
get
say I
high on
hope they are
Hopium.
doing what they are supposed to do? No,
I
what am
think
I
you
supposed
sit
to do?
down and you
I'm not controlling your country now, but I wouldn't support them if they just replace the French with the Russians. I'm not for that nonsense. When the
okay.
Russians show up, generally when Russians show up in a country, that country is supposed to use that opportunity to develop themselves. That is
Really?
what you do. Yeah, that's what they did with the Chinese. That's what they did with the
Russia
Indians.
never
They did with
developed any country.
no, they don't help them develop. You
Russia
develop
never
yourself.
developed.
But what they offer you is that they offer you the
No,
umbrella,
no,
the protection to do that.
I
I'm
hate,
not
no,
for this
no,
guy. It's
I,
a
no,
fact.
no.
guys, I hate to say this, but I think the Sahelian states are heading to failure again. The reason why I'm saying this, most of these schools in the Sahel is not genuine, just French. It's not just French anti-sentiment, anti-French sentiment at all. There's other lot of hidden agendas in there. In fact, um, the pact with Niger and Mali and Burkina is not a sustainable pact because Niger, for example, they don't really before all this thing happened, Niger they don't really get on with those two countries. Let me tell you this: is a pact that they had years ago, and Niger pulled out. Culturally they're different people in a lot of ways. Even though they're all from the Sahel, they don't get on. It's not going to last long. So, and also I can understand Niger. The coup that happened in Niger is actually based on probably anti-colonial and probably more genuine. But with Mali and in general, there's more deeper than anti-French, more than regional conflict, against, one group against another that's been marginalized, as we talked about the last time. So it's not a region that's going to be peaceful very soon. You got to just bear that in mind. So if anyone out there going clapping thinking Niger, Mali, Burkina they're going to be the United States of Africa very soon, that's just a wish. It's not going to happen. The coastal countries are more likely. The coastal countries are more likely to make it and help these countries in the future than the other way around.
Mm. The- for me, anyway, this is very simple. Africans need to work for themselves and work with partners that are willing to do some good work with them. And as a matter of fact, I've seen signs that many African Western nations and in short, the world wants to work with Africa. Our leaders are just I don't know, man. I don't know what I would call them useless. I don't know. Maybe they are doing something that we don't know about yet, but they should be showing more signs of actually taking charge of the continent. Because Russia leader Putin openly said, "Ask us, we'll do anything." And the other day, I saw a British defense minister come to Nigeria and asking Nigeria's official, "What do you want us from us? What is your dream for your military? What is your dream for your security?" No, they don't have any aspiration for their people. So you can only blame foreigners as much as possible. This is now on the ball of African
They
leaders.
are
This
coming
is the
for our
time for us
lands.
to do our stuff.
To Nigeria, the Europeans are coming for our
To Niger,
lands.
the British,
So
how
you
the
have
British
to know,
work. You know how the British work.
they are coming for the
They'll
lands
come in and
because
but once you give them let me finish. Let me just respond to Niger. Sorry. Once the Nigeria give them what they want, they'll try and water it down. The British will never help Nigeria like that, man. They will never
Yeah,
give
better
Nigeria the
better to
weapons they
ask
need.
than not to ask. That's
Never.
my point. You can't just keep saying nobody's giving you. Then when they are asking for anything, then the guy just say, "Oh, I want training and I want trucks." What is that? So, Mr. Trump, Triumph, what were you saying about they want our land?
no. Let me tell you one thing you don't understand about the whites. I've been with them for the past 20 years. I know the way they think. That's why sometimes my friend calls me white. I just laugh. There's something with them. They will give you something. They'll give you a hand. They'll give you 100. Let me use money as an example. They'll give you 100 euro. From that 100 euro, they'll collect back the same 90 euro and leave 10 euro for you. So you see the other way. That when they come, they are no more living. They are coming in the second way of a new coro. They are coming back to take control. What Africa has today, many of them they regret leaving Africa. So they will do anything to come back. Now they want Africa to be fighting Africans very soon. Bet my words. And they are going to do it. France is not leaving Africa. If people think he's leaving, he's a lie. Russia has come to stay. Even Americans are coming back. British too want to come back. So you people have to just think another way that our leaders not to fall into their traps. Because if they fall into their traps, it is gone. It is gone. It is gone. And again, I don't think that they're going to leave us this time around because of we have leaders that only think about themselves, which is not good. So now Africa should just think about development for the meantime. They should develop and again have security. But for the nuclear aspect, we are not capable of taking care of it as for now. I can bet it with
That,
you.
you see,
Look
that
at
is
the way
where
because we have maintenance and management of stuff in Africa. That's what we didn't even have the good scientists. Every scientist here, they don't even want to come and work in Africa because of the way they put
The
this for them
Central
over there.
African Republic is a failed state,
Thank you.
torn apart by civil war. The infant mortality rate is the third worst in the world, and it's heartbreaking to witness. In the capital, Bangui, I saw children starving to death at the only pediatric hospital.
Oh, I thought you said a country run by Russia is good to Niger, huh? Huh?
They filled room after room.
What's it like for you as the director?
Russia never developed any country.
It upsets me, she says.
can bet it to
Mothers don't have money to
I
buy food.
said that. I
and the
said that
children
before.
fall
Russia
into this
ain't no
state.
good.
They are
Russia is
victims
no
of
good. I said
Africa's
that.
resource curse. The people are poor, despite living on land with vast
If you look at
untapped wealth.
the eastern of
Here,
Europe,
its gold and diamonds.
The Eastern
But
Europe
instead of
countries
lifting
that are
people
with
out of
the
poverty,
Americans
the
get more
riches flowed
developed.
into the
The
hands of Russian
ones that get
mercenaries
with
from the
Russia
Wagner Group,
are less developed.
Russia's
So you
private
people should
army,
think about it.
known for its brutality in Ukraine. Wagner's leader is Yevgeny Prigozhin, President Putin's former caterer turned commander. In Ukraine, Wagner fights for the Kremlin. It makes its money here. According to two Western diplomats in Bangui, Wagner is extracting $500 million a year in gold, rare timber, and blood diamonds. This woman, who asked us to conceal her identity for her protection, lived in the village of Ndasima, where her husband was a gold miner. She told me how Russian mercenaries arrived, armed and in vehicles, and ordered the villagers to leave.
They were beating people, whipping people, and chasing them away.
When her husband and 7 others refused to go, they were executed.
What do you think the Russians wanted? Gold? You think it's as simple as that?
Yes, they came for our wealth and for our gold. Today, my children don't have a father. They don't have anything at all.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much for telling us. I know it's very difficult. Thank you.
The independent research group Sentry provided NBC News with more than a dozen witness accounts of violence by Wagner forces near the Ndasima gold mine and other mine sites. This was Ndasima in 2019, before the Russian takeover. An image taken this month shows the mine has expanded dramatically. Analysts say it is now generating untraceable profits for Wagner. Wagner was invited into the Central African Republic by the government to help crush a rebellion. And it worked. The capital is now far more secure. Wagner made a movie about its military campaign called The Tourist, showing its men defeating the rebels and saving the day. It was a hit and helped make Wagner popular.
Do you think it's true or do you think it's propaganda?
It's all true.
Yeah. So they help them, and that's my concern. Central African Republic, I don't know how much control the government has over the country. And it's also my concern with the Sahel nations. It's not, you can't just invite people in just for the sake of it. You have to invite them because their purpose is there to provide umbrella and space for you to develop. These nations,
But
I don't know
Tunisia,
how developed they are getting.
Tunisia, do you
Yeah.
know this?
No,
Do you know
no,
Putin?
no, no, no,
Do you know
no,
Putin?
you're wrong.
Putin recently, Putin recently called Wagner into the Russian army, right? You haven't seen the documentary. A lot of the Wagner troops in Africa, they're saying they don't want to go back to work for Putin. They don't want to go back. So
Yeah,
where are
they
they
will
going to?
go back.
No,
They
but they
will
will
go
not.
back, otherwise they'll
They
be in
will not.
trouble.
No. They will not go back because they will face prison sentence. Remember, these guys are ex-prisoners. They're convicts. They're recruited from one of the most deadliest prisons in Russia into Wagner. So if they go back, they have to be part of Wagner or go back to prison or dead. And this guy
Yeah,
said,
they have to be part of Wagner. I think what the Russians are doing now is that they,
well, not
according
all
to
of
what I
them though.
especially,
Majority of them will go back, but there's a minority that will never go back, and they will go into mining in Africa. I tell you this now. That's what the Chinese did. Until during the COVID, we start discovering the Chinese that came to do construction in Africa are not leaving. They actually going disappearing into the villages with the chiefs and buying bulldozers, 360 excavator, and mining gold in our
oh
villages
come
through our
on,
villages.
let's not overdo it now. I know they are doing some of all these things, but
Uh,
it's not like to an uncontrollable scale.
Look at what
And
happened. Look at what happened in Zamfara in northern
the
Nigeria.
Wagner people, the Wagner
Look at
staff, they
what
are not
happened in
that
Zamfara.
many.
In Zamfara State, northern Nigeria. When you have
I know what is happening there, but you have to measure it. You have to measure your time. Sometimes you're making it look like a small storm, a small this thing, the rain is a storm. That is not what we're talking about here. And like I said, I'm also skeptical of people bringing Wagner in just for the sake of it. It has to be for the purpose to allow you to develop. And I'm not too sure Central African Republic has demonstrated any sense of becoming more and more advanced over the years. I think Wagner has been there almost 10 years now, if I'm not mistaken. And the same thing, I'm watching the Sahel nations too. I don't see them making any real move to transform their nation.
Yeah. Tuna,
No, the
when they say
Sahelian. Look at
colonization, what
Mali.
does
Look
it mean?
at
Many people to go to another
Mali.
country. Isn't it? Tunaja,
Yeah,
hello?
I can hear you.
Are you listening?
Yeah.
Hello, Tunaja, are you there?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay. Like, let me say, this is another way of doing what we call colonization of the African. Part two, because of when we open the door for them, I prefer we to work in corporate with other Western worlds, not the Russians, because I worked with them for 10 years. Even the Russian citizen doesn't want to go back to Russia. Doesn't want to go back to Russia because they say that their mindset and the way they behave. When they go, they don't even develop their own people. What they have is just weapons upon weapons upon weapons upon weapons upon weapons. That's it. And why is that people can't touch Russia today? Just because of they have nuclear weapons. They have over 6,000 nuclear heads in their country. For what? But they are suffering. Economically, they are suffering.
Who told
Because
you?
we know that
They are suffering as much? Even
they are
if
suffering
Russia
to
was,
Nigeria. I can tell
hold
you
on.
because of
Stop being
every.
brainwashed. Stop being brainwashed. Hold on. The way you're talking as if you expect Russia to be as say this in rich as America or this in Russia is just its own nation. They have a large landmass and they have oil. They are quite rich. I don't know what this idea that you think that they are just suffering. Russians are not suffering as much as you think they are. And
Nigeria has
also,
oil, yes or no? Nigeria has oil. Is Nigeria
Nigeria
rich?
has oil, so do they, and yet they are making more money. Do you know how much they make from their oil compared to us? So if you look at it from that point of view, if you look at their GDP per
No.
capita,
It has been
let me
blocked
check.
by the
Let me
US.
check Russia's GDP per capita. Let me see.
Wait, to
Oh,
Niger.
shush. Yep.
Life here is hard for Russians, man. These guys, what this guy is saying is true. These guys, they all want to leave this country, and life is really hard. You may not see it in only
I
two
live
cities.
with them in Europe.
Hold
You may
on.
not see it.
Russia's GDP per capita is 12,000. Nigeria is 2,000.
Let me tell you one thing. You may not see it in mostly two cities, which is Moscow and St. Petersburg. But these people are really suffering. If you go to cities apart from Moscow and St. Petersburg, you will see the real Russia.
See, Russia may not be exceedingly rich, but their GDP per capita is almost the same. Let me see China's GDP per capita again. Oh, 12,000. It's almost similar to that of China. So I don't know why you are acting as if it's all about wealth. It's not about wealth. It's about your capacity to survive in this world. And they have proven themselves that without them, the world, if you want to
But
take
what
them
is
out, the world will
surviving?
pay for
We
it.
watched a video on people in Central African Republic. They're trying to, that country is also rich, but the people see how they're trying to survive. What matters is
Surviving
how the people
means
are
your
living.
capacity to survive into the future without being enslaved. Your survivor means your
But
capacity
these
to
people,
determine
but
your
people are being
destiny in this
enslaved.
world.
But
Pardon?
people are still being enslaved.
Not Russians. What are you talking about? The Russians can determine their destiny. They can shut the whole world out if they like. Nobody is going to force them. They can do whatever.
That is not
Do you know
Russians.
that
That is the
Russia is the only
government.
Have you
country?
been to
That is
Russia?
Russia
not
is the
Nigeria?
Russians.
Have you
That is
been
the
to
Russia
government.
is
Russia?
hold on now.
There's a difference
Russia is the
between
only
the
country in this world that is said to be a country that can do everything they want to do within themselves. They don't have to go anywhere.
to
Russia is the
Niger.
only country
There's
in
a
the world that can
difference
do that.
between the government doing things and making decisions and the people. People here don't have a say. They don't have a voice, my friend. Nigerians have a better voice
Thank
than
you
the
Who
people.
very
cares
much.
about your voice? Who cares about your voice? You cannot survive. We are going to be enslaved soon, and you're here talking about
But that's
voice.
what I'm saying.
You
People are
guys are in
enslaved.
love with all the wrong
But that's
things.
what I'm saying. People are enslaved. They
Not
are enslaved.
Russians. Why do you keep saying Russians are enslaved?
Yes,
Are
they
you
are.
serious? Oh my
Yes, I'm
god.
serious because I also see it with my own eyes.
Oh my god. Russians are not enslaved too. Okay. You know, if
Imagine,
that's what
have
they
you
call
been to Russia?
enslavement,
Have
I
you been
wish
to Russia?
Nigerians become enslaved. Nigerians are free,
Do
and
you have
Nigeria is
do
free.
you have Russian friends? Do you have Russian friends?
I have no Russians. I've known Russians. Why do you
Have
need
you
to
been
have
to
Russian
Russia? Have you
friends?
been to
So,
Russia?
so,
You're
so,
just
Yeah?
relying on me.
so, Nigeria, you
No,
just
no, I'm not relying on media. I'm relying on actual concrete data, and I'm also relying on what my eyes can see. For you people to be saying, okay, what are you wishing for then? You want Russians to transform to Nigeria? Is that what you want? I can
To
tell you that if
Niger.
you ask every Russian,
no.
come to Nigeria and have your freedom, and Nigerians go to Russia, Nigerians will choose to go to Russia, and Russians will never choose to come to Nigeria.
That is true. That is very true. I won't lie.
So
That is
then, what
true.
are we? Then what are we talking about here? This is no debate at
But
all.
let me tell you one thing.
Russians can determine their destiny. We cannot. That's a
Let,
big difference.
let me tell you one thing. Huh? Before the military operation started, I have to use that word. Before the military operation started, um, so many Africans and Arabs were using Russia as a transit because once you get that Russian visa at that time, it was much easier for you to go to Europe and the Americas. I know so many, maybe not many Nigerians, but I know so many Guineans, Senegalese, these French people who are just using Russia as a transit, and now they're in France. You see, after the military operation, things have changed. I know so many Russians that have already left this country and they don't want to come back. I know many Russians that have asked foreigners, why did you choose this country? Why the hell did you come here? I'm telling you here, there's a lot of
What are
depression
you
and
talking
disappointment.
about? Do you know how many people that are escaping the UK too, that run to Australia? People, every country have people running away.
Yes,
There are
I
people
know.
running
Right
from
now,
America. There are people
even
running from
America,
America to Europe.
yes, right now the American economy is so messed up. I know that it's so messed up. But I'm telling you, this land, this Russia land, has been messed up for a very long time, bro.
See, that's why they call it Mother Russia. Those people, they are willing to make sacrifice for their nation more than most groups in this
They
world.
are, but they can't because of their government.
See, point is that they are rich enough.
Thank you very
They are
much.
strong
I
enough.
went out with a Russian lady. I
See,
went out with a Russian lady.
the
Even a Russian
the
lady,
West
people wanted
people.
to get married to
Oh,
me just to have a paper status. I was even shocked. I
in
was even
which
shocked.
country? In which country?
Russia, I'm telling you, a Russian lady
No,
came
which
down
country
to
they want to have a paper? Which country do they want to have a paper? Is it not Western countries? So they want to have a paper in Western
they
countries
want to
to
get
have
out from
access
that
to.
place.
Yeah, because they want to
You
be
won't
richer. They
understand. You
want
won't
to have in the.
understand.
I understand. That is exactly what Why? How is that even complex? That is what Nigerians are doing. Nigerians are running to the West every day individually to make more money. That is what human beings want. Human beings want to enjoy. That is what Russians also want when they go to the West. I've met Russians, I've worked with Russians, and as a matter of fact, one of them have even worked for me. So this thing that you're talking about, that Russians, because they are running out of the country, makes them anything less. There are people that are living in UK NHS. The UK NHS is in distress. That's why they are bringing so many people from Nigeria. They are in distress because there are people are leaving the UK and going to Australia. Because they
That
are
is true.
living,
I'm not
going to
going to
New
deny that.
Zealand.
I've heard
Because
of
they
that.
can't
They're
afford to
moving
pay
all the
them.
time.
Because they
Yeah,
can't afford to pay them decent wages. A lot of the
people are
nurses over
moving
here,
all the time.
the nurses
I don't
No,
over
no.
understand
here
that.
cannot
Ca-
afford to live on their wages. You
let me
understand
talk to
that?
Niger. Let me talk to Niger something, please. To Niger, do you know that they've changed the immigration law in Russia in 2019, and they've made it even much more easier in 2022 because the people of this country, excuse my language, they have left so much that their people are very few here. So now they're making it easy for foreigners to come here and get permanent residence. Before you could only get permanent residence if you're married to a Russian. Now you can get permanent resident if you've worked in Russia for more than 6 months. They've made it so easy because their people
Yeah,
have
and their
left.
population is also declining anyway. So
Yeah,
that's
the
another
population is
wahala
declining.
they are
That's
facing.
what I'm saying. They want to leave because they're not happy here.
Not
They're
because they want to
suffering
leave, because their birth rate is low, their population is declining. That's what is causing it. And
because they're
besides, even if they
suffering and they're not happy.
see, why are you telling them whether they're happy or not? See, one,
Because that is what they tell me, and I see it.
not all of
Tonight,
them. Do you know how many Nigerians will tell you they are not happy too? Do you know how many Americans that will tell you they are not happy? You think Americans are busy jumping over the roof that they are happy with
but
their country?
to Niger, of course, not all of them, because you think it's also easy to just leave a country. You need money, you need connections, which is most of them here they don't have.
See, I don't see Russians any different from any other country that their GDP per capita is 12,000. Any nation that their GDP per capita is 12,000, they are probably going to want to gravitate towards countries with higher GDP per capita ratio, which are generally Western countries. So how is that even a mystery? But that is beyond what you are debating is basically privileges and minutiae, trinkets. In the end, it's about survival in this world. Russians have the capacity to survive into the future. Nobody's going to threaten their survival.
This world
But
is all about
Africans,
survival.
what is
This
the
world,
use of having good
listen,
economics when you cannot
listen,
survive?
let me use what you're saying. This world is all about survival. They cannot survive in Russia. That is why they're moving out to survive.
They are already surviving. You don't
Thank
understand.
you
They
so
have
much.
the luxury. They have the luxury of moving out because they want better. It's not because they cannot survive. What you are not seeing is that when the day of reckoning comes for
You know
Africa,
the
if we
wages.
remain like
You know
this,
the
let me
wages.
finish. Hold on, let me finish my point so you understand where I'm coming from. I think you are conflating survivor with just living one at a time. We're talking about racial or national survival, that your people actually surviving as free people. That is what you are mistaking. You are mistaking it for somebody going to be doctor and all those things. Our people are facing actual extinction, actual slavery, something even more sinister. Not like, oh, I want to go get more job, I want to get more money in my pocket, I want to leave my I want to go to a country that will pay me more. That is a totally different thing. And our own threat is imminent. They don't have that problem. They can do whatever they like. Russians can go wherever they like. They don't have any threat.
You know the wages.
I
You know
wish
the
we were
wages
like
in
that.
Russia. Do you know the wages? Tonight, do you know the wages in Russia?
Don't live in Russia for a year, then you can come and start telling me what you're saying.
Am I Russian? What is the use? See, I will tell you the
Don't live
same
there
thing.
first.
What difference is it
No,
going to make
John,
if I live there? It's not going to make one difference to what I just said. I still told you that I understand why they are leaving their country. Like any other nation that has got GDP per capita of 12,000, you will see that they will want to leave to countries that have higher ones. That is natural.
Do you know what the average salary is in Russia? Let me ask you. You just mentioned a very good point earlier. You said, what do you mean it doesn't matter? So how are we going to survive?
No, because they are see, you are mixing two things.
Seriously.
They are surviving.
You know, at the beginning,
they are dying.
Let me ask. At the beginning, you said a very important thing. This country, by the way, is so rich. I was even surprised to learn that Russia even has more oil than Dubai, than Emirates. Sorry, this country is so rich, but the way people are living here, you know, it's surprising. Even them themselves, they're surprised.
Oh
so that's
my
what
God. Okay, let me say Russia. You guys are painting a totally weird in Russia poverty.
You know, after Yeltsin and Gorbachev, after they two died, the Russian economy, their system changed from that communism or socialism, from communism to more like socialist capitalism kind of slash, right? So if you look at the way Putin run his economy, it's mainly capitalism. So, you know, capitalism, you're going to have a lot of people left out. I'll give you an example of the oligarchs, you know, just Russians that come to the UK. You know that yourself. London money was Russian money, you know, before this Ukraine war. It's when they start pulling out, the Russians start pulling out their money, that's when London start crumbling a little bit. Yeah, then obviously we have Brexit.
Okay, now let me share one information about poverty rates in all these countries. Nigerian poverty rate, from what I gather, exceeds about 63%. UK poverty rate is said to be about 20%. Poverty is said around 1 in 5 of population of UK were in poverty in 2020 to 2021. That of Russia is 9%. See, you guys, what you see is not. I don't understand, man. I can't help you. I don't understand where you could get from all this stuff.
You can't never help these guys, man. Honestly, they just.
I don't even understand. People go around spreading this false narrative as if it's true. This country is relatively rich.
Let me just come back of what you just said now. Do you know that our people, our leaders in Africa, they lie to collect money. They lie every time to collect money from the IMF, even to the UK, anywhere.
Don't change the goalposts. You were saying that you actually said that Russia had a higher poverty rate than the UK, but UK is going to have higher poverty rate than Russia. Even with more wealth than Russia, UK is proving to have higher poverty rate than Russia. You see where brainwashing comes in. Not even data. You don't follow data. You're just following brainwashing.
Yeah.
Not brainwashing to Nigeria.
I don't know. Should I believe you or believe the data?
No. To Nigeria. Let me tell you, it's all about politics. It's all about politics.
Oh, now he's gonna say African leaders are putting the poverty rate up.
Africa lies a lot. Our leaders lies a lot just to have some little change.
All leaders lie, bro. All of them. All of them lie. All of them.
So it's just that everyone does want to just. It's all about packaging. They are just packaging each country. If now you speak, but because of I remember in my former job, I saw Russians coming every day. Let me say in a month, I have about 3,000 Russians coming just to apply for a job, and three Africans. So one thing that I'm even shocked. I said, but you guys are white, are European. He said, no, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Then I started studying them. Then I understood what was going on. That there's difference. People that choose Russia, they all get down. People that choose the Western, like Americans and the UK, the economy booms, just like South Korea,
Oh my
Japan. They're
God.
with America, and they got it. They
There
got
are
everything well.
different type of Russians. There are different type of Russians.
What
Yes,
different
they come
what
to the
different
UK
type
to
of
have met
Russian?
them. They are different types of
Okay,
Russians.
I think
They have
okay,
poor
Russia,
okay.
Russians.
Nigeria
They
is
have rich
Teenager,
Nigeria.
Russians.
teenager, I think the different kind of Russians you met, because here there's a serious there's no the middle class is disappearing. There's the rich. I think they're even the oligarchs, and then the completely like hustling ones. You see, so the ones you're probably seeing are these rich
Like tonight.
ones who are in the
I
UK.
think Russia. I think Russia is a strange country from the point of view of the way you are analyzing. The reason why I suspect you are seeing
Yes,
it like that is because maybe their middle class is not as big as Western middle class. Because I think you guys use middle class as a judge, but I think Russia, because they come from a socialist background, they lift the minimum. That's the acutely poor people out of poverty, so that that value is low, where they have 9.8% of poverty level, but their middle class is not very large. So maybe that middle class people are the ones you are seeing leaving the countries because they don't have a lot of opportunities. Maybe that's true. Maybe there's something there playing that is in. But if globally their poverty level is less than that of the UK, that is some scary figure. That you should be asking, how can a capitalist state that is so rich? You know, UK GDP per capita is about 40 something thousand, while that of Russia is around 12,000. So UK should have less poverty in terms of poverty rate. Why is it even higher? So
to
Yeah,
it means there's
Niger,
more
yeah.
inequality in the
do
UK
you
than
do
in
you believe
Russia.
that a country outside Africa can have corruption?
Pardon?
Yes, of course.
Do you believe that
Of
a country
course.
outside Africa can have corruption?
Of
Every
course.
country has corruption.
Okay, okay.
It's just a matter of scale. They said the
Like, are
countries
you
that have
saying
the least
that
corruption
Russia
is
is more equal than? What are you smoking to Niger? Why are you not in Russia? You
that's
niggas
what I'm
just
saying.
love
Hold
talking
on, hold on,
shit,
hold on,
man.
hold on. Stop it. That's what the data is showing, except you hate data now too. I don't
What is
know.
this
All right,
I don't know.
thing? What are
I
you
don't
Niger,
know.
talking
you're
I
about?
gonna
have to show,
mention
because if we all
Niger.
start
Let me
saying
ask
what we believe here, we are going to stay at
Niger.
this thing. We have to go
You
with the
mentioned an
objective data
irrelevant
that is out there.
Niger. You mentioned an irrelevant stat that doesn't mean anything, right?
Of course
And
not.
you think that means something. Why are
When it
you not
doesn't
there
favor you.
yourself? Because you
What?
guys love to talk shit to Niger. Oh, this data here. Why are you not in Russia right now? Because UK is better. That's a fact.
UK is
Stop the
better
cap.
because for people that are educated and at certain level, UK is better. That is true.
Even
It
for
doesn't mean
poor
that people are
people,
not
they
poor in
free
the
health
UK.
care tonight. Just stop the cap, man. Stop lying. This
I'm
is
Kaiser,
lying. Okay, I'm
Kaiser,
disgusting.
making the data up.
Kaiser,
I'm
you
making
know,
the
you
data
know,
up. It's all right. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead, man.
Kaiser, you know the UK is falling anyway, bro. You know the UK is falling apart, man.
It is
You know, at the end of
falling,
the
but
day,
it's
even
still
in
much
Europe, the
better
middle
than
class.
Russia. That's what you guys do,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, no, that's
You
true.
guys
It's
love
still
to lie.
there. I mean, the pounds is still strong, right? So if you come here and work for the pound,
Teenager,
if it
teenager,
wasn't
let
for
me
the pound, I tell you
Exactly.
what, a lot of people would
So
not
then
be
why are
here.
you guys lying? Like you just love to lie, guys.
No,
Stop
but
the cap, right?
no, no, no.
Look,
Well, you know the pound has always been
yeah.
aided by obviously by the Western system, right?
Look,
But the
look,
reality is,
out.
the middle class,
If
yeah,
you
gone.
mhm. If you want to say that the UK is falling or failing, I agree. That's why I left. But you cannot say that
Yeah.
Russia is somehow, I don't know, a better country to live in than the
teenager.
UK. That's
I
insane.
would like you. I will,
Yeah,
sorry.
Kaiser, that's true. But however, what Tunisia is trying to say to you is the middle class population in the UK is much more larger than that in Russia. However, you know, if you look at the working class, I mean, you know that, man. If you go to Northern England, bro, you go to a place like Liverpool, Middlesbrough, you know, all them part. You rather go back to Africa, bro. I rather live in a city in Kenya than living in the Northern England, bro, because it's too poor. You know, there's no job. You know, it's all drugs, alcohol. You know, deprivation. You know,
Right.
stuff like that. So people in Africa live a better quality life than those people that live over there. So you got to remember, you know, some England is not. You know, these Western countries and that adopted this the rotten capitalism. They're not good at looking at those at the bottom. So that bound to reflect on their data. So I think that's what Tunisia is pointing at.
I think Tunisia is saying a whole lot of nothing, man. So look, Tunisia, let me ask you a question, brother. Are you there? Tunisia. Okay.
Tunisia.
Teenager, you there? To Nigeria, are you there?
You ran away.
Hello.
Niger's got to see Becky, Becky. Becky's there, He's got to see
Yeah,
Becky.
Tuneria's got a white wife somewhere.
He's got to see Becky for a quick blowy.
Look,
he has a Russian wife.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I
wanted to
I know you guys.
Can you walk?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask
I
you.
know you guys think
can
I'm
you
a
walk
coon and I hate
at
Africans
night
and I'm never
as a black
positive.
man?
No, but let
in
Kaiser talk
Russia,
for a minute,
late
man.
at night? He cannot. He cannot. He will not get beaten like as a foreigner. If he can do that, then he can start talking here.
See, I know you guys think I'm a coon. I hate black people. And
No, I don't
anti-black.
think like that. I don't think like that.
But the reality is, I got to obviously, remember, I'm a host, right? I got to create the show. There has to be an antagonistic aspect. I can't be out here agreeing with people all the time, man. You get the point, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's
right. Yeah, so I have
to balance it right. Yeah, you need to. Well, that's it. That's the English. That's the English side coming out, though, man. Okay, that's what we do.
Someone said Tunaja got arrested.
Yeah, if Tunaja live in Brixton, don't be surprised, because Brixton.
The KGB party, man.
I was in Peckham. I was in Peckham on Saturday, fam. I went to that shop, I went past the shop, Kaiser, where the black sister got harassed by the Asian guy. The shop is closed, you know that?
Ah, really?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, my family. I got my family member owned shops down there, still around the corner from there. So we went to eat some African food. You get me? But yeah, it's closed, man. They're not opening at the moment. The farm, they're not gonna. Peckham is a rough place, man. The African and the Jamaicans over there, they're united in different ways anyway. So if they see him, they're gonna slap him up. You know what I mean? They're not gonna let that go. It's not like black.
Yo, tell me, how is the relationship? Yo, tell me how is the relationship between the Jamaicans and the Africans? I mean, the Jamaicans the Africans and the Caribbeans.
Do you know what? Yeah, when I came to England, it wasn't good, bro. It was bad. But the thing is,
Which year was that?
When I was young, but when I grew up in England, I was young, fam. I came here probably. I was
90s.
12 years old. 12 years old when I came here.
90s or 2000s?
Late 90s, early 2000 time. Well, to be honest, I've been coming to the UK way before than that. I came here like a few times before I came to settle, so it's a different old cat of fish. I used to come to London a lot of time because our family members in Sierra Leone, a lot of Sierra Leoneans used to own homes in London anyway. That was a normal thing. And I came to London years ago, but when I came to live properly, is about early thousands. That's when I came to live.
How are the relationships between the Africans and the Caribbeans?
Well, Caribbeans thought it was better than Africans. Listen, I've been in nightclubs where you see a bunch of Caribbeans with mixed race boys, with white boys targeting Africans. Oh, you're African, what are you doing here? You're blood clot, get away from here, man. We don't want to see no African. And he walked down the road, he see a Caribbean guy, that own a car wash, shouting at an African guy, or, you know what I mean? The white man is sitting there laughing, because they find it hilarious. Black man is doing the same shit, to another black man that they used to do to them. And over the years, guys, you know what I'm talking about. Over the years, they realize these African guys are actually stepping up to the plate because they're not doing this roadman thing. They're going to school, they're educating themselves, mixing their children with them, and they're starting to. I think, to be honest with you, I think this Brexit is what put the Jamaicans back in their place and actually hand the Africans a bit more advantage. But I don't think it is advantage because Brexit enabled them to target every black person, simple as that, especially after the murder of George Floyd. But I think Jamaicans were very hostile to Africans more than the white man. I find them to be more hostile towards us than the white man when I was young, and until the end of I would say around 2000 and maybe 2011, 12. That's when they start easing up a little bit. But no, it wasn't a good relationship. No, I would not make that to be any way other than hostile towards Africans.
But
and
now
I think
it's better, right?
Now it's better because they learn their lessons that, don't side with the white man. You're not British. just because they made you feel like you're British. Windrush as well reminded them, you know, they're not British. Because they used to have a go at you and say, listen, I'm British, you're African, in front of the white man. And I'm thinking, because I grew up with the accent, because I speak Creole, yeah, and I came over here, I went to school with them, and I fought with them, I ate with them, you know what I mean? I date their girls, you know what I mean? And went into their homes, and other Africans would never do that, never. If a Jamaican girl is dating an African guy, as soon as one Jamaican know about that, trust me, that relationship is finished. That's how bad it used to be. and yeah, and then they put their sister off. They're like, why are you dating these dirty Africans and all that? You know what I mean? It was so bad, man. And I thought, you know what? I'm not gonna let this happen. You know what I mean? And I started sticking up for a lot of my African brothers. And over the years, even some of my black friends that are born here, I see them do the same thing. They start sticking up for Africans, and I'm thinking, yeah, why are you doing that? And since this George Floyd issue happened, the only thing that good that came out of it brought black people, all the black people together. That Jamaican and the Caribbeans come together, and now, in fact, they start to realize the Africans are catching up with them, so they start looking at us with a bit more respect. Even though the Jamaicans probably still own more properties and have more money and have more influence than Africans, but the Africans are doing okay. And over the years, things is changing. Things definitely are changing right now. You know,
Uh-oh. Is that me?
I think he has a network problem. Network problem. Connection problem. But one thing I understand that we blacks generally, we don't love ourselves. We don't.
Yeah, we have self-hate. We have a lot of self-hate. A lot.
We don't love ourselves, and a black man will never see another black man heading ahead of him. That's impossible. Impossible. So one thing is that we all need to work on ourselves first, then before love ourselves, before loving others. So it's a bit hard. You understand? It's a bit hard. That's why sometimes I want to hear Tunaja is okay. It's good on his data, but sometimes when it started going out of point, sometimes I just shake my head. You understand? I don't know how many years he has been in Europe. You understand? And I don't know which party he is. It's from Nigeria. You understand? So one thing is that when he was saying earlier that he worked with Russians and seeing Russians, I just laugh. I said that I ate their food. I slept with them. I do things I'm not supposed to say it out with them, so I know them. One thing is that when somebody when I see white ladies, white guys talking about Nigerians, more things about Nigeria, I'm even shocked. That means that they know how we live back home, so we can't lie to them. You understand? They become African, maybe even though they're white, but they're African inside. We call them Bunti. So that's it. So even when that's why. I'm talking about my own experience with the Russia guys. I worked with them. I worked with all of them. So if Russia is very big, it's a very big. So and again, one thing is just that the Europeans, NATO, is trying to break down Russia. That's the problem they have today. That's the problem they have today. So Russia, Putin just want to bring back the Russian, the old glory of Russian back today. So that's what he's fighting about. That's what he's fighting about. But maybe because I remember when I was watching them late last year in a Russian program, they said that a world without Russia, there's no need the world to exist. They're ready to blow the whole country, the whole universe off, the world off. So that's why the NATO reduced. So as for now, I like their style. I like everything about them. I like their petrolship. But in development and everything, no, they are suffering. They are suffering there. I would like to go and visit and to live there. I can visit. Max, I can stay just 2 days. Then I come back. Even my own country, where I came from, Nigeria, I've never spent more than 4 days. I go, I feel what I want to do. I come back because of the lifestyle. When you're not used to something anymore, you leave.
And the only place you can
even in UK, UK.
The only place
I came late to the show. But
I called in because I was listening to Tunaja implying something about the Russians that I didn't hear very well. If he's still here, so I would like to hear from him. But my man on the other side was talking about the Russians. I mean, I don't know where Tunaja live, like my brother said, man. I live in America, man. Most of my friends are Russians and Ukrainian. Used to live in Chicago. Man, these people hustle like Africans, man. They drive taxi, even the women. They drive limo here in America. So I don't, so I don't know what my man Tunaja was talking about. The Russians being, on the top of the food chain. That's not true.
I don't know
You
where
know.
to
No,
get
no,
Yeah,
I
this
don't.
matter.
Same
Yeah,
James, same
it's
James.
only
I don't think that's fair. I'd say James. I don't think that's fair, my brother.
no, no,
What
I'm
he's
not
trying to say is,
saying. I am not saying there is a part. I'm not saying there is not a part of Russian that lived a life in America. I'm not saying that. But the
okay.
average Russians that I met in Chicago, that they have a huge community in Chicago. Anybody that live in Chicago, you can ask them.
Well,
They hustle
that
like
go to every
Africans.
that's go to every average people. It doesn't matter where they come from. When they go to another
That's what I'm
country,
saying. But he was trying to
yeah,
put him on a pedestal. That's what I'm saying. It's not all of them.
Let me answer. Let
The
me answer
same way
what.
it go. The same thing goes for Africans as well, right?
Let me
yeah,
answer. Let me answer what.
Right. So we shouldn't
Nigel.
yes,
be. We
tonight.
shouldn't
There are
be.
tonight.
yeah.
The
Right. We
Father,
shouldn't be
can
having
you
this debate or
come back,
try to put
please? We are all waiting for you.
one group on top of the other. It's not possible. No, it's not real. And
Let me.
also,
Well,
I hear. I was
yeah.
listening to him talking about the Sahelians calling the Wagner group. I want him to talk about that again. It's not true. So I don't know why he was referring to the Sahelians. The only country in the Sahel region that has Russians is Mali. Burkina doesn't have no Wagner group.
Yeah,
Niger doesn't have no Wagner group.
yeah, that's true.
So
That's true.
I don't know
I
where we
actually,
get that from.
and also St. James. I remember one time on Afridemo show when I was angry and I was talking about Wagner going into some of the villages and kill the Hausa Fulani people in one area. Actually, that wasn't Wagner at all because I spoke to my cousin he's actually he worked for the UN. He's actually known. He's a flight lieutenant basically. He said it was the West actually that done that. It was NATO bombing that was.
Even
It was
even the
yeah,
video that was played like 15 minutes ago, I can see
yeah,
propaganda in there.
yeah. It was
But
NATO that bombed them. It was
yeah.
NATO that bombed
So
that village. It wasn't Wagner. Wagner is
right.
not in Burkina at the moment. It's not in Niger. And that was. I need to make that. I need to because you see me. I don't like to if I say something and I realize there's something wrong in there, I like to correct it because it's always
Yeah.
important. If we're out here
That's
on this platform,
and I
and
Nigel,
respect
also
that. We need
let
to
me
Tonight,
give
say
the
come back
right
to
something.
me.
information.
Tonight,
yeah,
James,
tonight,
That's
can
let me
that's
come back.
respond.
We are
that's very important
waiting
to
for
give the
you.
right
Tonight, please
information.
come back, please.
yeah.
St.
So
James, let me
please,
respond
we
to you
know you
about
can come
Russians.
back.
Well, let me respond to you about Russians because I think I know Russians. Okay, I'm not saying this in a bad way, but I think I know Russians more than some of you here. One thing that tonight just said, which is very true, is that these people have so much pride. They believe so much in their country and they really want their country to be the best. They have so much pride. And if you
Yeah,
try to bring them down, even like right now, when you're saying the way they hustle like black people, I mean, they do not want to be in the same level as black people. I'm talking about Russians in Russia. They don't want to be in the same level as black people. And if you put them in this, if the way you're saying that they hustle, they drive limos, whatever, that's true because I've heard about that myself. In the US, they really hustle. That can actually piss them off. They don't like that at all. And one thing that really hurts them is that they believe, first of all, they know their country is so rich. It's so rich, and they can even be second strongest economy in the world, just like China after America. But they see that they're so far behind, and what stresses and depresses them is that why are their fellow whites, the Western Europeans, and the Canadians, Australians, Americans living so well? Okay, I'm not talking about today because today I know the economy is bad, but they're living so well, and yet them ever since during the Soviet Union, they've always been backward. But they're white like them, so what's up? What's wrong with them? And they acknowledge that things are not right. And they know that, and these people really, they hustle here also, and they hustle. And there's like, I mean, in a country, if there's no middle class, my friend, there's a serious economic problem. There has to be a middle class. If there's no middle class, it's a serious economic problem. And majority of the people who are not the, how do I call it, the oligarchs or whatever, the majority of the poor ones, I mean, the poor ones are the majority. And so these people, they hustle. Life is hard. They're struggling. They want to get out of here, but they have so much pride. They always want. They believe that things will become better at the end of the tunnel. And if you tell them the truth, like, yo, you wigger, man. I call white people wiggers. You wigger, y'all are shit, man. You guys ain't anything, man. It really pisses them off, man. And they don't want to be put in the same level as black people. They don't.
No,
So
and
you
and
want
they're
you want
and they're very racist. That you cannot take.
Yeah, they are. They
I've
are
been to
very
Moscow.
racist.
I've been to Moscow myself on holiday because one of my uncle used to work there. During Lansana Conte regime. That was the last president in Guinea before the one to. It wasn't not this one, not the one, not Dumbuya, not Dadis Camara. There was a guy called Lansana Conte. He was the longest serving military ruler in Guinea, I think, actually. Yeah, during his regime, my uncle was actually one of the top guys in the government, and he used to work in Moscow. And I remember when we went there, because Guineans have 100-year visa free with Russia because of the aluminium contract that they get. Um, but yeah, Russia is a very poor place, and they're very racist, and they're
Yeah.
very quick. They're very quick to tell you, "Don't blame me, blame the West." I mean, when I
Yeah,
landed at
exactly.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah, they're very quick to tell you that. And I remember buying an Olympus camera in Moscow. I stood there for hours counting rubles, you know, and it was only mounted like $5 or something like that for the camera. You know, Deb is a poor country years ago, but Putin have transformed the economy and have increased the middle class and also increased the birth rate. But then when I look at the Ukraine war, because I remember those days, they was talking about increasing birth rate. I can see why um, they done that to increase the population to actually go to war. It seemed like this Ukraine war was pre-planned years ago by the KGB, not even by the previous leaders.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, Putin has brought some change, especially from the downfall of the 90s. But man, I gotta watch what I say, man. But I mean, you know what I mean. Kaizo, I want you to play something, Kaizo. Kaizo, are you there? Kaizo, Kaizo. Okay,
Uh,
you know,
Ka-
I get,
Kaiser linking up with the next thing, He's him and Tunisia, they're up to something. My man is
Angola.
finally
There's a video.
Kaiser's getting a blowy on the side.
When you talked about Russians being racist, Angola recently gave Russia a free visa. Funny enough, Angola has not given most of us Africans. We don't have a free visa to Angola. But anyways, Angola gave Russia a free visa to go to Angola, and I want to see the kind of images the Russians use to advertise Angola. So Kaizo, if you're there, please play that video, man. Please. I sent it to you on Telegram.
is that a bad video?
I don't want to spoil the site, man. Kaizo, please.
Mhm.
St. James, trust me, these guys are racist to the core,
No,
bro.
no, no, no,
They
no, no,
don't
no. Listen,
they
listen.
don't hide it.
I was just trying to ask you the same questions about them being racist. I just want because you live in the UK, right?
Yeah. You can't
Yeah,
compare.
I
It's a
just wanted
different
to know.
level. It's a
No, I
different
just
level,
wanted.
bro. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Listen, I want to know because a lot of people want to learn from Russians, man.
Yeah, it's true.
These
If
guys
they're
are
It's true,
bad,
bro.
these
I-
guys
if
are
I'll
they're
I'll
bad,
get
very
back to you
you
guys in
gotta.
a minute, yeah? I'll get back to you. I just got to do something quick. You guys
All
continue.
right.
All right, cheers, man.
Yeah, they're very racist. It's just that recently, from the 2000s, they tried to pretend because they know that in the 90s, for over around 10 years or over almost 20 years, they were always in the top chart as the most skinhead and the most racist country. And they've reduced a bit because most of them have this hip hop obsession and basketball obsession. They have this black American wannabe character, and that's why I tell people these Africans, especially these West Africans, no offense, but these West Africans who are in Russia, when they see a Russian dressing baggy jeans and doing this the fake Russian hip hop, they get excited and they think now they are loved. I tell these people, somebody can come to you and say, I love what you're wearing. I love your shirt. I love your shoes. I love your cap. I mean, you're looking good, but I hate you. Somebody can love what you're wearing, but they hate you. So these Russians, they love the swag, the hip hop, the basketball, and everything, but they hate black people with a passion. They love your culture, but they hate you. So they try to hide the racism because of that guilt of the skinhead story and because they like to imitate the black culture in a way. But these guys are fucking racist. Like they are such white supremacists. It's unbelievable.
So you have came across Russians, and this is what you finally decided that they are all racist. Like living in
Uh,
the you live in the UK as well.
Sorry, Joe. What 1 microsecond? Sorry, Kaizo. You see the guy at the bottom of the screen, engineer JM, is one of the founding members of the Woman platform. He has not been. He's been off screen for a good while. So if you are able to get to him in the course of the conversation, we've not heard from him for a long time. Engineer, how far now? What happened?
Greetings to you, one man, and greetings to all.
You don't put on weight, or you in a pounded yam, baby. Look at what's going on, man. Have you lost your gym membership? What's going on?
Not really, one man. I'm working on it, to be honest.
The hair has changed and everything. Are you after girls? What's this hairstyle? Are you after girls? Are you chasing babes again?
I think
look at this guy.
but I'll do my best before Christmas. I'll shave it down.
No. It looks good on you, man. Keep it. It's
Thank
good to see you, man. I'll call you later. So, engineer, let me get off my screen. I'm just introducing you to him.
Okay.
So,
Greetings to everyone.
One of the founding members of the One Man Platform, engineer JN. All right, sorry. Kaizo, back to you.
Cheers, one man.
Yes. Yeah, which country are you from?
Kaizo.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. While he's answering the question, could you get that video for me? I sent it to you on Telegram.
Oh, okay. Let me find it.
And just play it, yeah. Engineer, which country are you from? Are you asking engineer or who are you asking?
Yeah, what country are you from? Like, where are you living now?
Sorry, are you after me?
Yeah, which country are you living in now?
I'm based in the UK.
Ah, okay, UK. What kind of engineering are you into?
I do maintenance.
Ah, okay, nice. We need more African people in technical jobs so that we can do better things. You know?
So we need to fix Africa. And I can't wait to go back.
Me, I already went back. You know, I'm in Kenya. I'm in Nairobi now.
Wow. Yeah. Well, you're lucky that your country is good. It's better than Nigeria. I must be honest to you.
Okay, we have power at least.
He's in Nigeria.
What's wrong with that? Why are we laughing? What's wrong if he's in Nigeria? Why are we laughing, man?
No, in Nigeria there's no power, you know. So
he doesn't want to.
Okay, before he plays, this is Russia doing an advertisement for Angola. So Angola gave them a free visa, and they're saying, "Welcome to Angola." They now give us free visas. This is what they're showing.
Wait, they're saying that this is Angola. This is what they're showing.
Yeah. I mean, we all know how Angola is, especially the capital city, but this is the Angola they're showing. So Angola has given us free visa, come and visit. You know, we thank them very much. We give them their gratitude. And that's what they're showing. The Russian top media. So someone is asking if I've been to Russia. I mean, I've lived in Russia for 5 years. So.
And they are racist.
Too much.
I worked with them for 10 years. Because I remember when I was in my lower grades, when I was working, in my earlier years, the way they treated me, I can never forget it. Then later I have to study more, build on myself. Then I was ahead of all of them. So before coming to my office, they have to stand in front of me and greet me first. Then they start talking. Then I laughed at that. I said, do you remember those days? What people done to me? Then they start apologizing because I'm the one in charge of their retreat, their retiring fees. I'm the one in charge, I remember. So you're just on their knees begging me. Because of not all of them are racist, really. But most few of them, even you cannot even work at night in Russia as a black man.
No,
Is it
you
true?
can't.
But when I just look at the way who Nigeria is talking about it, I remember my friend that lives with me before he packed out in Paris. I remember he went there to go and visit his ex-girlfriend. He ran away. The guy, they were just walking on the train station. From nowhere, he was beaten, beaten and beaten. He left the guy and ran away and came back to France and never went back there anymore. So what people say, to Nigeria, I've never been there, just saying rubbish. I just hope we can just buy him a visa, give him a visa and a ticket, just 1 month to live there. Let's see if he's going to be saying the same thing when he's going to come back home. So just leave him. He only based on his data.
Whatever that you guys are saying about Russian, man, I would love for you guys to hear about African living in Germany. Same thing. You know, most of these European countries as well, Africans are going through the same thing. So they are equally as racist as the rest of them. You know, so nowhere on this world, African will be treated fairly. You know, so I just don't want us to sit here for 6 hours talking about only Russia. You know, because Africans are going through the same thing that you guys are describing. Same thing.
That's
You
why
know,
we have to develop our continent. That's what I'm saying. We have to develop back home, bring back their ideas, their infrastructures, their materials. Then people like an engineer JM can come and do the maintenance for us over there. But one thing is just that are the government back home are going to make it very well for us to live in? No, I don't think so. Because of their mentality. When they're in power, they forget everything. They forget that see when they left the power that they started regretting. That's just it. But I hope one of these days we all are going back to Africa. Everybody is leaving, just as the Israel left Egypt. All black men are going back to Africa, and we are waiting for that. So that's it. I still believe it's going to happen, but we don't know when. When it's going to be. But I know with time it's going to be like many of these European countries. I prefer where there is very high population of blacks. Like the UK is okay, France is okay, Belgium is okay, Luxembourg no. There's so many countries. In Europe that they don't welcome Africans. They don't when they don't see they don't look at you as if you are poor. So that's just it. But we just believe that one day we Africans are going back home. We are all going back home, and it's going to be good. They're just a country just to start this revolution back home in the continent. The whole country is going to sweep. The whole continent is going to follow. So that's it. But who's going to pay the price? Who's going to pay the price? We are just looking for somebody to pay the price. But we believe that one day it's going to come to pass. Thank you.
Wait, can I interject, please? Hello?
Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, my brother. You see, you're on the same page with me. I've not been on this platform for a while, and these are one of the keywords I always cry all the time on the platform. Basically, you see, the table, I always say something to even the white people here. I always say this to them. I always say one day the table will turn around. The reason why I always say that we have everything in Africa, but I don't see reason why our leaders they keep messing things up, they keep making things hard for their own people. But I think Africa is waking up now. I think about 4 to 5 African countries they're taking power into their hands. So it's like the kind of revolution that will take place soon. And I'm very glad. I'm really happy the way things are going now. But I truly believe, just like you said, one day all black people who lives abroad will go back to Africa. And it's down to us, even though it's not our regime, let it be our children regime, but we just have to give them that orientation that one day you have to go back home and develop your country. Well said, my brother. Thank you. I'm in the same page with you.
I would like to hear from Tunanja. I would just like to hear from Tunanja before I sign out. I hope he can come back to the platform.
Tonight I went to sleep. He's with Becky somewhere. having a good time. So he's not available. No, but Joe, let me ask you. You're in Russia now. You're teaching Russians. When are you, when are you gonna come back to Kenya?
Oh man, that's something, I gotta discuss to you later on, like personally. But yeah, I'm teaching. I teach these people in the university, and one thing. Sorry, I don't like sticking to this topic, but it's just the fact. One thing, like these guys, they hate seeing a black person in a top position. They hate that. They really hate it. I remember I was even trapped and fired in another job I was doing in a hotel. They can't stand that. You see, it's because I do my job very well, and not many of them speak good English like I do. That's why they have to keep me. But they hate that with a passion.
Ah, I see, I see. So racism there, like it's still like very sort of old school racism. It hasn't really, at least with the UK people, they've evolved a bit. They pretend to be nice. So Russia is more
But it's
like
the same thing here. They pretend to be nice, but it's so obvious. Like you don't need a psychiatrist to be able to read the mind. Like it's just so obvious that they can't stand you. You see.
yeah. No, this is true. Like usually when they see Africans on higher positions, that's when the dislike is. If you sit
They, they
down and
don't
you
they don't like that.
working in McDonald's or something, they're okay with it. But the moment you start managing people or working in certain fields, that's when they start to feel, and they start plotting and planning against you.
Yeah, exactly. Who said I don't want to go back to Kenya? Did I state that I don't want to go back to Kenya?
Yeah, these people, they don't realize you're there doing something. You're gaining a skill, like, just like they will come to Africa to gain a skill, right? People don't
Exactly,
understand
man.
globalist economy. You're there for
They-
a time, season, and that season will end, right?
It is what it is, man. But anyways, I don't know. Like it's a pity because I see Africans in Africa like really worshiping Russians. They think Russians love Africa with all their hearts. And I mean, I wish they knew how they don't give a shit. Like I think I was saying in your show, if you ask these people, like, do you know what's going on in Niger? They don't even give a fuck, and they don't even know what's going on. You know what's going on in Central African Republic? They don't give a shit. They don't, they don't care.
Interesting, interesting. So they don't even know what their own foreign policies are impacting on
No,
their.
no,
They
they're
don't
not
care.
interested. They're not interested.
They're not
They,
interested.
they,
Exactly.
what Russia does, yeah. What Russia does, they come in, they set two community apart. They know what the West did in Africa years ago that made it work, right? They set two community apart, and then what they do is they go to the richer side and supply them arms and take their wealth from them while they leave these two guys fighting. If you look at the entire African continent, to, throughout history, that's what the Russians done. After colonialism, yeah, after the West left, these countries, Russia come in, they set the other group against another, they arm the other group against the other group. Russia ain't no good, man. In fact, if I have to choose between Russia and the West, because of its people in those countries, I would choose the West. The reason why I'm saying this, over the years, the West and Africans, the devil you know is better than the one you don't. Put it this way. And Russian racism in them is not like the West. Racism in the Russians is ingrained in them, bro. To feel like they're better. You only got to be around Eastern European. Forget about Russians. You only got to be around Eastern European and realize how these people are so racist, bro. There's no way I want to build an alliance with them. No way. I said that before and I'll say it again. I don't know about the
Even
Chinese.
Ukraine.
Yes.
Even Ukraine. I remember a documentary that
Ukraine is right.
I watched on
Ukraine is worse than Russia, man.
even Ukraine. Even Ukraine in UK, they were even surprised to see blacks and whites together, and they don't want to live with them. I was even shocked when I saw it on the national TV here in France. I said, for what? They are trying to save those guys from war, and they are complaining. So you can see their mentality. You can just see their mentality. So one thing is that sometimes when I hear some people giving white people those red carpets, I just laugh. I remember when I went back home to visit for some stops, I just see the way that they were carrying people's bags. Then I called the guy. I remember, what do you do here in Europe? The guy told me he's just a doctor sans frontier. Then I laughed. Then I told him his salary was shocked. I said, why? He told me that he loves Africa very well because they gave him red carpets. They do everything he asks. So he preferred to work in Africa than to work here in Europe. I say, you're lucky. You're just lucky. Even my friends were looking at me. How come I can communicate with him? I say, he's just a normal human being like us. Because of his color of his skin, that's why people think he's somehow somebody different. So one thing is that we in the diaspora we are fortunate to get more exposed and to know their lifestyle, and with their names, their cities, their country, we can judge where they are from. So that's just it. That's just it. So one thing is that as for me, for Russia, not all of them are bad. Just like Nigeria, not everybody in Nigeria is a drug war, just like, are into fraudster. No, not really. But but few of them have already spoiled the name. That's just it. Okay, thank you very much. I leave the floor.
Yeah, as on that note, as I was saying earlier before I cut off about Jamaican, just like the Jamaican, what I find out is the Rastafarian tend to be more with the African. They're more tolerant, they're more open-minded, and they love their brothers. The group that I find in the Caribbean that was more anti-African were the Christian Jamaicans, and they do not get on with the Rasta Jamaicans anyway, generally within their own community. So I want to make that clear also. Not all Jamaicans are bad or hated Africans or against Africans. Some of them are really great. Some of them are really helpful. So I don't want to generalize the group.
Me, I'm still maintaining what I'm saying. 80% of Russians are racist. That's what I can say. 80.
I mean, I will not dispute that because I've been there. I've seen it. But with their racism, Russians, it's not only about they're racist against black people, no doubt. It's in their, as I said, it's in their DNA to be better than black, to feel they're better race because there's already
but
another white
it's not just blacks, by the way. Arabs, Central Asians. I think the only race they may respect are the Chinese and the Japanese. That's all. Only the Chinese and the Japanese. Everybody else they hate. Even Latinos they hate.
Right.
In fact, they would rather make peace with Europe, America, and Canada than any person of color.
Yes. I mean, I'll tell you that now because they're the one that fund most of the right-wing groups in Europe, in England, and in America are funded by Russia. So how can they not be the grandfather of racism in the 21st century? I don't know.
And speaking about rights, they are really waiting for the American election because they really want Trump. These guys really want Trump so badly. I mean, understand, with Trump, there was peace between Russia and USA, I understand. But I know there's some white supremacy thing in it also. Like I said, they can't stand, they can't stand Kamala Harris being a vice. They can't stand that. They can't.
But the thing is, not only them, even the black population, majority of the woke black population in America don't want Kamala Harris either. Because she's not representing anyone except the Indian population in America. That's what she's catering for. That's the reason why she's there anyway. Because what happened is America and England are looking to export stuff to India, in large scale, because it's a new market for them. So at the moment, they're using the Indians and put them in position to get this deal. But this trade deal is not coming anytime soon, especially for the UK. Because they want to sell whiskey to India and selling all the bad stuff to them. And India is saying, you have to wait, we're not ready yet. So Africa, we're too stupid. Any little deal, yeah, let's sign it. When are we going to sign this deal? We're not going to say, wait, let's see what's happening. If it's going to benefit our people first, they won't. By the time England get a deal from India, they already got Indian Prime Minister, they already got Indians in the key places in government. So if that deal come to play, they will get a better deal because there are people that they're negotiating against. You know?
Yeah, man, there's a lot of ignorance here, man. I mean, I've been asked even questions by these people like, "Do you guys have water in Africa?" There's a lot of ignorance in this place.
Yeah, and we forget, we keep mentioning Russians and this, that. Well, let me tell you one thing, right? I live in the UK. We have an Indian Prime Minister and an Indian Home Secretary that's imposing the most brutal laws and the most stringent laws against people of color. And the Indian politicians that have been elected in the UK have targeted black people in this country for the last how many years, right? And this is not a new phenomenon. It goes back to the colonial days. And that's why I asked Kaizo about the Indian influence in Kenya, if you're not worried about it. Because the Indians have always, the English always used Indian, even during the slave trade. Even during when they were catching slaves, they brought Indians to them in their boats, in these pirate boats, yeah, to capture slaves. So there was always part of it. But when the Indians come to Africa, we treat them like we're brothers, you know, we all part of the same. They will live in our little towns, in our little villages, and all of a sudden, they're classed as indigenous in Africa, right? When name me one part of India that black people can go and claim to be indigenous. Look at what they done to the Nigerian poor immigrant that went to India. They dumped them at the airport and told the Nigerian government to come and pick them up. Do you know how many poor Indians we have in Africa that have no money for food? They're still suffering over there. And they're making hand to mouth in Africa. They cannot afford to live the lifestyle that they're living in Africa, in India. Because India, one region in India, obviously they got all the technology going, but one region in India is poorer than the entire African continent. Just one. And we're looking up to these people because they went to the space and the West brought iPhone plants in India. I cannot see India growing, becoming a superpower anytime soon. Because the type of system that they're bringing over there is to make sure they keep the Indians to watch over the black man forever. And that's their system. And until we start debunking that, it's not going to change. If you notice, a lot of the companies in Africa are run by Indians on behalf of Britain.
Yeah, true. Especially in Kenya.
Yeah. Most of the food that we eat, most of the African food we eat in England is sold by the Indians, taken away from Africa, and bring it to the African communities in England and sell it to us. Just listen to that, bro. Our farmers in Africa are farming for the Indians to bring to their shop in England to sell to the Africans so we can eat. I'm done.
Yeah, man. Then the problem is that black people, we can't get together because we still have so much self-hate, man.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. That's true. We don't love ourselves. As we said earlier, we don't love ourselves. Like now, I just believe, like now, if you look at today now, if the Africans can start producing and exporting, I believe African currency will start getting weight. You understand? Gravity in it. You understand? Having values, having value. Because what we do in Africa, we consume. It's just like we are all programmed to be a consumer. You just only consume. No production. No production. We have all the natural resources.
And also, my brother, we need to work with those brothers in the north. It's not only the northern brothers hate us. Not all this. Look at Gaddafi. What Gaddafi done for Africa? No African leader come near him, and he was a barber, you know. And during the Pan-African struggle, when you hear Russia, it's because they allied with Algeria, and other countries follow the Algerian suit, you know. So we need to start working with our brothers in the north, like the Moroccans, you know, the Libyans. I know they treated our people bad in Libya. Don't forget what the reason behind it, because our people was fighting against them to defend Gaddafi. So when Gaddafi got killed, they started targeting Africans. Before that, it never happened. All right? So we can't keep treating our African brothers in the north as our enemies. I know they got racism problem, but we got tribalism problem ourselves. You know, we need to work with them. We need to stop hating them, because when they listen to us online, You know, the things that we're saying against them is not good. And then we're gonna go to their countries, they're gonna treat us badly. You know? And don't forget, it's the West that's pumping these people against us. We need to work together with them, man. These people are our brothers. They are the closest people we have. If we cannot work with them, then we're doomed, bro. I'm telling you now, nothing is gonna happen for us because they got the
Yo,
north flank of the continent.
I want to respond to some of this topic because I can see, I think this Janet girl, whatever her name is, I think she's never been outside Africa. So you know, one thing about Africans that have never been outside Africa, they don't know the feeling of racism. So they're so quick to judge and point fingers. What are you doing there? You're complaining. You're too emotional. You come back and develop your country. No, 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 no. Listen, most of us. Yeah, let me respond. Let me respond. Most of us are here to get the skills and the knowledge to bring back to your country. First of all, the problem with Africa, as we're talking economically, Africa has nothing to offer. No offense. That is why most of us are here. It has nothing to offer. So us want to come here to get the knowledge, the skills and everything, and to bring it to Africa. It's not something of 1 month. It's not something of 2 months. It's something of years, okay? That's number one. Number two, if you think racism, that people are just being emotional, crying, you don't know how racism affects you psychologically, mentally. People will get you fired for no reason. People will blame you for nothing for no reason. People will kill you for no reason. Racism is a torture of the mind. If you're in Africa, you've never experienced racism and you don't know what it is. That's why it's easy for you. Oh, you're complaining, you go back and develop your country. Why are you? My friend, you come experience racism, man. You shut your mouth up.
And that's true. The reality is, you know, a lot of these guys that talk about, this kind of stuff, they have no clue. Most of them are ill-educated anyway. They always, and also they got lower self-esteem. Because if you have a high self-esteem as a human being, there are certain things you will not tolerate, you know, as a person. You know, that's the reason why they don't care. They will. These are the house Negroes. You know, they will actually work for the slave master and cook for him and make sure the slave master live long enough to actually slave black people. You know, slave their own people longer. You know, it will never change. You know, these are the same people that used to, telling us on the plantation. We still got them. So don't worry about them. All we've got to worry about is the majority of people that want to move our people forward. The reality is racism is real. You know, there's no doubt. There's no doubt that, of course, racism is real, and we come to their country, yes, but they go to our country also and exploit our countries. So it's a two-way stream. So anytime someone tells me that why you in their country, why are they in my country?
Exactly, that's the first thing. Why? Ask yourself that question. Why are white people in Africa, and why are they doing better than you in Africa? Why don't you go and tackle them?
Yeah.
And you see, these guys, they don't. If you're being bullied, remember when you're in high school or primary school, when you're bullied by one person, you're mentally affected. Now, you're in a country, predominantly white country, where you're being bullied. Because I'm using the word bullied because first of all, you walk out of your door, people are reminding you that you're different. People hate you for no reason, for no good reason. People are mistreating you. They're rude at you for no reason. They don't know how that stuff affects you mentally. And here's this person typing, you're whining, complaining of racism emotionally. You're so emotional. Get out of here.
They like to deny other people lived experience. You know why? Because they're living in denial. That's the reality. And the reality also is, like for example, Europe actually used to be more racist than England. The UK used to be the most tolerant country in Europe, in fact in the Western world for that matter. You know, and the reason why the UK gone backward is two reasons: it's Brexit and George Floyd. Do you understand that? Brexit, where they told black people, let's vote for Brexit and come out of the EU because we want to work with Africa and Asia. That's what they was telling us in the UK. A lot of black people are like, yeah, you know what, that's true, you know. That means we can go back to the Commonwealth and get visa free in the UK. I know black people that went and vote for Brexit because they fooled them, yeah? And Indian people that went and vote for Brexit, yeah? And then we come out of Brexit.
This lady is so ignorant. Let me just read her comment. Black Americans and especially Igbos want to be loved by everyone. They hate everything African. They hate everything white. We are also racist to the Chinese in Africa. My friend, racism is power. Black people, we cannot be racist because we don't have the power. Economically, we don't have the power.
Come on,
Socially,
man.
we
What kind
don't
of
have the power.
statement is that? Are you kidding me? What do you mean it can't be racism? We can't be racist, and racism is
We cannot
power.
be racist because racism is power. Yes.
Explain how
Tell me.
racism is power. Explain it.
That's what I'm saying. Racism is.
Define racism first of all.
Let me explain. I was even explaining before you
You have,
interrupted me.
you have
Kaiser,
to
Google
have the
racism and read the definition
Let
to us. Okay, explain. Go
let
ahead.
me explain. Racism. I don't
no,
focus on
no, Mike,
Oxford
Mike, Mike.
Dictionary.
Don't come,
No,
No,
let him
let me
explain
answer. Let
Mike,
me
first, man.
don't
answer.
come
One at a
bully us
time. One at
here.
a time.
Don't come bully us here, Mike.
No, let him explain. Explain what racism is. Let's define racism, please.
Let me explain. I'm not going to read. I'm going to explain what I
Okay,
know
explain it. Go
from
ahead.
the.
Yeah.
I'm not going to read Oxford Dictionary. Racism is the power you have economically and socially. Okay, a poor person in the ghetto cannot look down upon and discriminate on a rich person living in a residential area. Okay, people who are economically and powerfully on top of there have the power to discriminate and look down on you socially because of all the stereotypes. Okay, the
Okay, now,
Chinese are living. Let me finish.
okay, finish. Yeah.
The Chinese are living much better even than the Africans in their own continent, and that's why the Chinese have done so many disgraceful things to Africans in our own continent. Okay, I applaud some presidents that have deported some of them, yes. But tell me, do you think a black person can ban a Chinese from entering into their restaurant? But there was a case in Kenya where a Chinese person was banning Kenyans from entering into the restaurant. Kenyans had to really excessively complain on social media for the government to ban that, to close down that restaurant.
Okay, thank you. You just gave a definition like power. You have to have power. Be more powerful than someone to be racist. Now, you also was mentioning earlier that in Europe, when you are in a high position, those white people in a lower position, they're not happy. They are racist towards you. So you are in a more powerful position than them, and you're accusing them of racism. That's one. Two, there are many black people that are in position of power than some white people. So can we still be racist? And two, most of these white people you encounter in Europe, they are racist towards you. They are the poor white people. It's not like it's the rich ones that you run into every day. It's the ones that are poor in the
No,
ghettos,
but
the ignorant.
Mike, that's not
Wait.
racist. That's
I'm going
Respond.
by
Let
the
me respond to
definition.
him.
Hold on.
Let him finish. Let him finish and I respond, please. Let him
Hold on.
finish and I respond.
Most of the whites you'll run into that are ignorant and racist towards you, they're usually they are not the powerful ones. It's not like you're running to the CEOs in Europe. So if you say racism is about power, then those white people that are racist to you, they don't have power. They are not racist then. And when black
Okay,
people use okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me respond to you. You've brought a very, very good point. Let me tell you about white people. Where do you live? Let me just ask. Where do you live?
I live in the US. Yeah.
Okay.
I live in Nigeria and US back and forth. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, white people they have issues within themselves. Right now, we see Eastern Europeans, Western Europeans don't like each other. Germany, Bavarians, everybody doesn't like the Bavarian tribe in Germany. Scottish, Irish, English, I don't know, they don't like each other. They have issues. But one thing you know about white people, once it comes when they see another race doing better than them, they stay on code. Something black people cannot do. They stay on code. These white people will come together and say, no, 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 no. This guy cannot be better than me because he's darker. Why? That's why I mentioned earlier, if you heard me, the stereotypes, all because of the programming and the brainwash we've been given that we are just poor, we are just in famine, we should be remaining lower, we should just be slaves. That's how the system has brainwashed people. The darker you are, the more slavery, and below you are, the top you are, the more light skin you should be. So
but
these
that's
people,
reality, though. That's reality.
That's not reality. That's programming.
It
That's
is
how we've been
reality.
programmed.
It's not
It is
propaganda.
how we've been
Name
programmed. I'm not saying
wait. The
propaganda.
black
I'm saying it
nations.
is the way we've been programmed in
Listen,
believing. But
the
it's not
black
reality.
nations are
And
poorer
so
than
these people, they have the power to come together economically and socially to say, no, 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 no. Even if me and these white people hate each other, we will not let this dark-skinned person be on top of us.
So
And
I have a
that's why they
question for
cannot.
you. I have a question for you. Hold
Black
on.
people, Me and Chief were working in the same company and in Nigeria, and then they imported a white British person to become our director. Do you think me and you we have that power to come and say we cannot allow this white man to be our boss? Do we have
Bro,
that
what
power?
you're doing here, you see, you need to come on, man. Come on, stop it, man. You're making, when I listen to you guys talk about racism, the only example you were giving was isolated experiences. Like how you walk into a place, a white person say this to you, individual say this to you. But now what you're trying to make it is, oh, racism is only a group act. It's a group action. Right? You're making it look like racism is not individuals act. It's just a group action only. But that wasn't your argument earlier. The example you were giving earlier was, oh, you walk here, this white person call you this, oh, this white person this, and then now you're telling me a black person cannot do the same thing. That's a lie. We all can do it.
You're not
And secondly, wait. Secondly, it is a fact that the black countries are poor than white countries. The blacks are underperforming.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's
and wait. If they look at you as you are underperforming, I'm outperforming you, and I look down on you. Blacks that are outperforming other blacks also look down on those blacks that think they are outperforming. It's a human nature. Wait, in Africa, ethnic groups that are outperforming another ethnic group, we look down on them. It's natural for people to look down on people that are underperforming. So if you're saying, you can't say it's the brainwashing that they think they look down on all, they conditioned to see us as people that are not underperforming. It's a fact, it's a reality that we are underperforming in Africa. So there's no way
I'm sorry.
The rich naturally don't respect the poor. So if they see themselves as richer people and they don't respect you, you have to earn your respect. Respect to be earned. Let's go to Africa, let's advance, and then we can earn respect. Chinese people used to be disrespected 50 years ago because they were very poor. They were the poor. China was the poorest country in the world. They used to make commercial making fun of Chinese people in America and Europe. Today, they can't do that anymore. They respect the Chinese because the Chinese have pushed themselves up and have earned their respect to the point where Russians respect Chinese people than they respect their other Europeans.
Let me tell you one thing. You're talking. Let me tell you one thing. Africans right now are more educated than 40 years ago. You see, so Africans, where I am right now, I've worked for 4 years. If I was underperforming, they would have kicked me out a long time ago.
No, as a group, you're underperforming. Don't give me that individual rubbish. As a group, you are underperforming. So you get stereotyped according to the image of your group.
Mike, honestly, it's so unfair. It's an unfair argument, honestly, because you need to look at it. It's more complicated than what you make it to be right now. You're making this look simple, but it's not as simple as you're making it to be.
What do you mean? Can you be clear what you're saying?
Okay,
don't just use all these.
Okay. Racism, for example, the classic example of racism that my brother is talking about is racism based on discrimination based on your color skin, right? You know, where you are being disadvantaged, you know, because of your color skin, not because of your class. You know, you mixing class and race together.
No, I did not. I did no. I respond to what he said. Did you listen to what he said? I was responsible. He's the one making it about class. He's the one that switched from race to class. Because he's the one that switched from not skin color, but power and position and class. And I responded to him. So it's not me that made it about class. He's the one that made it about class. Because I asked him to define racism. He said black people cannot be racist. We don't have economic power. So he's the one that made it about class, and I debunked that. So don't accuse me of being the one that made it about class, okay?
Okay, I apologize. I take that back.
No, I didn't make it about class, man. You see, that's what he's not listening to what I'm saying. That's why I said we've been programmed. Even if you read the Bible, everything that is light-skinned and bright and light is white, is good and heavenly. Everything that is black is devilish and evil. Now, when somebody reads like that, when another race reads like that, what will they think of black people? When a black person reads that, they will say, so you mean that I look just like the devil? All these cartoons, whatever, the bad witch was what? Wearing black every time. The Snow White, I don't know who, the good people, were white people. So that's what I'm saying. We've been programmed in believing
and also,
JQ,
racism is based on lived experience sometimes. So what you experience, you know, in terms of racial discrimination and what Mike have experienced in his life is not, you know, it's probably the opposite or not the same. So you and him will never come to terms in terms of that lived experience. Does that make sense? Yeah. So my argument is we haven't experienced that, right?
What do
So
you mean
this
I
is
haven't
the problem
experienced
that
that?
we have within our
How
own
do you know I
community.
haven't
Because
experienced that?
it's not all black people been through racism. Is it? Some black people been in this country, they got on really well. Everything got on well, smooth for
No,
them.
no, no,
But
no,
some,
no, 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 no,
Mike,
no. I probably
because
experienced more
Mike lives
racism
in a
than you.
multicultural. He lives in the U.S.
okay.
multicultural country.
No,
I
no,
live in a
no, no.
predominantly
How do
white.
you not
I
live
live
in
in
New
a
York?
predominantly white country. And New
I'm.
York even much better. Did you say New York?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, bros?
Me, I mean,
I probably experienced more racism than you. I literally, bros. Not only did I live among entirely white environment, I also was in the U.S. military where I was under white and racism. I experienced it. And now let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Reason why I begin to look at it as, you know what? Maybe it's not a skin color thing. It's just mentality and ignorant and personal issue. Is
no,
because
it's just skin.
in
It's just
Europe, in America, right? As an African, when we came here, not only were we expressing racism from the whites, we also expressed racism from the blacks.
then
They
where
Yeah,
is
all
that's the
that?
same.
wait,
That's the
wait, wait,
same in
wait,
Where
wait.
is
England.
Oh,
that?
bro, stop. Chill out, chill out, chill out,
It was the same
chill
in
out,
England.
chill
Go
out,
on.
chill out.
It's the
And
same
so
in Nigeria.
oftentimes, even the blacks were more racist to me than the whites. So it was more, and I begin to look at it
That
as
is more, Mike.
Because
That's
of
more
self-hate.
discrimination.
That's what
That's
I said.
discrimination, not
Self-hate. We have
racism.
self-hate. That's the problem we have.
oh,
Self-hate because of the
bro, bro, bro,
programming.
bro. No, wait, wait. What I'm trying to express to you here is
Yeah.
that we can also argue that the whites is just self-hating like your fellow human. What I'm trying to express to you is that people do things because the way they see you, right? Or their perception and their ignorance and their own personal inferiority complex. That's why they act that way. So we can't say it's something peculiar to just one group of people. It's human nature.
No, I think,
Literally,
man.
literally, I will be around. I will be around. I'll be in an environment where the whites will call me monkey, and the black Americans also call me monkey, and to the point where sometimes I will see even the black Americans will even be more racist to me than the whites, and I'm like, okay, so this thing maybe it's not really about skin color. It's just the perception and their individual ignorance and just So
You are Mike.
the way,
Mike,
talking total posh.
but I'm
You
telling you
don't
the truth. No,
understand the
no, the truth
difference.
is
You are talking total tosh.
it's a bitter pill to
No, it's
swallow.
not bitter truth. What you are trying to confuse is
I'm not confusing. I'm telling you experience,
hold on. Let
reality.
me say no. That's your this thing. I understand what you are saying on that front,
So why are you
but you
telling me I'm
can't
talking
conflate it.
bullcrap then?
Hold on now. Hold on. You can't conflate it with a people. This in ganging up together based on race, which is clear cut on the map today. You can see it with your own eyes. Stop pretending as if it doesn't exist. It doesn't mean in Nigeria we have tribalism too. When you see that African Americans discriminate against you, there's a difference there. When you
So now,
compare it
did
between
I
the
say
races, no, because you are trying to confuse it.
what am I confusing?
Between the
I'm
races,
presenting reality. I'm
there's a
confusing
difference
something.
between the races. No, because
Did I
there's
say there's no
tribalism.
difference?
There's tribalism, but there's racism is different from tribalism. Don't you
No,
get
it's the
there's a
same
difference
thing.
there?
No, it's the same
Oh, you
thing.
see that? You see that? It's
Okay, describe the
discrimination.
difference.
It's a form of the way they are the same is a form of discrimination. But when it's
Okay,
operating on
isn't
a
that what
racial
it's all
level,
about?
hold
Isn't
on.
that
When
what
it's
it's all
operating,
about?
hold on. But
But
when
I would
it's
say,
operating on a racial level, don't start confusing the argument when people are talking about racism for tribalism. Stop
It's
confusing
the
the two.
same thing. You discriminate against people. It's the same thing.
No, yes, it's the same thing on a discrimination level,
The
but
only
on a
difference is
racial,
that one is
hold
just
on,
the
on a
skin, the other
racial
one is
level,
just.
it's not the same thing. Don't you get it? It's like a family having trouble among themselves, but if a stranger
Well,
comes
we
in,
can also
the
argue that
discrimination
it's a
is
human
different.
family having trouble among themselves.
Oh my, yeah,
Can I
it depends on
interject?
how you look at it, but you have to look at it from the point of view they are talking about because you're trying to confuse it.
It's the same thing. There's no confusion.
Can I
No, of
interject,
course it's the
Tunanja?
same thing.
If
On
if
on
I
the,
if
on
I
that
if I
higher
say I
level,
don't
it's the
like
same thing.
people that don't look like me, I mean that's not my same as
No,
I
but
do.
Mike
Let
Mike did admit
What,
racism
what,
engineer
exists.
I don't like when people
So
confuse stuff. They
I
just
parked my
pretend as if
There's
they
no
don't
argument.
confusion.
understand.
There's
Tonight,
no
we're
confusion.
all
It's the
talking of
same thing. I'm
ourselves.
telling you human
Stop.
psychology. It's
Yeah,
human.
Let's say we're all human beings now. Let's all dance and hunky dory.
Yeah, hang
Are
on,
they
guys.
going to treat us like that?
Let's let
They won't,
engineer go ahead, Niger.
because we are not all
Let him
we are
say
not
something.
all humans. At some point, they see us as different,
Click
even if
person.
we are all human.
Tunanja, my brother.
Press
But now you should know who Mike is now.
He just comes and tries to confuse
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question, guys. Please, one question, real quick. please, one quick question. One quick question. How? You are a Fulani.
But you can't get it very cheap like this. It's almost like 30 kilometers.
Midwest, give me a second. Just one question. Okay.
Let's go.
This guy, how here? He's a Fulani.
This is executive car.
I know.
Let's go. Big man like you, and I give you receipt. Your company will pay. Let me also have some tips, Please. Let's go.
Let me ask you a question real quick.
I'm going now, please. Mike.
Yeah, let's go.
Let Mike ask his question.
Let me ask you a quick question real quick. How? You are a Fulani. You are a Fulani, right?
Yes, sir.
Who do you think come after you more, hate you more? The white man or the Igbos?
Based on what I see on the internet, the Igbos, yeah.
The Igbos hate you more. Okay, thank you. All right.
Yeah, based on what I see on the internet, yes.
Thank you. Tunajaya.
You see what you are doing. You are conflating two different things again. When families are fighting amongst themselves, it's different from when another family member, somebody from another family fights the same family.
Igbo man see Fulani as a family, right? The Igbo see Fulani as family, right?
You seem to understand when people are talking on a racial level, you just bring it down to tribal level. Because you can't help yourself, and that is what you are, Mike. You are a tribal.
No, you can't help your low IQ. That's your problem.
In a tribal level, Mike. There's
no level. It's the same thing. Discrimination is the same thing. There's no level in it.
Okay, we are all human beings now. Why are we not the same as them? Answer me that. Riddle me that.
Obviously
We are
have a
human
high
beings. Why are we
IQ
not the same as them?
Why are you asking that question?
So there are differences. Now you acknowledge there are differences. I don't understand how these people are just being facetious. There are different levels of identity.
When you say Bantu, you say Nilot.
When somebody's speaking on the racial level, you have to respect
don't know the
on the
difference.
racial level. Stop acting as if you are a little bit retarded. When somebody's talking on a racial level, you bring it down to tribal level.
Tunaja, you see Fulani, I say Igbo, I say
My
different,
brother,
right?
I'll be leaving you guys. Hopefully, I'll relocate with you guys maybe later at night. Baba, take it easy with Mike. You can argue
Engineer
that with
Alpha,
Mike.
a long time no see. Don't jump money, you gonna run.
I'll be back. I'll be back full time soon. No, I'll be back full time, honestly.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Have a lovely evening.
All right, Engineer.
Take care, bro.
Yeah, bye-bye. Bye.
Tanaja, but you know why? Okay, look, Tanaja, are you going to compare? Do you think the Bantus, when they're expanding, looked at the Khoisans and they thought they were themselves as equals?
Of course, they didn't see them as equal. That is how it works. Europeans didn't see each other as equal when they went into the Second World War. But yeah, they know how to kick our backsides when they need to, because they know there is a different family. You have to know how to operate at certain levels. You can't just pretend as if there are no levels in society. There are no hierarchies. That is what Mike is confusing.
What am I confusing?
Hierarchy.
Is the Russia not aligning with the Chinese to kick? Is Russia not working together with Chinese to kick?
Niger. One place I would defend Mike.
Hello.
His internet is off.
Yeah, even the internet doesn't want you to defend Mike. Mike, you are doomed. It's all right. It's all.
The funny thing about you guys that make this argument, you contradict yourself a lot. Like the brother.
You're not contradicting. You are the one contradicting yourself.
Joe contradicted. Wait now. Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you share the same definition as Joe that racism is about power? You have to have power. That black people cannot be racist. That racism, you have to have power. Do you share the same?
I think some people decide to define it like that because they believe that you have to couple it with power before it can be racist. But personally, I guess maybe there's some truth there, because you have to be able to do damage to some other person using your own, because of just racial stuff to do damage.
Do you accept that only the powerful can be racist?
I think you can discriminate, but racism
I say is the only the powerful can be racist.
To Niger.
I don't necessarily see.
Okay. Let me ask another way. Can the non-powerful be racist?
To Niger, what I meant.
Hold on. There are two definitions of racism.
You don't know how to answer questions. Just like dancing. Just give us an answer.
No, because you want me to give you an answer that I'm not very clear about.
Okay, don't know. Okay, when you get it, then come back and answer.
To Niger, can someone from Soweto go to the rich residential area of Cape Town and look down upon a rich person living there and discriminate?
Racism is not looking down. Racism is just disliking someone because their skin is different or their whatever it is
That's
different.
prejudice. That's prejudice.
What?
It's a form of prejudice. That's a form of prejudice, and this is what I think people.
This guy is not to
see,
speech words, man.
No. I'm telling you.
The one why
I'm
people
telling
agree
you.
to is not prejudice, right? It's not prejudice.
Yeah, I think there are some type of racism that is based on race, not on tribe or even.
So how
Say they are superior.
how do you know the racism, the one is based on race and the one is based on
I
prejudice?
think this is why they said it has to have a component of power. I'm not very clear about it, but see, in my own case, I don't even subscribe to the concept of racism per se in terms of, oh, you are discriminating against me because you don't like me or all kinds of stuff. It's all about power. If you have power, the other side is going to respect you a bit more. That is what it is.
We're not asking you that respect.
Mike, hold on. This is why people tie it to power, because when you have power, people are not going to be able to discriminate against you.
No,
see what I mean?
What you want to say is that when you have power, you're more effective. You understand? It's more effective. Yeah, of course. Power in anything is more effective, but it doesn't change. It doesn't change the definition. That I don't like you because your skin is different. I don't like you because your tribe is different. But when you have power, it's more. It's kind of like wait. It's kind of like Give me a second. It's like a tribalist, right? It's like one regular Igbo guy that's tribalist to me, like Pansat. He doesn't have power, right? But a Igbo politician, like a senator, or let's say a powerful Igbo man like Allen Oyema that owns this airline. Now he banned me from entering his airplane. And let's say I now depend on his airplane to travel to my destination. He banned me. So he's a tribalist. Pansat, another Igbo man, he's also a tribalist. But his own tribalism, he has more power to effect the effect is more felt because he has more power. You understand? But it's still tribalism. So what you guys can tell me is that, okay, why people is in a more powerful position? When you are in their country, of course, they're in a very powerful position because you're there. So when they do racism towards you, yeah, it's going to hit you more. It's going to hit you more than if they're doing it to you when they are maybe in your country. You understand? So, and you in return, if a blacks does racism to a white person in its own environment, so it's going to hit the white man more. You understand? Because he knows that, wow, okay, I'm being stopped by this. Let's say a white man that has a company in Africa now. His truck has to travel, or his business, he has the business in from Lagos to, let's say, to Calabar, and he has to travel from his business, merchant has to travel from Lagos to Calabar. And let's say one tribe in Nigeria, like let's say the Sheki people don't like white people. Now they begin to say, okay, we don't like that white man, let's stop his truck. So our racism towards him, we affect him because we kill his business. So anyone can be racist, it's just your position, So the only difference is the reason why we are not being racist towards white because we are depending on them for a lot of things. But the day we become powerful, they'll begin to feel it too. They begin to feel our racism. The only reason we're not reacting is because we depending on them. So that's why we kiss their ass and we're trying to describe ourselves as people that are not racist by nature. It's a lie.
Mr. Mike.
When we become powerful, we become racist too.
Mr. Mike, sorry to cut you off. Let me ask you, I'm talking of personal experience.
Mm-hmm.
Where I was doing my business, a group of white guys came to me, told me, what am I doing here?
You're muted, man. I didn't hear you because you're muted. Yeah.
I said, a group of white guys came to me, told me that, why am I taking their jobs, their businesses, their money, their women? That's what they told me in front of me. Even my workers, that I'm not made to be here to be giving them orders. If it is you, what will you call it? Let me ask you this, Mr. Mike.
Okay, I'll give you another example of a group of Black Americans. They were asking me, what am I doing in America? I should go back to Africa.
Now.
Wait, go. Okay, what I would call there is discrimination. Racism is the same thing as tribalism, is the same thing. And that's why I'm trying to give you the same example, that exact same experience you had. I had it, wait, I had it with people that have the same skin color as me. If you think I'm lying, go and listen to Tariq Nasheed. He say, go and listen to some Black Americans. They will tell you.
No.
Wait, hold on. I'm telling you from Let me land. I'm trying to give you exact same experience I will experience from people that have the same skin color as me. I've had it. They'll take, go, you come here taking our job. Another example is South Africa. The xenophobia. The black South Africans are doing the same
Oh
thing.
yeah, I know
Are
what
they
you
not
mean now.
black
I know
like
what
you?
you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you guys talking about here, man?
I know what you mean. Tariq Nasheed, he's actually out there spreading hate against Africans.
Yeah, they say go back to.
He's
You know,
literally,
more black Americans tell me to go back to Africa than the white
literally,
even tell me.
yeah.
So what are you telling me, man? In South Africa, is it the white South Africans that are
No, Mr.
doing
Mike,
xenophobic
you
towards
did
you?
not answer my question. You did not answer my question very well.
I
Sorry
answered
to
your
cut
question.
you.
It is
Sorry to
discrimination.
cut
It
you.
is racism, but it's not peculiar to whites. Blacks do the same. It's human nature. Let's not make it about one group of
No, but
people.
Mike, racial discrimination and discrimination are two different. Being discriminated against,
It's
racial
just because
discrimination
of
is
a
racism. Discrimination,
I think you guys are actually helping showing how contradictory Joe was, because he always said the racist people are powerful people, and most people that do those things, I tell you, you're taking my job, go back to your country.
are the
They're usually
poor,
the
are
poor
the
people,
poor, are the
the
poor people.
poor.
No.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
no,
the poor are more
I can even
the
tell you
less
what happened in
powerful
the
are more
last.
racist than the
but
powerful.
Mike, is the poor saying it? But the racism itself is engineered by the rich and the think tanks. These are people that actually engineer these things. They set up ideology, they set up slogans, they set up codes. They set up different things to exclude others, other people of their race. It could be in terms of employment, it could be in terms of healthcare, it could be
Do
in
you know
terms of
what? Do you know
anything
what?
else.
They're looking for the best
Mr.
interest
Mike,
of their
Mr. Mike,
own group.
No. It's not to do with. I think I think Mike. Honestly, I don't think you
Mr.
understand the difference between
Mr. Mike, let me
racial
tell you what
discrimination and
happened to me
discrimination.
last month.
I will tell you the
The
difference
month
is
of
that
March.
one, the skin is different.
The
That's it.
month
The
of
skin
March.
color
The
is
month of
different,
March.
but it's
Yeah,
the same thing.
that's it.
But it's
And the
the same
racial
thing.
discrimination is what we're talking about here, Mike. You see?
Yeah, but man, I get it.
Mr. Mike,
But I'm trying to give you my argument that it's all humans. It's all
No,
humans,
that's
not
true.
peculiar to
I
one
mean,
group of people.
you know that
that's
the
true.
last
That's
March,
true. I agree with that. I
the
agree
last
with
month
that. But if you go back to
of
history,
March, they
sorry, my
forced
brother.
me to resign.
Sorry, man.
They forced me to resign.
One second.
They
One
forced me
second.
to resign in the board of meeting.
If you go back,
Yeah, do
can
you
you
know
hear
that,
me?
Mr.
Can you hear me?
Mike? They told me where I belong to.
We are
Even
sorry you experienced it.
the group of chairman. Then I decided to be.
We are sorry you
So,
experienced it, but
so
your
one
fellow
thing that
black can do it to you. Your own fellow
I can
black can do the same thing to you.
I
Is what I'm
can
trying to
align
tell
with
you.
Mr. Joe.
So my
I
coach
can
is saying
align
we
with
should just
Mr. Joe.
forgive the white man and move
No,
on.
I'm not telling you to forgive. I'm just trying to tell you reality here. Like in life, that's what you have to expect to experience. It's part of life. If you want to help yourself out of it, you're gonna get power. You
So,
understand?
Mr. Mike, is it bad? Is it bad to be on top? Just I want to ask you. Is it
It's
bad to
not
be on
bad to
top?
be on top. No, it's not bad. It's good to be on top. And again, don't think I'm saying those guys were right too. Those people were wrong. What they did to you was evil. There's no question about that. But what I'm trying to tell you is people that look like you can do the same. So those individuals that did that to you, those were evil individuals. But don't make it look like it's things that's peculiar to one race of people. Only those race of people can do it. And I'm telling you that any race of people can do the same. Even including people that share your own race, they can do it. That's the point I'm trying to make here.
No, I mean, I think you're making a good point. But what is missing here is that the type of discrimination, racial discrimination that we're facing at the moment and throughout history is quite unique to us, yeah, as people of color, of African children.
I don't
Yeah.
hope that you should express it one day.
And
Sorry to say,
I have experienced it for both white and black.
No,
And that's
there,
what I'm
there are
saying.
levels. There are levels. There are levels. When you're
Yeah, I
in
know
top,
there are levels of
let me tell
pain.
you, the system
There are
I
different
made, I kept in this. There's a system I brought down in the country that I live. For the past 3 years, they've been using the same system I brought down. The problem I had, I did not secure it. I did not secure the system. They told me that's why even in my company today, I have to employ 3 different types of CEO that are not even my color. White.
So this happens to you in France, right? This is happening to you in France. Is this happening to you in France?
Yes.
Yeah? Yes. But you sat here all day. You were talking about Russia. As if Russia is the only racist place. So now you're telling, and the other day you came here yesterday. I was listening to you. Wait. I was listening to you yesterday. You were defending France and saying Africans are the problem. The French gave you this. The French gave you opportunity.
You are not ready.
But today you are saying it. So
We are not
So,
happy,
so
Mr. Mike.
so
I
the
can still
friends
tell you
they
that
can
we are
also
not
give you
ready.
something, but you are focusing on the one they're taking from you. So,
Let me
so,
tell you,
so
Mr.
you
Mike. Let me tell you something, Mr. Mike. One thing we Africans that's in the diaspora, we have to go back home. That's what I used to say to everyone. We have to go back home.
okay? That's what we
Stay
should be
here, even
talking
though you
about
make
then.
all your money, even though you make all the whole monies in the whole world, they will still tell you where you belong to. That's it. That's it.
And
Because of
even
even
when
if
you
I
go back to
went to
Africa, your other ethnic group will tell you where you belong to. If you go to
it's not the same. It's not the same thing, my brother. Mike,
it's
it's
the
not the same thing.
same.
It's not
It's
the
the
same.
same. The only difference is that the skin color is different. It's the same. If you go back to Africa, you go to Kukuyu land or whatever, or South Africa, they will tell you where you belong, my friend. You belong in Nigeria. Then when you get to Nigeria, you go to Nupe land, they will tell you, guy, you're from, I don't know where you're from. They will tell you where you're from. They will remind you where you're from. So it's
Yeah,
human
but
nature, my friend.
you say again, Mike. Again, you're mixing two different things here.
It's the same thing. The only difference is the skin color is different. That's it. Come on.
Yeah, yeah, but that's not just. It's not just
No
because the
one said it's
reality
just.
is
I don't know why you guys keep doing this straw man argument. I'm not here to say it's just. It's bad, but my base of my argument is that this
yeah.
thing can happen to you
No, I
anywhere,
agree.
by
I agree with
anybody.
you. What is I agree to the way you narrated it. Definitely, you narrated it well because you might say, "Oh, white man is racist," but when you go to Africa, then you live in some. For example, if you're northern going down in southern Nigeria, they'll tell you, you don't belong to the south. You belong to the north. If you go to the north, they'll tell you, you don't belong to this part of the north. You belong to the other side of the north. I
That's
understand that, but
tribalism. That's
but
tribalism. That's tribalism.
yeah,
That's
and
tribalism.
that's tribe
That's not
discrimination,
racist.
and that's discrimination that's not visible, right? As a black person, the racial side of it is visible, and also in terms of Europeans, they might be discriminating on you or discriminating on other themselves. Like the English, I don't know if you know England very well. The Welsh are the more native, and the Scottish, they're more native to this land in the Great Britain, and the Irish than the English. The English are the invaders, right? The Welsh don't like the English. I go to Wales every day. Yeah, the thing that they say about the English people is unbelievable. Yeah, you wouldn't even think they actually live in the same country, right? But I bet you any money, yeah, if we come down to between Welsh, if a black man and a Welsh and an Englishman, the Welshman is gonna pick the Englishman. The Englishman is gonna pick the Welshman over the black man
Because
anytime,
they're
bro.
closer. Because they're closer.
Huh?
Yeah. See that you have to understand. Yeah, people we okay. For example,
Or the
wh- wh-
the Eastern European white man, the Slavic man, which is different
how
race to the
how
no, let me just, or to the Iberian, they will stick together against the black people, even though they fight in one another. We don't have that. We
okay.
don't have that.
We
So
should. I get it. I get
yeah,
your
that's
point.
our
We should.
downfall. That's our downfall, Mike. So yeah,
That's where you and I agree that we should.
yeah,
Now, here's the deal. Within your family, right? You start with, oh, I take it before my brother will take it. And then when your cousin wants to take, you give your brother before your cousin, right? And then
yes,
when someone that's not related, as your neighbor, wants to take,
yes.
no, you give your brother and your cousin before you give your neighbor's child, right? And then when someone from another neighborhood, another house wants to come, no, you give your neighbor, your brother, your cousin, your neighbor before you give that person from the other block. Now, someone from another state or another country, another tribe, you give yourself, your brother, your cousin, and your tribe member, who's your neighbor,
That's
before you give that
tribalism.
person. So it start with it's called
That's tribalism.
wait, hold on, let me learn. The first law of nature is self-preservation. So you want to first protect yourself and those that are closest to you before those that are far from you. So that example you gave about the Welshman, we're not looking for the Englishman before you look out for the African. Because now the Englishman, when the African now come in the picture, and I remember that, oh, I'm more closer to the Englishman than the African. So let me take care of the Englishman first. So these things are human nature. So where I agree with you is that we have to acknowledge that, recognize that this is where the world works. So if we Africans want to deal with the
So if that's the
racism
case,
of the
so why did they
Europeans,
choose the Chinese? Yeah.
hmm,
Why did they choose the Chinese over the African when we're more closer to them than the Chinese? Why?
because the
Exactly.
Chinese are more
Good question, man.
progressive. It's progress. The Chinese has more to offer. The Chinese
It's
has
not that
power.
we have self-hate because we hate ourselves
I
because
don't.
of the
No, but it's a
programming.
lie.
I don't.
Let me.
I don't know. I don't
How?
know.
Let me tell.
Yeah,
How?
yeah.
Listen. You know. Let me give you a piece of advice. what this world comes down to, what life comes down to, is resources, power, interest. That's what it comes down to. That
No,
person
I
that don't
agree.
like you,
I agree.
listen, the person that doesn't like you, the only reason he doesn't like you is because he doesn't see you as an asset. He either see you as a liability. You are either an asset or a liability to someone. Even you in your daily
Yeah.
life, the people, anyone you want to be closer to, is someone you see as an asset to you. Like, oh, this person here can take me somewhere or something to offer me or have some power there. I can't want to get. Then you look at another person that's going to beg you for money, or
Yes.
it's just that this one is going to take from you because he's going to either beg you or he's trying to steal from you, or he has nothing to offer you. You're going to have less respect for him, regardless what he looks like. He can look exactly like you. If you run into someone in the street that looks just like you, like your identical twins, and he's going to be begging you for money, and see another person that looks completely opposite as you, and he has something to offer. He has a job to offer you. He has a business to offer you. He has something to offer you. You're going to pick the guy that doesn't look like you because he's an asset. The other one is a liability. So that's
Right.
how the
Okay.
world. That's how the world see everybody. And when you guys go to
Mike, can
Europe,
I? Yeah.
hold on.
Can I
When you
give
go
an
to Europe,
example after? Yeah. Okay.
yeah, I will let you go. When you
Okay.
Africans go to Europe, when you go there, a lot of the Africans that go there, they're going there to look for opportunity, looking for job. So the people in that society are like, oh, this guy here coming here to take, you are a liability. Whereas another person from a rich country, let's say Dubai people go there. When the Dubai people go there, they are different race as well. They see them as, oh, these guys are tourists. They come in with money. They come in something to pump into our economy. So they're going to treat them a little different from the way they're going to treat you because they see one as an asset and the other one as a liability. So that's why you guys experience so much racism in Europe because they see you guys as migrants that are liability.
Are
Okay,
you
go
sure
ahead.
about that, Mike? Are you sure about that? When we actually giving them all our most of our mineral resources for free,
They're taking it for
and
free. That's
no, but
they know they don't
exactly.
need you
So
to take it.
so basically, what your argument there
Mikey,
just
Mikey, I
now
just want to
does not
contradict
add.
yourself.
It
You're
does not
contradicting
adds
yourself.
up.
He
You
hands
know,
up. He hands up.
no,
Listen,
it doesn't because we are giving them. They're not even buying it from us, or we don't. We actually are giving them for free, almost.
exactly.
But
That's
then
why they
it's
don't
still,
respect you because you don't have power. They know they
yeah.
don't. You don't have power. Exactly. So again,
That's
power
what
is
Mr. Joe was saying. If you don't have the power, you understand?
no.
Now, like as for now, you are now realigning with Mr. Joe now.
No,
You
I'm
are
not
now
realigning with him. No. I'm not realigning with him. I'm saying power is what people respect. Power is not what I like to be racist or not. Power is what people respect. Is what I'm saying. You, someone knows that what he wants from you, he doesn't need you much to take it from you. So he's not going to respect you. But what that person wants from you, if he knows that he needs you before he can get it, that's when he's going to respect you. For example, if you have your money, if you have money in your house and you have money in your bank, like one person has money in his house, like stack of money in his house, another person has the money is money in his bank account, right? And I know that one that has the money in his house, I have the his house is always open. I have access to his house. I can easily take that money, right? Without even asking him. I'm not gonna go up to him and show him respect, like, hey, go part out to him that hey, I want to earn your money. But another person that has his money in the bank where I don't have a reach to that money. If I want that
That's what
money,
we just feeling, Mr. Mike. You are just
I'm trying to
contradicting
tell I'm
yourself.
trying to tell you, I'm trying to tell you that the other guy that I can access his money, I have to go and respect him for me to earn his money, to get his money. Because I need his money. So I need to go and respect him, ask him for a job, work for him so he can pay me his money. But the other guy that has his money laying around where I don't need him to get his money, I can just pick it up. I don't have to go and talk to him with respect or trying to earn job from me, get a job from him or anything. I just
Mr. Mike,
take
do
it.
you know that
So in the
every
case of Africa,
day
they know
in
they
my
can take
house,
your
every
stuff.
day where I live, every day where I live, do you know that many whites comes down to the front of my gate and start knocking? What are they asking for? Jobs. And then I used to tell them that I'm not your government. I'm not your government, even though I'm cool with people. I'm not
Let
your
me ask you a
government.
question. Let me ask you a question. Those white people that are knocking on your door to ask you for a job, do they start calling you monkey or disrespecting you? They will not because they need a job
No, no,
from
no, no,
you.
no, 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 no,
Those
no.
ones
Don't
will
say
not
that.
do. They
Don't
do it behind
say
your
that.
back.
Don't say that. Don't say that, Mr. Mike. I don't want to say many things on air. I've heard them saying things that they're not supposed to say. You understand? So
To
I
your
understand
face.
language
To your face.
because they're
They,
afraid of me.
exactly. They're afraid of you, so they will say to your face. So they respect you. They will call you sir, right? They give you
That's what
respect.
Mr. Joe was saying. Because of there is power, When you have money, you have power, Mr. Mike. You understand?
Exactly.
So
Now you're saying what I'm saying. Now you're saying what I'm saying, Mike.
Well, I'm
I
saying
said
what?
You have
racism
to
is
call a board meeting to
showing
make me to resign
power
the
and
motor.
economical power. That's what I said.
They
No,
made
no,
me to
no,
resign
no.
from
This
my
is what
post.
you said, Joe.
Mike,
Sorry,
you're the
Joe.
one contradicting. You're saying Joe is contradicting, but you're the one who is
No,
contradicting.
Joe is the one
Come on,
contradicting.
no.
Wait.
Come
Let me.
on, my
Okay.
brother.
Wait. This is what Joe said. This is what Joe said. Black people cannot be racist. That's what he said. And I said, yeah, no, black can be racist. And then he said
That's
black.
true. We have to.
That's what he
Blacks
said.
are
And I said black
tribalism.
can be racist. And then he's telling
Racism
me,
is not
the
Tribalism.
no.
racist.
Blacks are tribalism, not racist.
No, black can be racist. He
Tribalism.
can be racist.
Blacks are
Anyone,
tribalism.
he's the same thing. Gross. You even making you if you're saying that, then you're making black man look like even
No,
foolish and
Mike,
devilish man.
tribalism and
Because if you,
racism are not the same. Tribalism and racism are not the same. Definitely
so
not. One is
They are
visible,
not the same in
one
the
is visible, one is not. You know,
one is
so you can't
visible, one
compare
is
them.
not. What do you mean one is visible, one is not? You can't see
Right.
tribalism, but you can see racism.
tribalism is just socialism.
Everybody can see what race you belong to, but not everybody can know to tell what tribe you belong to, right?
What the hell are you talking about?
Tribalism are just like so as a social or political
If
group.
I see
In Africa,
someone
it's
now,
not
I
about
wouldn't know what tribe they come from, yeah, until they speak, right? Or they tell me what they come from,
But once you
yeah.
know, then
So
once you,
racism, someone could be racist to you by, that's a fact. You can't.
it's
It's
racism an
like being
action.
gay.
Is it?
Like
Wait.
when they
It's
say, "Oh, you
racism.
do not discriminate on black, grey, and whatever." No, not everybody can.
How?
Not everyone can see a gay person down the road and can tell that they're gay,
But it doesn't
right?
mean you can't discriminate
Some
against
people
them.
that are
But it
gay,
doesn't
they
mean you
have to
can't.
tell you that they're gay,
Your argument is not even coherent.
right?
It doesn't cohere what we're saying. Listen, act of
What I'm trying to
discrimination.
say is, racism is more visible, yeah, based on your color skin, right? That's what it means. Race. It's like racism, right? Between black, white, Chinese, Indian, and stuff like that. Tribalism is the same race within within its own groups that
that's
actually
social group of
discriminating
people.
on one another.
Well, that's
That's
a
Yeah,
different.
tribalism.
so you cannot
But
mix the
the
same thing,
act.
Mike.
Wait now.
No one will agree with that, Mike. It's a
How?
false definition. Yeah,
Is
I'm
racism?
listening, bro.
Is it an act or is it just a perception? Is it an act?
It's an act based on
Okay, thank you. But wait now.
color skin.
Okay, thank you. So if you're saying you can see someone as racist, whatever. It's not when they see you that the racism take place, right? It's when they do it that it takes place, right? You agree with me? It's not you can't say when they see
Well,
you.
yeah, like some
But you are
white
saying
people
you
that
can see no, but what you are trying to tell me that you can see a black person. I know that it's black, but you can't see someone from another tribe. I know that it's from another tribe. That's why, it's not the same. No, we are telling you that the act is the same. When you act tribalist or someone from another tribe, that's when tribalism is taking place. It's not when you see them, it's when you act it. The same with racism. When you act racist towards someone from another race, is when racism is taking place. It's not when you see them. It's not when you see
yeah, but
them that it's taking place.
no, I okay, that make bit of that. Okay, I might agree with some of that definitely. But what I'm trying to say is, Mike, if someone see you down the road now, yeah, they're not gonna. If as a black person, yeah, racist people will see for miles away. If they don't like black people, they start that was triggered straight away, right? But if you're gay or you belong to a different tribe, people will not be able to discriminate on you based on those things until they find out. So it's not the same concept, right? And also, I'll give you an example of these things, right? In the UK, yeah, perfect example. Recently, police force has been down. They wanted to recruit about 200,000 new police force in the UK. This is just one of the tiniest example of daily racism in the UK, right? So in the UK, they got what they call uh, an Employment Equality Act. Yeah, it's entrenched in their law. Yeah, that if you employ certain amount of races or some certain amount of people, yeah, you have to mix it based on the demography of the country. Yeah, so if in London, yeah, you got to try and make sure if you're employing people, 40% of that workforce come from black and ethnic minority, and the 60% come from white, because that's the population of London, right? But what they discovered, the police force were getting applications coming from black and Asians that are actually overqualified. Then all their criminal check come really squeaky clean for what you need for a good police force, right? And exactly what the government what the system was asking for. But what the police force was doing, they was getting rid of most of the black and Asian applications, yeah, that is overqualified, unqualified for the job, and employing the whites that are underqualified and also with criminal records. It's only a year later, they realize they've done the wrong things because they have what they call independent audit. And when they audit the application, they realize the police force was racially discriminating on black and Asian based on recruitment, on employment. And they thought that's not right because there are lawyers in this country that will take the system to court. Yeah?
Yeah,
So they
yeah,
have to.
yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah,
So,
that exists,
yeah.
but no one is denying
Yeah.
that those. Wait, no one
Yeah,
is
but
denying.
that's what we, Mike, that's what we're talking about here. I hope you understand the
I
concept of what we're talking
understand. I get
about.
it.
Okay,
It's
okay,
okay.
okay.
Let me.
I'm done. I'm glad you understand what we meant now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I know that there racism going on in Europe. It's happening. There's no question about that. But
Yeah,
we
more
have to
than
understand
America,
the circumstance.
more than America, Mike.
Well,
Honestly,
maybe
you live in
more. I
a
don't
much
know. I
faster.
never lived there. It could be more. I don't know. But
Yeah,
the fact of the
yeah.
matter is,
Trust me.
the fact of the matter is, these
Yeah,
things
this is land.
exist.
Yeah.
And when something exists, when something affects you, right? The first thing you want to do is study it, understand it. Once you get the understanding of it, then you can solve it. You understand? And unfortunately, that's one reason why we don't solve problem in Africa. The thing is, when we see something, we just react and express emotion, and then we move on. We don't try to study it, get a full understanding of it, so that way we can say, "Oh wow, for us to hand this, for us to do something about this, we understand this." And that's what I'm trying to give
I
here.
agree. I agree with you
The
on
the
that.
fact of the matter is the reason why, like this thing you're experiencing, right? If you talk to our grandparents' generation, they will tell you the same thing. Like when I go look. The reason why I'm talking like this is not because I want to be a contrarian or I just want to be anti-black or anything. The reason why I'm talking like this is I'm trying to help black people to understand that. Listen, for you to change something, it's not by complaining and complaining and complaining. And why am I saying this? Like when I look at my grandparents' generation, when they were in England, right? When they were living in Europe, even in Africa, in America, all over the world, they were experiencing this same thing, this whole discrimination from other race, from white people. And all they did was complain, and just say, oh, racism, racism, racism. They didn't study the whole thing. I understand that, oh, this is why this is this, and this is where we can solve it. So our great grandchildren, our grandchildren will not experience it. They didn't do that. All they did was just make a bunch of speeches, gather around and cry about it and march and protest. That's all they did. Now, today, I'm seeing the grandchildren's generation doing the same thing. Sitting around, talking about racism exists. Let's expose it. Let's expose it. Let's talk about it. Let's point finger at it. Let's cry. Let's march and protest. I'm like, okay, you can't do this because if you do this, you're not solving the problem. If you want to
No.
solve the problem, you have to first study the nature of it, understand where it's coming from. And once you get the full nature of it, full
Yes.
understanding of it, then you can begin to make steps to change it. And that's why I'm
Yes.
trying to make you explain that this thing here is human nature. Once you get it in your mind that this is human nature, and human nature is not going anywhere, it's going to go on forever. They can try to paint it different ways so that way you think, oh, it's changing or it's progressing. It's not going anywhere. So I'm trying to tell you that the solution to making sure your grandchildren don't have to come and sit around and be complaining is to know that once you become a powerful people, they're gonna respect you. You won't have to cry about their racism. Your grandchildren, once you make a steps today to position your grandchildren in a place where they don't need these people for anything. In fact, these people have to come to them. Then your grandchildren will not sit around and be crying about some people that they don't
No,
go through for.
I totally agree. This is why I said, in fact, last time I went on Brandon platform, I was saying to African American brothers, why are you keep complaining to the same people that done wrong to you, and you keep going to them and crying and crying and crying? They're not going to attend to you. The same people that done wrong to you, and you're gonna go around marching and going back complaining to them, just to change things. It's not gonna happen that way. The best way you can things will change is from the belly, from our continent, from the bottom up, until that
Exactly.
until that we solve that. We're gonna keep crying to the white man all the time, and they could keep victimizing us, crying, patting our back. Oh, you'll be alright. It's only a few days. I will change. And then
How?
next a few days later, and they keep doing the same thing to us. We never learn.
How? Imagine this, right? We're the Africans, right? We decide like, okay, you know what? We want to get our brains together, figure out how to manufacture, make things, develop our economy, use our minerals to our resources to keep it to ourselves, to use it for ourselves and manufacture and advance and become this top economy in the world, right? We start thinking like that, start strategizing how to do that, and we start working on it. And in the next maybe 20 years, we start to do it, and then we develop. We don't have to go to Europe, go to America, or go to these countries, right? And now they find themselves in a position where our uranium, we don't have to sell it to them because we're using it for ourselves. Our resources, we don't have to sell it to them. We're using it for ourselves. And they don't have access to our resources anymore. And they become poor countries. Guess what's going to happen? Our grandchildren will be the one in very economically powerful position. And the poor Europeans will begin to flee to Africa because that's where resources and opportunities are. And guess what? When they bunch of poor white people coming to Africa looking for job, looking for opportunity, our children will be discriminating against them the same way they are discriminating against us right now. Because our children are going to see them as liabilities. Like these people here fleeing Europe to come and look for job in the street in Nigeria, in Sierra Leone. Our children are going to do the same to them. Like these poor people from Europe, go back to Europe. That's what I'm saying. His position. And wouldn't you rather be in that position?
Mike, I can't see that happening easily.
Exactly. Would you want your grandchildren, your great grandchildren to be in that position?
Mike, please let me add to it. Mike, we are already doing it in Niger. We are telling them leave, even when we don't have anything.
No, that Drew, you're wasting your time. You're gonna call them back very soon. Drew, that Niger shit is a matter of time. Niger will be calling them to come back. Because first of all, the Nigerians, they haven't even figured out to extract the uranium from their soil. And that's the uranium, their source of crop they're trying to explain them. They haven't acquired power. Those guys they just jump in the gun. They will soon call the white man to come back. Please come back. They depend on I
hope not.
No.
Do you know they are still? Do you know? Wait. Do you know? Midwest. Do you know that the money they are spending in Niger today is printed in France?
Or what?
They're still printing that money in France. That franca fee, whatever they call that currency. These guys haven't acquired power. They want to go and challenge. Yeah, they're still printing the money. Their reserve is still in France. Everything is still in France, but they are already. I agree. I love what they're doing. I love the spirit of what they're doing, but they are not there yet. They are not ready. It's not. It's just they are rushing.
Mike, I feel like Nigeria has failed this year. I feel like
no. Nigeria is not failed Nigeria. No.
I think they have.
You can't tell a powerless person that is failing another powerless person. We don't have power to save Niger, so don't say we failed them. If we had the power to save them, then you can say we're failing them. We don't have the power. Right now, none of us are powerful. We have to acquire power first. That's the mistake we have. You guys are making the same mistake of the previous generation, the Malcolm X, Nkrumah, all of them. They were good people, but they make big mistakes. They didn't focus. They want to challenge the Europeans. They didn't focus on acquiring power first, putting themselves in a powerful position first. They just went as a bunch of weak men, and they all got wiped out. And they gave Europeans more reason to even keep eye on the new generation to make sure to step up their game on stomping you down, because you challenge them without power. What you do is you see your enemy. You see the worst thing you do is run. It's like you want to fight a heavyweight boxer. The first thing you do is go to the gym and gain some strength and work out and train and prepare. And then before you go face him, you don't say, "Oh, I don't like this heavyweight boxer. You're out of shape," and you go and face him right away and knock you the fuck out. That's the mistake those guys made, and this new generation are trying to make the same mistake. We do exactly the same. Everybody want to be the next Nkrumah, the next Malcolm X, the next Sankara. No, you shouldn't be the next. Those guys should be different. Those guys failed. I'm not saying they're bad. They did it right. They're good people, noble men. They're noble people They are good people. They have best interest of their people. They are heroes, but they failed. Let's accept it because they didn't succeed. So why do you want to do the same thing? Why do you want to take the same step? Take a different step.
Mike, look at Mike. Let us look at it this way. Mike, please, Mike, just look at it this way. A country, a sovereign country, it's like people surrounded you. They tell you do it like this, do it like that, and you keep on doing it for years. You must take, whether you are weak or not, you have to stand up. And this is what these guys are doing. There's no chance for you to build. They're just around you.
No, you can't.
You can't do anything. No. So you must
can
start from somewhere.
Maybe you.
But the problem is that they have many strategies. They have.
My friend, you can't talk like this.
Yeah.
You see, that's the problem I have with African when we say.
What can we figure? At the moment,
okay. Listen. Because you as an individual haven't figured something out, doesn't mean we as people can figure something out. Somebody, what you need to do is, okay, what can we do? I don't know what we can do, but let me look among my people to find maybe somebody can figure something out. There's nothing impossible in this life. You can't just give up because you don't know it, and that's the way our leaders think. For example, the insecurity problem we have in Nigeria, the Nigerian leaders, they think there's no solution because they don't have the solution in their head.
Mike, you look at countries that manage to secure themselves, and today they are under sanction. What they did first was to keep their country from these people. They have to protect themselves. They have to secure their people. And
yeah,
that's how they were
they
able to develop on their own and keep secret. But a situation whereby a situation whereby a president of a country, the head of army you want to build, is headed by France, by law.
I get it.
And your reserve, when you want to spend it, where you want to make transfer, it goes through their central bank.
Okay.
So you must get rid of all these kind of things before you can.
You have to get rid of it. I agree with you.
It's a big trap. We are already in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have to, and there's no way you can get rid of it, except you have to chase France away, just the way they did.
No, you don't have to do the way they did.
The intelligence service will give you one tea or one sweet. You will take one tea, one cup of tea. That person's history, and tomorrow they bring another person.
I agree with you, but where I disagree with you, I agree with you that they have to change France away and they have to get out of that shit. They have to dig themselves out. But where I disagree with you is like the way they did. That's where I disagree with you. It's not the way they did. That's necessary. Let me not say I disagree with you. Let's see the outcome.
Okay.
Let's see the outcome before we judge. But what I'm saying that they did is they're doing it exactly.
The problem is that the first outcome.
Okay. Midwest. Do you know that the best teacher?
The first, yeah.
Do you know that? Do you know that? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I want to tell something important, but do you know that the best teacher is history?
Continue.
You know that,
continue.
You know that the best teacher in life is history,
yeah.
Right? The best teacher. Okay. In 1987, Thomas Sankara chased the French out, didn't he? In Burkina Faso. He chased the French out. He said, okay, get out, you're out. And the French left, just like they're doing right now. This thing that's happening right now just happened in the 80s. And the French left. What happened a few years later? The French were back in Burkina Faso. So these guys are doing exactly what that guy wants to be the next Sankara. He did exactly what Sankara did. Okay, get out. And okay, what's next? In fact, he was in a worse position than Sankara. You did it exactly as Sankara did it. If you had done it a different way, a different route, a different strategy, now I can say, oh, okay, I see something new. Now let me watch. But I'm like, this guy gotta be foolish. You just did exactly what Sankara did, and Sankara failed.
What? Listen, my brother. Okay, Mike, look at it from this way. Here come people who want to develop their land. And here come somebody that has power, that have a different plan, that you must never develop. That is the only way they can continue to make you. Now, your ancestors have signed so many agreements with them. Your reserve is with them. It means when you are making transaction to buy anything for your country, it goes through their central bank. They see where the money is going. You don't have secret when it comes to finance of anything. Okay.
We know all this now.
The second one is that you have an army, or the whole army. Okay, you have a lot of things they sign. Here come a very serious problem. They need to start doing things. And thank God for the internet. If not for this social media, my brother, by now those guys are history. I'm telling you. So those guys in the past were not having this media. They're not putting touch.
They would have wiped them out.
They are alive today because of this social media.
Yeah, social media gonna help them. Yeah.
By now they the whole of them would have been history.
I don't
And
necessarily
again,
think so. I don't
you see,
necessarily think so. Social media helped, I agree, but I don't think so because when Sankara kicked them out,
my brother, you
there
don't
was
know
no
what is
social
on
media.
ground.
Wait, there
You
was
have
no
never
social media.
watched these people history.
He dare me kick them out.
You never watch the documentary of their history.
Listen. This kicking out thing is not new in Africa.
Wait, you never really
Sankara
watch.
kicked
You
them
never
out
watch
of
the. Yeah,
Burkina
you
Faso
never
before.
watch
He
the
dare me kick them
documentary.
out of Uganda before.
Let's
It's not
forget
new.
about it. Let's forget about Idi Amin. Sometimes talk about other African leaders
No, I'm not talking about Idi Amin. I'm
have
just trying to give you an
approached this
example
in a
of
different
what
way.
you are saying
Who
today has
love their
happened
people,
before.
and they never succeeded.
Hmm?
Yeah, we know, but we should also agree that these guys have no choice but to start from somewhere. They must.
Yes, I agree with
And
you.
where they have to start from is first of all kick these people from there. Pull your central bank from there. Even when they are central, another person will come in again.
But guess what? They haven't
As a
put a central
foundation.
bank from them.
So I think
But
they have to make this sacrifice.
Midwest.
They are doing it. They're already doing it. They have to, and they are already doing it.
Midwest. You're not listening. I'm not disagreeing with you. We all agree. We are not stupid. We all agree
I'm
that
hearing.
these people gotta go. You gotta start from somewhere. Where we are disagreeing is the strategy. That's what we are disagreeing. And I'm making it clear. I just told you that history is the best teacher. And if you look in history and you see a misstep and you're taking the same step, you are not a good student of history. That's what I'm arguing against. I'm not telling you that they don't have to start from somewhere. They have to. But you don't make the same mistake of the past. You have to do it differently. Now, what do I see that they didn't do right?
Mike,
Let me
I
tell you
also
the problem,
agree with
Africa.
you.
Wait.
Mike, wait. You start. Mike, just give me a moment.
I can't
If
hear
I
you.
want to put this one, you talk from the part of strength. Hello. You start from the part of strength, having strength, having that strength to secure themselves. Are you hearing me? That's where you start from. And are you hearing me at all? Hello?
I'm hearing you, guys.
So there is no way these people can build strength.
What do you mean there's no way they can build
bullets
strength? That kind of statement are you making? Yeah? Explain to me how they can build strength. Explain.
How can you build a strength when your central bank, when you don't have a central bank to finance anything for you without those who
define strength.
You
define strength
there's no
first
way you
before
can
you go.
finance anything without no.
Excuse me. Define strength first. Let me know what strength you're talking about.
The strength I'm talking about, I don't want to go far. You just say strength, for example, having enough military to be able to secure your own country. I think that strength is what I'm talking about.
Okay, explain how
having that military capability.
Okay, explain.
That is the strength.
Let's stick to that military first. Okay, let's stick to that military first.
Yeah, there is no way.
Wait.
To build military. Okay, to build military, you need money. First thing you need is money.
Not only that. No.
And if your money is in a place where you make transaction, wait now, when you make transaction for any military purpose, they will just see it. Why is this man buying this stuff? That means you are no longer in line with them, because even when you want to buy bullet, you must take permission from them. It is like that.
Even if you have money, you have to take permission
just
from
imagine, how can you build strength?
Wait. Okay. Let me tell you this.
Because that is the law there.
Midwest.
The French colony is also only of
Midwest. Give me a second now. Give me a second. Listen, man. You say you need money to buy weapon. Okay, fine. And I'm telling you that even if you have money, it still doesn't mean you can buy weapon. Now, let me give you. Did you listen to the speech of the Burkina Faso's minister in the United Nations just last week? Did you listen to his speech? You know what he was saying? He was complaining that the West, they are blocking their access to buying weapons. And he was even giving all their strategies. We tell France to leave us because they're imperialists, and now we're trying to recruit 50,000 of our citizens to be security forces, into our security forces, and we're trying to acquire weapons, train them, and the Americans and the French, they are blocking the access to buying weapons. He was saying it in front of the United Nations, and I'm like, this guy is foolish. And then that's why I realized that, okay, you guys are so foolish. So you didn't think about this before you made that move. Now, that's why I asked you, that's why I told you that, even if you have money to buy weapons, it's still not enough. It'll stop you. What these guys should have done over the years is gather some of their brains, some of their smartest people, some of their scientists, and tell them to go and do research on how to make weapons, right?
This
Now
is why
they
this is
spent.
why
Wait
I
now,
rate this
wait,
is
wait,
why I rate
wait.
Buhari. This is why I like
Yeah.
Buhari, you know.
Mm.
That's why I like Buhari for what he
Let
did
me.
for yeah. Go on.
Yeah. What they should have, that's the first step, because you should have known that, hey, if we kick these people out, we're going to need to defend ourselves. I have maybe 1 million of our citizens volunteer, harm them to all be all over the country. If you can come in, you see any white person, you shoot them, because we all know what a Frenchman looks like, right? So you know that you're going to need our weapons. Now, to buy weapons, you have to go to the weapon manufacturing, which are the same people. And also, they can block your access to moving weapons to your country. What they could have done is spend at least 5 years to 10 years to get some of their best brain. They are graduates, they are physicists. I'm sure Burkina Faso have a lot of students that graduated from physics. Midway,
Sorry.
remember during the Biafran War? What did you people do?
Sorry, Mike. Two quick things. Anybody that is not speaking, please mute yourself so that your background noise does not interfere with the feed. And then, Mike, let other people come into the conversation. Just
Okay, let me make this point, and then I'll let someone else. Uh, you could have grabbed some of those brains and say, hey guys, go and do research on weapons, get some books about weapons and everything. And then they figure out how to make weapons, right? And then once they figure that out, and then you manufacture the weapons. And then so that weapons, you don't have to now depend on buying from someone where they can block you. And once you get the weapon now, you can secure your country, secure your mines and everything. And then you figure economic part trade part with maybe the adversaries of France, maybe the Chinese, the Russian, whatever, the route. You secure all of that. That's the first step you make, where you know that you're in a position of strength, where these people here, you don't have to depend on them for anything. That's where you have to start from. But they didn't start from there. They just went emotional and just kicked the French out. Bah! Now the French is just laughing. Like, okay, I know what you need now. You that can manufacture your own weapon. Now the French, now what they're doing is they are harming some rebel groups, and they will give them weapons to go and invade that country. Harmless people. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank Mike. At least wait, my brother. Let me put this one
Proxy.
there. Everything you just mentioned is money, and the most difficult
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but
aspect of it is that even to finance this kind of project, you are going to finance it through central bank that is in the hands of France. So you can
You
see
don't
how
need money
complex
to
it is
think.
for these people.
Let's stop this money thing. You
yes,
don't
and
need money.
also with the French colonies, they got a bad deal, man. Whoever negotiated this deal with the French, what I learned about a part of Guinea, Flex Up. I'm actually disappointed that he came off because Flex Up is from Guinea. Guinea is the only French colony that wiped their hand off the French from the start, from independence. They said no. In fact, there's a documentary I try and remember. Charles de Gaulle. He was so angry he left his hat on the table in Guinea when he left.
Yeah, they still destroy the economy. Do you
Exactly.
know
Yes.
they still they still destroy Guinea economy?
Yeah, I know they did. They destroyed. Listen, even the lamps, even the lights, even the light bulb in Guinea, the French destroyed before they left. Even the light bulbs they destroyed before they left Guinea. But we like, fine, just leave, because I'd rather be free, and have what is mine than being a slave under my own shit, man.
But did the French
Yeah?
come back? Did they come back?
No, they did not come back. We replaced them with the Russians. And the
Guinea?
Russian army.
After
Yes.
independence?
Up to now, no room
Yes.
for them. See, okay,
Okay,
let me tell you, brother. Let me just quickly contribute
Wait,
this.
let
Let me
sorry,
contribute
I'll
this.
answer that question real quick.
One moment.
Wait, let me answer the
Okay.
question, bro. We're having a conversation. It should be two-way. Midwest, what happened is the after Sekou Touré died, I think Conte, Lansana Conte, who was the one after Sekou Touré, I think he's the one that rearranged a little bit of deal with the French, but it's not as great as it used to be. But the Russians have a heavier influence than the French in Guinea after independence. That's a fact. And
What about
Guinea,
later? What about later?
later on, as time goes on, a little bit they start crawling in. Yes, they did later on, but not as they don't have influence in Guinea as they have in the other francophone African countries.
But they still have
No,
influence.
a little bit, tiny bit
A
influence,
little bit.
not that much.
Mm.
A little bit.
They don't have.
I mean that shows in fact in the minerals in terms of the aluminium industry. The Russians have majority of the chunk, then the Chinese, then the British, then the French, you know, and so on. So the French are not even in the top third. I don't even think so. However, they do buy arms from France and other countries. You know, that's limited arms because, you know, these guys will restrict you, as Midwest was saying, they'll restrict you military capability, like Buhari. When Buhari went to Obama to ask for weapons to fight Boko Haram, our own black brother refused it, right? Refused it to an nil. So the reality is, you know, it's all right fighting for
And
independence.
it was Jonathan.
After Jonathan, Buhari came to power. Boko Haram was there.
Yeah, even Buhari, yeah, they didn't give him. It
Even
was
Buhari asked, and Buhari was clever enough to get what he wants from Trump. And it's not every world leader, it's not every African leader will get into Trump's psyche and get what he wants. I remember when he went to America, when he stayed at the White House, Trump was looking at him like he respected him. For the first time, I see Trump looking at African leader with a bit of respect, like he genuinely want to express his concern. That's the first time I started to look at Trump differently. You know, before that, I used to look at him as a racist, which I think in a way he is, but he's a better racist than Biden. So he gave Obama the weapons, but the most sophisticated weapons that Nigeria used to fight Boko Haram today is coming from Pakistan. So we don't have to rely on this jet that Buhari got to fight against Boko Haram.
My network is giving me trouble.
Have we lost him? Can someone else fill the void?
Hello?
Yeah, his internet is bad. Anyway.
Yeah, carry on. Somebody
What is
filled.
happening?
We
Hello?
can't have silence on the broadcast, so somebody else fill the void.
Is it my own? Is it my or the one man own? Hello?
No, whoever was talking, I think how's internet is bad. But yeah. So at the end of the day, hey, it's power, man. It's power. You have to be. You can't stay around.
Mike, did you know I wanted to have something there. You see, somebody was saying the Russians are very bad. I heard it here when he was talking that the Russian weapon to this, weapon to that. I was
calling Russians racist.
I was trying to ask the person which, but look, the Guinea survived because Guinea survived because of Russia and Cuba. When the president made that move.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, all the secret service of France were activated. When they were activated to eliminate him. The Cuba acquired everything.
Midwest, here was saying earlier.
Yeah, you know. You say how?
No, it's me. The reason why I'm saying this, all right, Guinea is one good. Okay, right. Guinea, since the mineral, since independent, right? Most of the bauxite that left Guinea, because Guinea is the second largest producer, or 7, I forgot now, in the world, right? But they have one of the highest reserve of aluminium bauxite in the world. Guinea today haven't really been developed. Let's be honest. I got family there. You know, I'm connected to the country, and I know the politics of the country. Guinea is not been developed compared to Ivory Coast. It's not been developed compared to Senegal. The only thing Guinea got today is military might, and that's it. And Guinea has never been in a war, apart from when the Portuguese came to invade Guinea, right? And that was it. And
well, you were telling us that the Russians are worse than the West. That they come here.
Yeah, the Russians are in after. Okay, at this time, I would say the Russians been funding proxies in Africa, Angola, Central Africa, Mali, and all these other countries. They change to the Western tactics.
Yeah, they're all the same though. The Europeans
they have switched to the Western tactics, and they have gone into funding the right wings ideology in Western Europe. These are the same ideology that is targeting black people today. So they have changed as people. So we got to remember these people are not permanent. No nation, no people, no group is permanent. Those average woke white people that you see helping black people today, they will be the same group that will turn around and turn to be racist against you when they get older. You understand? So it's not permanent with these people. So We have to remember that.
It's not
We
permanent
can't
with anybody. It's not permanent with
nah,
anybody. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So Russia years ago, they done well in
But
Guinea.
one thing I want to say, let
Yeah,
me, yeah,
yeah, I'll let you. Yeah,
my
go on.
brother. You see, for me, Russia as a country have done a lot for the African, for the black race.
As a country,
During the era of the independence, most of the strength we were having, we got it because of
yeah.
Russia. But however, they were communist, and while the British have only educated us on capitalism and socialism. So that ideology of communism, they demonize it, and the American equipped France to make sure they hold Africa to ransom, that we don't queue into the idea of communism. And then I gave the France the leverage on how to remove, to place as a leader of the continent. So for we to say Russia did not is just an enemy of the land, and I quite not agree, because they never colonized us, and they never designed the system that ruined our economy. They never, just come in and be attacking people in one
My
particular place
friend,
in order
I
to be
said,
ruling our leader.
my friend,
They've never done
my friend,
they have never
I
done
said the
regime
Russian.
change. They have
I
never
said I
done
went
regime
to
change in our history in any of the country. So I don't.
right. Right. I said
Yeah,
I don't
continue.
want it to misspoke me. Sorry, I don't want it to misspoke. I said the Russian people in the Russian Federation are very racist. I've been to Russia, so they are very racist, right? You cannot dispute that unless if you haven't been to Russia. They're more. I find them to be more racist than the Western Europeans. However, in terms of Russia not colonizing Africa, the reason why that is because they never had access to the sea, right? That's the reason why they never colonized Africa. But the Russian, they did colonize their neighbors, so they're not as innocent as we're making them to be. We need to get these things right.
Gentlemen, let's bring Felipe into the conversation. So, Phil, good to see you. What have you made of the conversation so far? So, come in. Let's hear from you, Felipe.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm not going to stay long. I was just listening in. And look, people are making good points. The issue, though, from my standpoint, is we have to get in the mindset of being self-sufficient with developing weapons in the African countries, specifically reverse engineering. And one thing that I put in the comments is that, in my view, one of the biggest mistakes that the African kings made that allowed slavery to really take hold was they didn't reverse engineer the technology they already had. I'm sure you guys already know that the African kings had muskets when the Europeans wanted to change the trade from resupplying of ships to people. The problem was that they had not worked on developing those muskets and to try to have technologies that were competitive. And because of that, then when I've said that the African slave trade, even though Africans participated, they were contracts of adhesion, meaning that there was unequal buying power or bargaining power between those contracts, and that the Africans could not say no when the Europeans decided they wanted to take people. And it is my view that we make the same kinds of mistakes now, where I was looking at Nigeria specifically, where Nigeria is not actually making weapons of their own. What they've done is they've licensed the technology to make weapons from other European powers. And so if the European powers decide we're not going to sell you these licenses anymore, then they have to stop making them. That's crazy. And you can go on down the line of
But at least, Felipe,
yes.
at least you already got the knowledge and the skills to actually do it without the license and a desperate times, right? Because that's what it's acquired. Those license, can be rearranged, in the future times. But having the knowledge to make it is where I think is commendable.
Well, look, I'm not going to criticize them for making weapons. What I am going to criticize is that the mindset should be the only reason why I'm getting this license is to learn how you do it so I can do it myself. I'm gonna fish my own waters myself. I appreciate you showing me how your boat works so that then I can go back to the village or wherever I'm going to the city and redesign our own boats so I don't have to buy your boats. The mindset is missing here of but and it's true in the diaspora as well in a different way. But if you notice, one of the biggest problems that we have as a people, and I'm being general, but I think it's necessary because I'm of the view that Black in the West and Black on the continent are essentially the same people. They just manifest the behaviors differently because of the context. But here's the point I'm trying to make. We are one of the biggest groups inventing things. We invent things. Like if you go back with the Black Americans and look at all of the inventions from the plantation forward of inventions, and on the continent itself, I see literally almost every week a young Black African person invent some new technology, whether it's a TV that doesn't need to be plugged in or countless other things. But you know what we don't do? We don't mass produce and create finished goods of these inventions. And that has to do with investment, and it has to do with the mindset that our ultimate goal should be finished goods. And because we don't have that, we don't get the bag. And we don't get the bag to circulate amongst ourselves. Or in this case, we can't even defend ourselves. If push came to shove and these foreign powers cut off the weapons to us, we can't make them. We've looked at it, but we're not making them ourselves. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm going to throw that out there and let the panel respond.
I remember I think in the 70s, Nigerian government wanted to stop their own weapons program. I think the same time the Brazilian government wanted to start their own weapons program. And the West, the US, approached the both government and said, hey, we're gonna do a defense part where you shouldn't start a weapons program. We're just gonna supply you anything you need, weapon you need. We'll supply you. So don't start the weapons program. The Brazilian government said, no, we don't care. We'll start it. The Nigerian government went ahead with the stupid deal. Today, Brazil manufactured a weapon, even the manufacturer of the aircraft carrier. And Nigerians, they're stuck. So stupidity. Well, I won't say they were stupid. I mean, back then, of course, they have ways to talk you and give you some. Okay, we're going to give you this aid money. Just accept what we tell you. So it's just the problem. Like I don't know. Like, why would you agree to that kind of deal? So
Well, I mean, this is my point, right, Mike? I'm looking at. I had put in the previous, chat about the amount of money that Tinubu is borrowing from the IMF to. They're saying that it may be 100% of Nigerian revenues that we're borrowing in Nigeria just to maintain what? It's insane. And I don't understand why we're taking this outlook like, well, we'll figure it out later. We'll just borrow the money now. When first of all, we know that most of that money does not trickle down to the people itself. Number two, that there's no plan that's in place of what the money is being borrowed for even. So why are we borrowing it? And then finally is on things that we're talking about like this, Mike, of reverse engineering. R&D costs a lot of money, but that money, if it provides you independence, is absolutely vital. So, we talk about these development plans, but we don't actually think about how we're using the money that we have, number one, and number two, that it's not structured in a way to make us less dependent. It's just borrowing to borrow. Like we talked about this on the previous time I was on, Kaizo, of, with Ghana and whether the Black Americans were hustled with the year of return. And I came back and said, Ghana is so far in debt, they were just trying to get their hands on US dollars. I don't know that necessarily was a hustle as much as they need hard currency to support their debt payments, right? Because they have to pay back in dollars, which is insane, right? So my comment to the panel is, what will it take to get both the diaspora and Black Africans on the continent to get in the mindset of reverse engineering is important? We have to produce our own things. We have to produce our own weapons. And when I say produce it, I mean produce it ourselves, not license it. I'll throw it to the panel.
Let me answer that. The way to do it is individuals that have the skill, the talent, the imagination, and the ability to do it should start doing the research and figuring out to do it. And once that person figures out to do it, he just need to start a company like Lockheed Martin's. Lockheed Martin's is a company in the United States. They make all the weapons for the United States government. The United States government buy the weapons from them. So individuals that believe, or group of individuals, should come together. The group of individuals that feel they have the brain to do it should come together and start thinking how to do it and start going to research, spend time. And if they need resources, you can come on channels like this or approach the people. We can all be donating money to you, to the research, to fund it. And that, to me, that's the way. This idea of sitting back and waiting for the government to do it, and then we, on the same breath, we complain that this government are puppets, or it's just a waste of time. To me, it's not hard. It's not hard. If you want to do something, you do it. It's not like sitting around asking, how can I do it? It's a ridiculous question. And it seems like that's the question we've always been asking from the beginning of time. When I look at the videos from the 60s of people talking, it's the same thing they talk. How can we do this? It's not rocket science. If you want to do it, just do it. Just get up and do it. Which I figure myself, I'm like, you know what? I need to start doing something. And I'm like, hey, let me go to my country, Nigeria, and just build a science academy, start looking for people with talent, so which is moves I'm making. I'm in my middle age now, so I'm like, okay, I'm doing well, I'm making money. I'm like, hey, instead of all this money I spend on luxury things, vacation, and everything, let me invest some of this money on brains. Now, what I'm doing now is I go to Nigeria, I look for kids that are extremely brilliant. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll take care of your school fees. I'll, sponsor you. I'll see where you're going. So we need to start investing in ourselves and our people. You as an individual, look for a gifted Black person and invest some money on that person, or get a group of people. We as people, we have to be the one to do these things, not the government. I'm sorry. If we're gonna keep sitting around waiting for the government, we're gonna sit around wait for the next 100 years. I just give an example. The Nigerian government wanted to start a weapons program. Wait, let me say this. During the Nigerian Civil War, the reason why the Nigerian government wanted to start the weapons program in the 70s was because during the Civil War, the Biafran side, they didn't have weapons anymore. They're backward against the war. So the warlord Ujuku now like, okay, he now talked to the professors, like some university professors, physics professors, like, hey, can we figure out how to make weapons? And within weeks, they learned how to make a missile. They learned how to make weapons. They were making weapons. The Biafrans are making weapons. They started making weapons. I'm talking about missiles, a rocket launcher. They made rocket launcher. Go look it up. I'm not lying. They were and they wiped out the Nigerian battalion with that weapon. The Nigerian military battalion. And they were using it. They became the most effective weapon during the war.
Oh, hey, Mike, I think your connection is cutting off.
And after the war, the same people just went back to living their normal lives, to their wives and 3 or 4 wives, and and then some people were telling the government, like, listen, so we Black people can do things. Let's start a weapons program. Let's get these professors in the university and start this. And America president, hey, of course, the president and the party threatening him not to do it. So if the president, the government is afraid of somebody, America or someone, then why can't individuals do it? Just like the Nigerian government were afraid of building large refineries because the French and America was like, we can't do it. Dangote decided to do it himself. A billionaire, individual. He decided to build the largest refinery. So what I think is, I think Africans need to be the one to start doing these things and not relying on the government. Do it as individual companies or group of individual companies and sell to the governments. Learn to manufacture, learn to make things yourself. That's what we should be thinking. There's nothing holding diasporans. You said, my Philip, you said the black diasporans. There's nothing holding them. In fact, the diaspora, are in the best position. There's those that live in the rich countries like the United States. I mean, you pretty much have your basic life need. All that's left for you to start doing is thinking. Because on average, poor people in Africa, the first thing in their mind is the next meal and things like that. They're desperate. In the West, I mean, hunger is not a problem. So the only thing left for you to start doing is just using your brain. So those of us that live in the West, I think we're pretty pathetic. Like all we have to do is just using our brain now, because the problem of hunger, the problem of being extremely broke, dirt poor, it's not there. So what's stopping us from start using our brain? But however, what most of us spend our time doing is just trying to party, trying to have sex, and pleasure, gossip, those stupid things. We're just trying to, just pleasure things. That it frustrates me when I hang around. I live in America. I go to Europe as well. When you go to a black environment, everybody's what they're talking about is the next party, the next good thing, having good time. And I'm like, come on, man. Don't you guys look at the world of your people and see that your race of people are not moving anywhere? When we gathering every weekend, shouldn't we be discussing how we can start manufacturing, figuring out how to do things that white people are doing? Why do we only sit around to gossip and talk about who's the finest girl, who has more, who has the better car? I mean, the way we think is the problem. I'm sorry, I just think that's the problem. I don't know if you agree with me, Mr. Philip.
Well, I think I would be hard pressed to disagree with you. I do think, though, one of the problems that both in the diaspora and on the continent is not coming to a coherent understanding about government. And what I was going to say is like much of the United States development of weapons is actually done through its military and through government. And then what happens is the technology from government is then brought to the private sector and made into a profitable finished good. And I understand on the continent, it's exactly the opposite, because government on some level is more aligned with the European powers than it is its own people, particularly at the top. I understand that. The issue is that, let me just say it this way. It is very expensive for individual people to buy roads. It's very expensive for individual people with individual companies to manufacture weapons without government contracts. That's not to say that they weren't done. In fact, one of the top weapons, actually two of them, were private.
Let me make sure I understand you.
Yes, sir.
You say it's expensive to manufacture it, but is it expensive to figure out how to manufacture
it? It's expensive because you have to do this thing called tooling to
Which
make.
one is expensive? Which one?
Well,
Is
the
it
whole
both or
thing,
not?
that when you are trying to build, let's say you're trying to build a factory, okay? The first thing off top is you have to do a feasibility study.
Hold on. No.
Yes.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Before you build a factory, you must have already figured out how to make that thing, and then you build a factory to start mass producing it. Factory is designed for production, right? Factory is not designed.
You have an idea. You have an idea that you want to make something, right? But you also have to look at the cost of what it is that you want to make. and there's a process for that. So
No,
like,
no, you can't think of the cost. Wait, I'm sorry, Mr. Fee. Sorry for cutting you.
No,
You
no, I'm
can't think
listening.
of. But hold on, you can't think of the cost if you haven't figured it out first.
No, have you ever worked with an inventor? What they do, like to try to get so. Let's say you invent something, Mike, and
But did it
you
cost
first,
me anything to invent it?
yes,
Yes.
What did
because
it
you got
cost me? What did it cost me?
you have to do a prototype. You got to do a
Uh,
prototype of what you invented,
no.
right? And
No, I didn't say invented. Wait, did it cost me anything to figure the invention, to invent it, not to start producing it, making it? I'm saying to figure it
Yes,
out.
Mr.
Like
Mike.
this.
Yes, Mr. Mike. Mr. Mike, yes.
Okay.
Takes energy.
Okay.
yes.
Explain
Go
what it
ahead.
cost
Go
me.
ahead,
Explain
Triumph.
the expenses. Explain it. Explain how much it cost me.
Triumph was Mr. Triumph was about to break it down, but yeah, go ahead,
Okay, go
Triumph.
ahead. Can you break it down? I thought so. We can't break it down. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, here we go. Look, let's say I have a friend that I used to work with that invented something. It was for sports. It was I don't want to even say what it is, but it was a piece of equipment for sports. And he's a lawyer, but he had this invention. So the first thing is you guys spend a lot of time to research and make sure that the physics and everything of what you're inventing makes sense. Okay. But then once you do that, you got to build a prototype, whatever it is. Like this guy, he had to.
What do you mean
He had to
prototype?
build
Can you
a.
explain the prototype to me?
Yeah. So depending on what kind of product it is that you're trying
Well,
to
just give us a
develop,
simple example. Give us a simple example.
I'm trying to make it as simple as possible so we can stay on point. That you for certain types of patents, you have to build a model for them to agree that it's patentable information. Okay, and it costs money.
Okay, so you're talking about after it is made, now to get the patent for it.
No,
What you're talking about.
you put it on paper, you designed it, right? And then the next step is you got to build one. You have to build at least one. And it costs money to build that one. Right.
Okay, let me understand you. Okay, you figure you sit down, you figure that thing and you draw it out, and you figure out to make it, right? Right?
Yes.
Wait now, give me a second. You figure out to make it. Now, the cost of producing it to patent it, is that what you're saying is money is?
Well, you got to protect it, right? You invented it, so you got to protect it.
Well, let's forget about the protection and the patent part. At least we want to figure out to make something first. That's the argument.
You can't take that from it. That's the mistake I made 3 years ago in France. What I built, the system I brought in, that and they took it from me later. That's the error I
So,
made.
Mike, let me give context here, right? So, for my PhD, I was working on materials physics. It was specifically on a material called thermoelectric. It converts heat to electricity. So, my job was to increase the efficiency and also add to the scientific literature. And what I noticed is, I tried to publish it. I even worked with some Ethiopian guy. We almost finished writing the research paper. My supervisor said, "Oh, you didn't tell me about this," so I had to stop the whole project. Now, what's interesting, I found out 1 year later that research was published by someone else. So,
story from you.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So this
that's another thing. Both you and Mr. Triumph, keep going.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, yeah, definitely, you know, if we are going to reverse engineer stuff, we add value to it, then we definitely have to find ways to patent it. This has happened even in Ethiopia, where the German company that the government was working with to try to understand teff. You know, teff is it's their wheat basically product, right? Over there, it's a similar grain to actually more like sorghum. But anyways, they were working with a German company, and they were trying to, you know, understand all the properties of teff. So for medicinal, food, nutrition, and, you know, perhaps even make it GMO. These guys actually took the results and then they went to patent it because they realized the Ethiopian government didn't patent it. It took them 5 years before they finally, because, you know, they had verbal agreements, there was phone calls, you know, that's the only thing that saved them. I'm just saying, yeah, if you're going to do this, we definitely, but then it makes sense, right? If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it as me, as a company, as a private individual with the government helping me. So I'll do the right
but
things.
Kaiser, you see, I think the way our problem is this whole idea of partnering things and stuff like that. It's like it's more like we're participating in global. It's a global policies and rules and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, we're not. We don't know how to make. We're not making anything. And it looks like what led to this whole thing is that okay, when Europeans sanction us, they don't supply us things that we need because things that we consume come from them. And our fear is that they already make it, so I'm not going to make it because it belongs to them. The patent belongs to them. So now,
okay, so Mike, let me add here.
The idea of the whole argument is that we're trying to free ourselves from them. So we want to learn how to make everything that they supply us, whether it's they own the intellectual property or not.
So Mike, you're right, but here's the thing: it's actually easier than it seems, right? For example, if we industrialize in the sense of okay, we've got constant electricity. Okay, so we have to have like a big power stations. If you're in an area in South Africa, you should be using coal. If you're in Central Africa, you should be using hydroelectric dams, etc. Right, depending on the area, enhance your ability to make electricity based on your resources. Once you have that, you work on steel, right? You have to industrialize on steel technology. We already have concrete and all that stuff. Dangote is doing a great thing in Africa technically with that. But steel, right? What I don't get is, Mike, is why didn't Dangote go into steel like properly? Because he's already exporting so much cement-related product. If you went to steel, think about it, right? The population of Africa is increasing. More and more high-rise buildings are being created. If you go to steel, you just go and figure out how to make steels, specifically building material steels. You're going to be able to export. And once you do that, you can go into all the other ventures, okay, cars, shipping bodies.
I think you're taking us to a different route. But what we're actually talking about is
technology.
Yeah.
No, I think he was dead on point. He was on point.
It is on point. He's talking about the business part of things, like how to grow economy and things like that. I get that, like exporting, how to earn revenues. That's what. But the basis of what we're talking is, how can we? He said, how can diaspora and how can we figuring out to make everything that we consume? I can figure it out to make things. And he's saying,
what we were trying to say, Africans going to do that
that's
already.
The process. As in, you can't just make things out of thin air. You focus on businesses that will bring you back the money, and you'll be able to actually.
Well, you keep talking about money. Man. Let's not get to the money part, man. That's the problem.
No, but the money is the center of it, brother. That's
right.
You don't have money.
Wait. Give me a second. Give me a second. You guys are focusing on how to export it, how to distance it. We haven't figured out to make it.
No, Mike, the export is to ourselves within Africa.
But let's not get to the export first. Bros. Let me give you an example of something we don't make, right? We using cell phones, for example, or we use anything that we haven't. If this country sanction us, we won't have it anymore, right? So I'm saying, when can we figure out to make it? What would it take for us to figure out to make it? Let's forget about let's forget about after we make it, how we're going to sell it or how we're going to export. Let's forget that for now.
But Mike,
let's just focus on how we going to make it. What will it cost to learn to make it? That's the thing. Let's forget the business part.
Hold on, Mike. I'm with you, brother, and I appreciate your passion. You're making a good point. The point that you're making, though, is exactly what we do now, and why we see on TikTok or Facebook or whatever it is, these African kids, and they go on and make it, and then the technology goes nowhere. So I'm gonna stop there. And Ice Black, I wanted to make a comment.
Exactly. And thank you for saying that, because the kids are trying to make it. They're figuring out to make it, right? They're figuring and they're displaying something. But we're not backing them to make them fully make it to a complete product. We're not backing them. So they don't get nowhere. They don't get nowhere. You can't say the kids made something. They didn't really make anything. They just displayed that they could make it. But they haven't made any complete thing, like something. Like, that has been made. Because...
Can I ask a question? Really interesting. Listening to you all speaking and the things that you're saying, do you really think that the boss of Dangote hasn't thought of the things that you are all saying? Do you think that he can't see what you can see? You think you think that if you had a chance to go and sit in front of his desk and tell him these things that you're saying, you think he would say, "Wow, what a great idea! I never thought of that."
Oh no, he knows, and that's why it's not being done.
Right. So therefore,
have you met Dangote?
It could be, yeah, it could be that many of these Black African people in positions of power, in business and in politics and so on, it could be that they can't see the things that you can see. Or it could be that they've been through all the thoughts that we are having, and that they're in another realm, another zone. And in that zone, there's things that can be done and things that can't be done. So even though it may appear to be obvious and simple business logic, it could be possible that there's geopolitics involved at a certain level that makes it appear.
I see three. Sorry, you need more than business logic to make something. Sorry, you have to have talent.
This was brilliant. You're 100% correct on this. That it has been determined that these things will not be done, but it has been determined because of who sets the market and how they want this thing to go. You're 100% correct. That's right.
Mr. Phillips, let me ask you a question. Sorry. Let me ask you this question.
Okay, wait, hang on, Mike. Let me ask you this question, Mike, quickly, right? So, okay, I don't know if you guys know about banana fiber, right? People are actually making African hair weave out of banana fiber, right? And it looked like human hair. So they're using banana fiber to make human hair. You know how Black women love having straight hair. So we can't prevent that from happening, but what we can do is we can control the market. The issue is all those stores are owned by Asians. Now, here's the thing, right? There is a new way to make it using banana fiber. We have a lot of banana trees, and they definitely recycle it. But
who's making it? Who's the African that's making it now?
Let him finish, because this is important. The Koreans and the Vietnamese subsidize their products. Go ahead, Kaizo.
Yep. Yeah, so let's say right now, if someone can actually present this to let's say a Kenyan government or someone, we need to be able to have a science and innovation team in government, not some dusty team.
Really?
I mean, properly in government that can actually take this and fund these people, because this is the stuff that could save us a lot of money instead of having to rely on external sources from Asia.
Okay, Kazu, so let me make sure I understand what you're saying right now. Before an African can make it, he needs the government to fund it, right? Now,
if you're going to mass produce it, Mike.
No, we're not talking about producing. No. First of all, let see, the problem with Black people is this: we skip steps. You haven't figured out to make it yet. We are talking about mass production. Let's discuss how can we make it first.
And we tried to tell you.
Where can we get someone to come here and present to me like, Mike, look, the first one. I've made the first one. And then from there, we can now discuss, now you figure out to make it now. Okay, now we can start making now. We can now discuss the strategy of mass production, market, pricing. We can start that. But we haven't started the first step at all. And that's
how you know that. How can you make such a statement after Kaiser's just...
Hang on. This is done by a Ugandan entrepreneur who started.
Has the person made it yet?
Of course. You think it's going to be owning this?
No, he hasn't made it. No, they haven't made it. No.
Mike, this let me just share this thing, right? This was started off by a Ugandan entrepreneur. She's done amazing. Like, this is.
Did she make it?
She did make it. She processed the whole thing, and it works.
She made one, and we saw it on somebody's head. We saw it. This is not. I know how to make it.
That's it.
She made it. She made one, right? And
yes.
Okay, you need to bring her here.
More than one, Mike.
Okay, you need to bring that. And you need to bring that lady here.
Mike, let him explain.
Listen.
Mike, let him explain, and then you can respond.
He has a whole business plan out of it. The problem is funding to go out there and start taking over the whole market. And they look good. People have tried it out and they've tested it out. And guess what? It's biodegradable, meaning it's good for the environment. The problem is the Ugandan government is not going to support her, unfortunately, to get here. And you know what's going to happen? Someone's going to offer her £2 million. Do you know what she's going to say? Yes.
Okay,
Because
thank
she
you.
doesn't have the
I'm
financial
glad you
training.
mentioned that. If it's true that a girl,
true.
wait, if it's true, then what the mistake is, who we have to be blaming now is you and her. Now you just said some white man's gonna offer £2 million. I have blacks, and no, including me. I'm ready to put the money there, and we start mass producing. So she's the one now
Hold
approaching the
on,
right
Mike,
people.
Mike,
Wait,
Mike, Mike.
no. Sorry.
Oh,
She's waiting
yeah.
for a government somewhere to be the one to be behind her. When they're a bunch of freaking black millionaires, billionaires, they're looking for where to invest their money. I'm looking for someone to invest something so I can put my goddamn money behind it because I got money just sitting there in the bank. So the problem is, if we have anybody inventing something, you're not looking to the right people to partner with. You're looking to government. Government, these guys are corrupt people. They don't need money. They're not interested in business. Government are not businessmen. Listen,
So Mike,
if you invent something, wait, sorry, let me lie. If you invent something and you want to take it far, you have to go to businessmen to partner with, not government. Government officials, these guys are not
The
interested
issue
in business.
is,
yeah,
if you're
Mike,
speaking
what your
like from an
point is good.
individual perspective, you're
The,
right.
the
but we're
white man
talking
is
about
going to
it
give her the
from-
2 million. Wait, Kaiser, the white man, I said, is going to give her $2 million. It's not going to be the white government. It's going to be a white businessman. You understand? It's going to be a
Right.
No,
white
but the
businessman.
white
It's going to give her $2
governments
million,
have,
not the white government.
and
see-
here, what's worse? Hang on, what's worse is because we're talking about that what brother Felipe mentioned about patents. The issue is, man, this is the most embarrassing part, right? They may not even have to buy the process from her. You know why? Because guess what? They learn from the Africans on TikTok. Literally, what the brother mentioned. Let me just share a small video, right? They learn from TikTok videos, right? This is a YouTube short video, right? And literally just shows you the whole process. Oh, you cut the banana, you cut the tree, 3-step, and they show you the exact process that they use. And the thing is, all the way from the beginning here to the rug or the hair fibers and everything, they show you. That's the problem with these people. Oh yeah, I know it looks good that they're sharing out there with people, but no, you're just sharing your pattern, and someone's gonna take your idea. They got money behind them. They start a company.
Right. So,
Well,
can I
even more, wait, if I can just throw in one thing, and
Oh.
I'll give up the mic. That, to your point, Kaiser, to your point, Mr. Triumph, and to your passion, Mike. Look, I worked in Asia. Korea and Vietnam, their governments made a decision. They were going to subsidize beauty products to flood the market, man. So when you're talking about the private sector making investment, you can't compete with a government subsidizing an industry. This is what's happening in Black America now. You know, Black America was one of the founders of hair care products, Black oriented makeup. There were, when I was a kid, there were tons of these companies. And what happened? What happened was that the Koreans and the Vietnamese decided, we're going to make this a sector of our government that we fund. And it put those little Black, family-owned companies, for the most part, out of business. There are a few of them
So
that
the Black
still have
Americans
survived.
couldn't approach the Black American. They couldn't approach the
Hell
U.S.
no, dude.
government.
Their goal is to have the Black American companies sell, which many of them did, to the big American multinationals, and to put you out of business that way. And then they put it on the edge of the shelf.
Can you give me one example of the product that they made? Well,
I could, if while somebody else is talking, I can find a link of like a Black company that got bought by Unilever or L'Oreal, and now you barely see it. I can do that, I think. So
okay,
I'm going to hand up the mic.
I know another example of maybe BET when Bobby Johnson founded BET, Black Entertainment Television in the 80s. And
Wait, but we're on a
to white
great
people.
point. We're on a great point.
So the problem is, so we can agree that the problem is our people. We're not making things with a sense
problem
to
is our people.
advance, with a sense of vision. We just want to do things to make money, to be rich. So if Bobby Johnson, when he founded BET, if he was the vision, because that BET, that TV channel could have like literally counter all the propaganda.
He had a vision,
media.
but I want to go back to what he actually approached John Johnson of Ebony Magazine and said, let's make a mega multinational company, BET and Ebony merging. You know what John Johnson said? No. And so now Ebony doesn't exist and BET got bought by Viacom. The end.
Exactly, he sold it, and if BET, the Viacom used the BET as a weapon to destroy the minds of black people because they were showing on BET was just a bunch of
Well, we're drifting on topic.
immoral.
I want to go back to what Kaizo and Ice Black were doing because this was important. We were talking about reverse engineering. Go ahead, guys.
Yes, that's it. Reverse engineering. So, what do you think of this? This is how I think the focus, because the way Mike is speaking, the vast majority of people I come across think the same way. That is the most popular mindset, and it makes sense and logic from a particular perspective when you're
It's not a
thinking
popular
about
mindset.
business.
Sorry, it's not.
Yeah, but the
You
thing
can't
you're
name you
saying,
can't name another
you're
black
asking
person that
like,
come on this platform that speak what I just said. No, they don't speak like that. So it's not a popular mindset. I'm sorry, it's not.
yeah, the question popular that's asked quite popular is why aren't the black Africans in power and the black the millionaires, why aren't they doing this? We can see this, why can't they? So either they're stupid, right, and they're less intelligent than us talking here on the panel, or there could be another reason which I think we should also explore. It is possible that we're a lot smarter than them for some reason. But how about the alternative view that there could be something going on that we are not aware of, and that these people aren't stupid. They just are making certain decisions and not doing certain things for certain reasons. And what could those reasons be?
Well, you nailed it. You know that they are your second in the query was the answer, that they know this thing and that the table is set a certain way to get a certain outcome.
Are you telling us it's white supremacy?
I'm saying that what Ice Black said is exactly right. We know that. The point
White
is,
supremacy
though, unless we want to be a bottom failure class group of people forever,
that's right.
You have to come up with a workaround to fix this because go ahead, Ice Black.
Right. So what I'm saying, Mike, the way that you're speaking, you could outline problems from your perspective, and then people can sit and discuss solutions if it is true, if it is a correct analysis of the problem, of the limitations of African leaders and multimillionaire black Africans. Why are they not doing this? Why aren't they making these obvious decisions? So what I'm saying is that we have to analyze, we have to be able to put things on the table and say, well, if this is the situation, the solution would be this. We can discuss solutions. We could then say, well, how about let's consider the possibility that these rich black Africans, multimillionaires, understand and have already been through the discussions we're having, but yet they're not making the decision. So if they're not doing that, then a solution, if it was white supremacy, then there would be a different solution.
Do you think it's white supremacy? Do you think it's white supremacy?
Of
course. No, Kaizo
but
just laid out, and so did Mr. Triumph. Just laid out what happened. Kaizo, come back and explain what you were talking about with the patents. He just laid out what happened. He
didn't say it was white supremacy. I mean,
no. But he explained the process of which the patents were stolen.
He explained the stupidity of the Africans, including himself. Like he allowed his patent to be stolen.
Mike, can you slow down? You're saying the stupidity of the African. Did you hear that kind of statement?
That's why he explained
all that
they
talking
stole his
that
patent.
Kaizo's done.
Even Kaizo's not going to deny that he was foolish.
He's done PhD level. He explains the situation about.
He made a mistake,
and then you say it's the stupidity of the African. Now, if you
so the white supremacy people gone on his head to take his patent to his product, right? They outsmarted him, and what he needs to do is step up his game.
Maybe they have a system that creates a certain outcome, Mike. It's not. We don't have to be stupid
It's not
for
a
the
system.
outcome to come out a
It
certain
wasn't
way
a
every
system that
time.
made a man believe another man and allow his pattern to be stolen. It's not a system.
Oh
It's
my
just a
God,
man.
Mike,
See, when
do you
hush
know,
puppies scam white people don't say it's the system that allow hush puppies to
Mike?
scam them. You know.
Do
So
you know
let's
that
stop.
Mike,
many
you're not a businessman. You're not a businessman. You're not a businessman.
And you
Understand?
that
You're
you're a
not a businessman.
businessman.
I don't want to digress the conversation because this is the point. And Ice Black, thank you for coming in and making a brilliant point. And Mike, I appreciate your passion. But the real point about this is that there's a system that's in place to get the outcome that we have, and we're sitting around scratching our heads like, how the hell did that happen?
And
Well,
once
we must be
and,
stupid.
and the thing is, people will say that's a system, and then we're trying to get to explaining the system. They won't be able to explain
What
it.
the system is very clear. Kaizo
It's
just
not
laid
clear.
out
It's
a
not
thing
clear.
where they started to do the research, they started to write the paper. Then all of a sudden, another company and country came in with money and had already taken it and patented it.
That's
Am I
not system.
misquoting
That's
that?
business. That's a smart businessman. He uses money to
Oh
take
my
advantage.
God!
Someone took advantage of you. It's not a system.
Oh,
Mike, in your smart business world, we remain at the bottom forever, brother.
Because
You
we're
realize
dumb,
that?
because we're not thinking. That's what it is. It's not
right.
someone is not forcing us to not think. We're
Well,
not thinking
I'd
right.
like not to
And I'm not going to
disagree.
deny that.
Mike, I've got a different angle.
Oh
I've
my
got another
God!
angle.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and deny that another race or person doesn't wish to be above you and wish you not to do well. I'm not going to
Mike,
deny that. But that's not the reason why you're
we
not
can
doing well.
learn. I think we can learn from the purchase of top hats and brooms for people, don't you? I think we can progress from that, don't you?
We can progress without. Listen, my brother, the reason we're not progressing is not because the other man doesn't want you to progress. Of course, the other man does not want you to progress. That's natural. But that's not the reason why you're not progressing. It's like a sports team. Let me use the NBA since you might not know too much about soccer. An NBA team, they don't wish each other to win. They only wish themselves to win. But if you're not winning, you can't blame the other team for not winning. You have to figure out how to win. Of course, the Lakers don't want the Golden State to win the championship. Yeah, that's what they're supposed to do. Manchester,
How do you
wish Manchester City to
Mike,
win.
using sports analogy, how do you explain
It's
the
life.
French
It's
national
life.
team? Wait, Mike, how do you explain the French national team in your sports analogy?
What do you mean the French national team?
Have you looked at it?
Yeah, it's many
Does it look very
black
French to
players.
you? Does it look very French to you?
Yeah, they are born in France, they're French citizens. I mean, they were
Really?
French citizens. They met the requirements to play on the national team. They are French citizens.
They're French citizens. Do
Yeah.
they look like the indigenous French?
The word has changed. You don't have to be an indigenous person to play for a national team. You just have to be a
And so
citizen.
how did they wind up these born in France team members? How did they wind up there?
Well,
Were they
the same way
indigenous to
everybody else
France?
will wind up everywhere else. There are a lot of Chinese Americans, there are white Americans. The American team is white, largely white. They're not indigenous to North America. I mean, what's this argument here? They're citizens of America.
Is that true? So the USA track team, does it look very white? How about that basketball team? It look white?
Yeah, but they're American citizens. That's why they play for the United States. Yeah.
Okay. Listen, man, I don't want to digress. This is because
I really trying to make an argument
point.
there, you know.
Yeah, Mike's got good. Yeah, Mike's points are good. His position is very good. It's very strong, and we've got to be. If you can challenge Mike. Mike's a good example, actually, of that point. And it's brilliant to have him here, and then to go up against him, because it's if we can convince Mike. Right, we would have actually solved the whole problem. I'm telling you. So Mike's position is very good, and it tests our intelligence and our ability to explain the problem. We have to be able to.
Well, when you explain problem to me, all I get from you is that the white supremacy.
Mike, are you a businessman? I just want to know. Are you a businessman, Mike?
Yes, I'm a businessman. Yes, I'm a businessman.
What do you specialize on? Let me come to you now.
Does it matter?
Wait.
I'm a
Please
businessman.
answer my question. Please answer my question. You know,
So you want me to tell you my
when
business?
Nigeria talks about business, I don't think about many things that they don't follow protocols. Here in the Western world is a different game entirely. It's a very big different game that you think that you cannot produce something and start selling it. There is a pattern and a system to follow. If you don't follow the right steps, you are out of the game. Okay, Mike?
Okay, so what is your argument? Then follow the right step.
Go on, Mr. Triumph.
Then follow the right step. What is the argument?
Crazy. We're talking in a circle, brother. The thing is very simple. This is very simple.
I'm going to present something. Go on.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, no, brother.
Okay, let me give you an example, Mr. Mike. Since September last year, I've been building a pattern and a system. Just the platform cost me 190,000 euro. I'm not yet finished with it. And I have to pay another 56,000 euro just for a data information. You understand? You cannot just bring something out like that. They don't do things that way, Mr. Mike. You understand, Mr. Mike? I understand where you're going to with your strong beliefs, but for you to make something global, I rest for a long time. That's why if you see many of our businesses die before us, instead of the businesses to outlast us. You understand? So one thing is that you have to protect everything. Where there's a judiciary aspect of it, you have to do everything well, Mr. Mike. That's why I've been hearing you. You sound very good.
So what is your point? What is your point there? What is your point?
That's the way they do things. That's the way they do things.
So who's disagreeing that there's no way to do things? Where one disagreeing with what you're saying? That there's no way to do things and it doesn't cost money. It's not expensive. Yeah. You have to pay for things.
It's not like that, Mr. Mike. It's not like
it's not like what? It's not like what?
It's not like that. There's
like what?
Let me say you
Mike's a tough one. You're gonna beat him.
When you have conversation with black men, it's like they don't. There's no best word we say sometimes. Like you just wonder, like, okay, what are we talking about? Like sometimes I get a conversation for hours and I don't get anything out of it.
Mike is being very difficult because he doesn't want to.
I'm not being difficult. The thing is, we don't learn. That's our problem. Let's start what we're talking about.
We learn, but Mike,
you can't just tell me. You can't use the word white supremacy and not break down what you mean.
Mike,
exactly.
Mike, do you know what won the war with the African slave trade? It was the machine gun, the Gatling gun. And I don't care if you've got muskets. I don't care.
The Gatling gun is what? Hold on, start again.
It's a machine gun.
That what? Machine gun is what?
It's a machine gun.
Okay, what about machine gun?
The point is, by analogy, that if you've got pistols and spears and shields, and they've got a Gatling gun, you lose. You lose.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Oh my God, Mike! Stop.
Let me give an example. Wait. Let me give an example. The American Independent War. The British had a more powerful army than the George Washington and the rest of those guys, right? They have bigger guns.
No.
Wait.
What they had was a bigger army, but they didn't have any knowledge of the terrain.
Exactly. So that killed your argument then. That killed your argument.
I knew I was going to get you.
You just killed your own argument.
You can't
Mike.
Philip, you can't
you're talking about asymmetric warfare, brother. And
well,
that
you
is
just not the once you have a Gatling gun.
Okay, so what is your asymmetric solution to building products where you don't have a market to even develop your own products? You realize that Black Americans and Africans have no market to fundraise their own shit.
You have an entire continent to yourself. You don't produce what you consume, and
do you run your own continent?
Your excuse is that you don't have a market. No, your excuse. Wait. Your excuse to why you can't make anything you consume, why you can't make anything you consume, is that you don't have a market.
You just saw your boy. I put it in the back chat there. Your boy Tinobu is borrowing money on his credit card like crazy. What are you talking about?
That's Tinobu. I'm not Tinobu. Well, take that issue to Tinobu, not me. Tinobu is the one screwing up, not me. So
what?
I'm telling you,
your boy Rutu is sending folks to Haiti for $100 million. You could buy a house in LA for $100 million. He's sending his people into an absolute gun-infested, just civil chaos for $100 million. You could go to New York or LA and buy a house for that.
You're
What?
actually strengthening my points. Like that's the
Yeah, no,
problem
you're
we're
strengthening
having.
his point.
See, you're helping my point. The
What's your
problem
point?
the problem
Philip,
we're
you can't
having
win
is
like that.
we're not thinking right.
Yeah,
No,
Mike's
my
too
point is
smart. You
that
can't
listen. You
get him
guys are
like that.
actually helping my argument here.
Okay, so
My
I'm not
argument.
getting
Yeah,
it, Mike.
you're only strengthening
Explain it
Mike.
now.
You're only strengthening him.
No. This is my argument. This is my whole argument is that the
Yeah.
reason a black man, the reason we're not moving or doing anything is because we're not thinking right. And you just give an example of leaders are not thinking right.
Right.
So it's not white supremacy. But the thing is, when I get in conversation with people like you guys, maybe it's the white supremacy, a system designed by white supremacy. No, it's because the black man is not thinking right. We're not
Right.
thinking
Okay,
right.
so watch this.
Oh no, Mr. Man, you're wrong. You're wrong. One thing that you
Oh,
said
we're
earlier
thinking
that
right. We're thinking right,
you
right?
said earlier that you said something earlier. If I'm not, let me see what you said. You said that we learn from history, but sometimes the best way to say we learn from the failures we did. You understand? We learn from the failures we did. So with that, we can still progress on. Because all of us today we are still progressing, looking for a better way to protect our stuffs, and that's it. But at the same time, your opposite counterpart is still working also against you. What are you going to do? You say we don't think differently.
It's supposed to work against you.
Look at the problem
opponent
of
is supposed to work
Nigeria
against
today.
you.
I would like you to go back home to go and assist the government. If you can do that, I'll be grateful.
Well, if they invite me to assist, I will.
I don't,
Why not?
without you taking a dime, without a salary. You won't take a salary, you go there to help the country. Are you going to do that? Yes or no?
If I'm right now, I can help without salary because I have enough to sustain myself.
I like Mike's argument, but I think that it's problematic, Mike, because it's obvious that they're thinking incorrectly.
Well, which part of my argument is problematic?
But the reality is that
let me have a
it's
go,
very
Mike.
easy. It's very easy to say what's wrong, but what do you have in the way of correcting it? I haven't heard one suggestion from you.
I'm telling you, I'll tell you what is wrong. What I say is wrong is that we're not thinking right. We're not thinking the right way. So let's start thinking the right way. That's the way to correct it. That's the only way I can correct someone that's not thinking right. It's like if my son is not thinking right, this do something incorrect. I just say, son, listen, you're not thinking right. That's why you're doing it incorrectly. You need to think this way to get it right. And that's what I'm saying. And I don't know what's so difficult about that.
Right. Oh, so Mike, let me have a go. So I like your position, and I like the way you argue your position. So it's good. So it's up to me or us to step up our game, because if you can't deal with Mike, you can't deal with the world. I like the way Mike is able to hold his position. So let me tell me what you think of this, Mike. Let's see if I can win him over now. Now, okay. Taking into consideration some of the points that Kaiser was making and a few others were making. Right. Thinking right. Okay. How do you think right? How does the Black African think right? What does it mean? I would like to suggest, it's going to sound really weird. It's going to sound weird, but, maybe I have to get my words together. Right. Thinking what right is actually requires... It requires a group of Black Africans to be able to keep secrets. Sounds a bit simple. Yeah. Fundamentally, it's about the ability to keep secrets. Why? As illustrated earlier on.
Among every human being, you find people that have the ability to keep secret and those that don't have the ability to keep secrets.
Right.
Now,
and those that can keep secrets, who can maintain order, yes, then they build governments and so on. You always hear about people being members of certain societies within a government, and then they're really running the government. So basically, the ability to keep secrets, and the ability to keep secrets is the same thing as a vessel that can store power. Power without control, it can seep out.
I'm really trying to understand your point here.
I'm just lining things up. So, what I've just said, how does that apply? Right. Earlier on, Kaiser was talking about hair products, right? And being able to make wigs from bananas. Okay. So, many societies have grown wealthy by their ability to keep the patents or the secret within their society, and you have to pay more in order to get that product. You see it and you think it's wonderful, but they charge you more. So this is related to currency and exchange rate. They say, you want what we've got and you want to find out how we do it. So a society that would recognize that new invention, they would say, okay, we're going to keep it for ourselves and make it of national value, or something that is unique to us, and we charge extra for that. It's the same thing like the silk. The Chinese had the silkworm, and they were charging huge amounts of money for silk on the Silk Road. And then some Europeans, they sent two priests over there to steal two silkworms, and then they could produce silk elsewhere. But before that, China had a monopoly on it. So the fact that they knew that they had something, they were producing something of value that the world wanted, and they were able to keep the secret. And as long as they could keep the secret, they could generate and maintain the value and power. So I'm saying, to your challenge, not thinking right, to begin to think right is to be able to clarify a group of people that can keep secrets
Okay.
that will result in more successful business.
It looks like what you're telling me here is that the Chinese have the ability to keep secret, and the whites have the ability to keep secret, but the Africans can't keep secrets. That's what you're telling me, basically. Now, I will tell you that there's a reason why white men create law called espionage, where they're a member of their society. They spy for. If you go to American prison, you find a lot of Americans in prison for spying against their own country, for China and Russia, because those won't pay them money. So you always find human beings that are willing to take money to sell out their own society, or not keep leak secret of their own people. You will see it on news all the time. American person arrested because he leaked the secret of the White House. So they understand that. And a right thinking organization is like, okay, we can't trust anyone, even a member of our organization. So they put a mechanism in place, they put a system in place where it's difficult. Documents, classification of documents, all those things, policy, they put it in place to solve the problem. But if we're having a problem that, white man is spying and stealing our shit, and Chinese man, no, white man is coming to spy and steal his shit, what did he do? He took a step to prevent it. He started thinking way to stop it, way to put stuff in the way to prevent it. And they started thinking how to stop it. But what we do is, white man can steal my shit. Instead of me, rather than me saying, what do I need to do to stop this, to prevent this? What do I need to put in place? We just sit around and cry about it. And then we don't do nothing. And then they keep stealing and stealing and stealing. Someone gave an example of air product being stolen in the 70s. And in 2003, they're still stealing your shit, So you're not thinking right. If you're thinking right, you experience something. You sit back and like, oh, wow, I just experienced it. Let me learn from my mistake. Do something. Put something in place to eliminate it. Like he gave an example of those women discovering a way to use banana to make hair product. They just figure something out. Now, unfortunately, these people are very desperate people. They need more food in their stomach. They're very hungry people, and they figure something out. They put it out there. Can somebody come? I just learned this. Come and pay me money and take it. That's what they're saying. Because I'm hungry. I need to feed my children. Now, you can't tell me that over these years, Africans didn't know we didn't know there are people discover things, and when they're desperate, they don't know where to go, they don't know what to do. They just need someone to come and do something. So all these years, none of us have figured out we need to create one institution, one big building that has an address that says, if you discover something, if you invent something, come to this building right here, this government building, with your documentation, and once you get a lawyer and come to this building, and once you enter this building, that the day you enter that building, that patent belongs to you. We will protect your stuff. We
All right.
Africans haven't built a single building
It
or
requires
even
money, Mr.
institution
Mike. It
or even
requires
Let's
money.
walk through this.
we
It
we
requires
we,
money, Mr. Mike.
we haven't taken any
Nothing is free
measure.
in Africa.
Wait,
Nothing is free in
we
Africa.
haven't say it again.
Nothing is free in Africa. Don't
My
forget
brother.
about it. Even in your country,
And that's
Nigeria.
and you're helping and we the Africans are the problem. We haven't done it. We haven't taken steps to help that situation where
Okay, so
our
let's
people
walk
can
this
invent
through, Mike.
something.
Okay,
Our people.
let's walk through this, Mike. Mike, let's all walk together. Okay, right. Let's talk about patents because that's really that'll deal with money, business, ideas, and so on. Protecting your designs, protecting your intellectual property, patents. Okay, so you said create a patent office. Okay, so let's walk this through. So a patent office, an Black African patent office. Now, would that need to be a part of the government, Mike?
Okay, not necessarily.
Oh,
It should. It should. It should. It should.
it should.
It
You are
should,
still contradicting
but
yourself,
not.
Mr.
It
Mike.
should, but not necessarily.
Okay.
For
Okay.
example, I can create
Let's
my
walk
own.
this through.
I can.
Let's
I
walk
can.
this through.
I can
Go on.
create my own private. Of course, the patent is part of the law. It's something that has to do with the the law. The rules and everything. I mean, it's a constitutional kind of thing. It's a law thing. Yeah, it relates to the law. I can be let's say the government doesn't build one patent office, but of course there's an agency there in the government where that they regulate all those things or they things like that. It's tied to the government. The patent is tied to government. No,
Oh, okay.
now
So, all right. So hold it. I asked you.
the law is tied to
Good
government.
idea. Hold it. No, let's
Okay, go ahead.
let's walk through this.
I
Let's
know what
walk
you
through
asked
this.
me. You said the office. Go ahead. Yeah.
Right. I asked you. Brilliant idea. The importance of a patent office. We agree with that. So let's go to the next step. I asked you.
No,
Is it
but I said not
necessary that
necessarily. I didn't say no. Wait. I say a private person can also build his own private one. Where
No. It
I
doesn't
built
exist.
one, and wait. Let me say this. In America, in America here, just a commercial on TV. It's a private company. Say, hey, you want to share your inventor? Did you invent something? Call this number. Oh, did you invent something? Call this number. These are private people.
All of them
These
are
guys
also
are
related to
smart
the
because
government.
wait.
Nothing is done without the government knowing.
But
You have to know that, Mr. Mike. You have to know that, Mr. Mike. That's why I said, are you really a businessman?
What are you talking about,
Nothing
man?
is done
Your
without
point doesn't. What are you talking about? Nothing is done without government knowing.
Everything is
When you
related
took a
to
shit this morning, the government know about it. What are you
Everything is
talking about,
related
man?
to the government. Everything. No law stands it because there is already what. How will I put it for you? I just want you just to learn how to accept things, Mr. Mike. You
Okay,
understand?
thank you.
have
But
to-
let me continue with IC3 question. Now, I said some private individuals come on TV to do commercial like, hey, if you invent something, call this number, right? If you
Right.
discover something. So what are they doing? What they're doing is, hey, a dusty person, if I like that, those people in the village that discover something but don't have sense to know that this is a process of making it mine 100%, or they
Yeah.
don't have the funding to go through the lawyer and everything. So I,
Right.
as a smart businessman, I see the potential. Like, oh, why this person invents something,
Yeah.
I can offer them a deal like, hey, I'll pay you this money. You own 20%, I own 70%, or you come in and negotiate. This is your invention,
Okay.
right? So
Okay.
you and I can be rich. That's what the whole thing is all about. So you come there.
Yeah.
If you come by yourself, I know that okay, I can hustle this one. If you come with a lawyer, I know that oh, you got your game, you sharp, you smart. Because the lawyer will trying to assist you like, hey, let's negotiate. What do you have to offer? The lawyer can say, hey, no, we keep 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? But you keep, you come to negotiate. That's what life is. So
Right. Okay.
if you want to protect these Africans from Europeans stealing their stuff or whatever, these poor Africans, you and
Yeah.
I, that are smart, whatever, we can go build a private patent office, right? Somewhere and say, hey, if we invent something like that banana, whatever it is, banana weave, just come over here. Don't go to the
Okay.
white man. And
Okay. So let's walk
yeah,
this through now. All right, a private patent office. I never heard of such a thing. Does such a thing exist?
When I say private patent office, what I mean is it's not that person that actually will legally do the patent for you, but they're like
an agency.
An agent, exactly, agent.
Yeah.
That's what
Okay.
essentially that's what it is.
Right.
Now,
Okay. So let's walk this through. Let's walk this through. Is there any value in having a private patent office or agency, a patent agency, if there is no government recognized patent office?
there is no country in the world where they don't have a government recognized patent, because the patent, the whole thing is it's a global rule.
Right.
Every government is signatory to it.
Right.
You understand?
So
it's an international
would you-
law. So
All
there's
right,
no
okay.
government in the world. There's no country in the world where they don't have that in their law.
Right.
So
Okay.
you can't say so you can't
would you
blame
agree
government
then?
for it.
Yeah. Okay. So go back to the original question. Does the patent office have to be part of the government? Based on what you just said, it does. There's no patenting without government. What you described was an agency, and that agency would have to be working with the government for.
Thank you very much.
No, they don't have to work with it. What they do is they have to go through the government to get it stamped.
No,
Yeah,
you understand? They have to get. That's why I say lawyers gotta be involved. They have to get through the judiciary to get it stamped. Like boom, okay, legally. It's kind of like it's like your marriage license. It's like your marriage license. It's
Okay.
like if you wanna legally, if you meet a woman today and you say, "Hey, will you marry me?" She say, "Yes." Okay, we're married. Okay, yeah, you're married. You agree
Right.
between yourself that you're married, but you're not
Yeah.
officially you're not recognized as married people until
Right.
you go to get it.
Right.
Get the marriage certificate. So
Yeah.
do the
Okay,
government
so
have
watch
to
this,
build
Mike.
the office for you to go decide whether I want to get married? No, they don't have to build the office for you. You have to go make that decision yourself.
All right,
When you come
let's
to
talk
them for them
about
to
marriage
recognize
now.
that on this day, you're married. Boom.
All right.
Yeah.
So, would you agree with me then, Mike, that there's be no point in setting up a patent agency unless there's a patent office recognized by the government?
I'm trying to understand what you mean by it. It would make no sense for individual to set up a patent agency.
Patent and trade.
Why would it not make
trademark
sense for
offices
individual
are-
to set up a patent agency? It's private business.
If the government,
it's not private. It's not
But
private.
the
It's a
reason
commission under government.
but the fundamental reason why I said you and I should do that is because if you and I, instead of sitting here complaining about a white man going to Africa to steal or Chinese man going to Africa to steal people's discoveries, you and I, what we can do is be the one to at least steal it from that dusty
But we
person instead
have-
of the Chinese, and then at least if me and you steal it from that person, we can use it to help our race. Or right?
There are trademarks offices and patent offices in Africa.
Hmm?
My
We can't hear you, man. Speak up.
There's a trademark office in Africa. My business, my trademark, I got it registered in Nigeria. Right?
Yeah.
So,
We agree on that.
so
They have
and they share information, right? So if I see you using my trademark, I can sue, right? Because I already have a similar trademark in my name that is already registered. So
Right.
the search takes between 7 to a year, because they have to check around, communicate with other patent offices to find out that, okay, this trademark or this patent is not being used by anybody else, right? And there's no
Right.
conflicting interest. So,
Right.
and if there's any, they will reach out to you to let you know. It's almost the same thing as, it's not almost the same thing, but it's similar with you confirming similar business name or trade name or registered name when you
Right.
want to set up an
yeah,
office,
Emeka,
a corporate office. Yeah.
Yeah, we all agree that those things exist globally. But we are saying is, like some people, like rural people, like some village people or illiterate, that don't know that such thing exists, right? Now they invent something but they don't know what to do with it. Like Kaiser gave an example of some people in, I think, Uganda somewhere. They figure out to use the banana leaf to make women's weave, right? And then he said they didn't know what to do, so they just did a YouTube video and put it online. And then some Chinese people just went there and steal their invention from them. So we are saying, what's the solution to that kind of problem? And that's what I'm saying.
It's for
Those
them to get educated.
those people are not educated for one. Two, they don't have maybe private individuals that can think that, hey, this potential of these people of discovering something is this. So let's
Unfortunately, right? We can't. I think we always like to pass responsibility to others for things that we can do for ourselves.
you mean like the
I
government,
think,
right?
yeah, we keep doing it all the time. So if you feel you've invented something that is of commercial value to you, the best you can do is to reach out to people or someone you consider to be intellectual enough, or that's why we have like if you're in the village, you can reach out to your representative there, or possibly maybe if you're under a traditional form of rulership, you reach out to your king to let them know. Those are people who can establish that link to you. But many a times we keep passing blames or responsibility to others rather than accepting responsibility and accountability for ourselves.
Thank you.
I can't develop something that I think is of enormous value or what's a dime. I just give you an example of me developing a trademark, right? And of course, I don't want anybody to come using my trademark. I have to go. I've never done it before in the past, so I had to go ask,
Right.
how do I do this? How do I get to register my trademark so that I don't get to find it out from that somebody else is
So,
doing
Emeka,
that?
what would you say the fact that you were already aware, you're already educated enough to know what
I had
trademark
to
is?
ask. I've never done it before.
When I'm saying no,
I
I'm
don't
not saying
know.
the process of doing it. I'm saying you were aware of what trademark is. Like if you invent something, hey, there's something called trademark. You have to protect your belong. But those people in a rural village that don't know all these
No, we
terms
can't keep
and
we can't
don't
keep
know
we
that
can't
those
keep
things
we can't
exist.
keep making excuses for people.
No,
I
no,
don't
no.
think it's fair.
But the fact that the reality is
It,
there are some
uh,
people that wait, hold on now. There are people that exist in this world. They are not part of this system, world system, and understand terminology. They didn't go to school, don't know that something called trademark. If I invent something it belongs to, they don't know they exist. Like the example of those people in those village, they don't know anything about that. So all they just their own creativity. They just figure out how to make something that they know exists, and they didn't know that hey, something called trademark, something called intellectual property. They didn't know that. So now some Chinese people took advantage of them. And some Africans they are blaming Chinese man for doing that. When I'm like, we that knew better, they're
okay,
Africans, should
you
have been the
see,
one
Okay,
to
can I
protect
ask?
them.
I can't relate with what you're explaining, but with the example you gave, you said they upload it on YouTube, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Chinese guy saw it and decided to go do something about it or develop that idea to create a commercial value for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
What they can do, they can sue. They
Well,
can
that's another
sue.
way. That's true.
Yeah.
But then
You
it
go
will
you
be
sue
very difficult to
because
prove that because
what they
you
will,
have to be able to prove.
it's not difficult.
No,
You've
no, you can't sue
uploaded it.
because wait,
You know
wait. For you
why?
to wait,
You know
my brother,
why? You
you
follow
can sue, but
timelines.
you're likely not going to win the case. You don't know why?
You
In
follow
which court?
timelines, right? You
And that's
created
what I'm
it
trying to explain. Timeline.
for the Chinese people to go register something. There will be a date. If I upload something yesterday
Oh, that
on
you got a
YouTube,
point. Got a point. Yeah.
I uploaded yesterday on YouTube, and the Chinese guy sees it today, and he goes register. There's a date for it. Probably he registers it today, but I uploaded it yesterday, which means the timeline is you saw it on my YouTube, and you went to register it, which means I was the first person to invent this, and you went to register. You stole my rights. You stole something
You
from
stole
me.
from me because
You
there's a
stole
proof
something
that
from me. There's a
I
proof,
had it
and
first. That's true.
and I'm showing the court. Look at it. Look at what he has done. That is
Do
how.
you think the Chinese person can also uh, show take a video and say, hey, I recorded this on this date as well or
No,
something?
no,
Or,
you
I
can't.
mean,
You see, that's the beauty about time, right? You can't. If we could go back to time, many of us would go back to go correct some stuff, right? Yeah. If we, you, we, for each hour that exists or each second that exists on Earth, we create footprint. So the Chinese guy who is saying this as at yesterday, October 2nd, and today going to go register something else has created a footprint. So when I'm then, which means it's not left for me to now show, because for me to upload on YouTube, I have developed something over time. And then I will bring my own records. That is why if you go make a music or a beat that is similar to somebody else's beat in the past, they can sue you for copyright. Regardless, you didn't take permission from them, they can sue you, and you're going to pay. You don't know you're going to pay. I'm probably in Canada here, or I'm in the US, and I make a beat, or I not that I make a beat, I developed a beat that is similar to someone else's beat in the past. All they need to do is to come to court and show them the similarities. I probably was not influenced. I wasn't influenced by that beat. I didn't know that beat existed. I didn't have any record of it. I just made a beat and it sounded like that beat in the past. I'm gonna pay.
Je voulais
I'm
dire
gonna
quelque chose.
pay. So what they just need to do is to show the similarities,
Je sais pas,
prove
j'ai
their
même pas.
case, and if the judge looks at it and say, "Oh, this is very similar," you
So,
have to pay
Emeka,
them.
in essence, what you are telling me is instead of IC3 here crying about the Chinese people, you can just go and get a lawyer and help those people sue the Chinese, right?
Instantly sue.
Okay,
Just sue.
IC3, instead of
Okay.
crying about white supremacy and the Chinese man, you need
Just go
Okay, so I'm
and
going to
sue.
challenge Emeka
Go and
and
sue.
you, Mike, both at the same time. Watch this.
Emeka is doing solution here. Well, he doesn't come here and blame
this
white
is
Watch this.
supremacy
insane.
and the Chinese
You
supremacy.
know that
Go
if you hire a lawyer, that the lawyer is only as good as the enforcement mechanism within China. And I was just posting in the back chat that
Yes, I saw it, Mr. Philip.
the Chinese laws are set up where good luck with that
But that's
enforcement.
international law, though. It's not Chinese law. We have
It's international law. No,
What?
you sue at the
They have
international
laws?
court.
It doesn't.
Yes,
It doesn't
they do have
affect
laws.
the Chinese
They
culture,
do.
because I know
They
many
do
French
have laws.
businessmen
well,
that went.
if the Chinese don't want to do it, then we manufacture. You manufacture, then we all trade. The Chinese can't
No,
tell the person that they
there's
can
something
manufacture.
No,
Chinese does
you're not
every time.
understanding how this works. You know, I mean, we entertain this for a little bit, but let's get serious about it. That there's a real world market, and that real world market has real laws, and those real laws are global.
Who
So
enforce these laws?
the U.S.
What trade?
military at the worst
What
point
trade
of it, but
organization?
the best
What trade
part of it
organization?
is
The
the World Trade Organization.
So in the case
okay.
of the Chinese, do you know that the president of the World Trade Organization is a Nigerian woman? Do you know that?
And
it changes nothing.
So you say they enforce the law. So now you're telling me the
It
Chinese
changes nothing, Mr. Mike.
No,
It changes
wait. What we're arguing here is those Ugandan people that are inventing that thing and the Chinese people that stole
What
their
did they
patents.
invent? What
Wait
did
now.
they invent?
It was they used
I was saying that
banana
it's a
leaf to learn
pointless
some banana
venture
stuff like that. They
of
used to learn how
trying to
to
get
make.
a lawyer to enforce in China. That it just the same.
It's not
Although
going to be.
the
We're not going
African
to Chinese
countries roll
courts.
over when the Europeans come to try to enforce something in their country, but in China they don't. Then in
Mr.
China,
Philippe, I don't think the patent, the court is not going to China. It's not like the Ugandans are going to China to go and be, it's not that. Emeka, am I lying?
but if they wanted to, they would have a hell of a time trying to get a Chinese court to enforce their patent.
But they're not going to Chinese court.
Let's walk
But
through this.
the Ugandan, if it were reversed,
right?
Let's walk through this. Let's walk through this because
for
as
trade
we walk
disputes.
slowly, step by step, things start to expose themselves. Yeah. So we started off with the idea of the patent, and I think it's good because it covers both the discussion between about governance, good government, and the private sector. Where does the private sector meet government? How much government do you need? Right. So the relationship between the private sector and the government. So the patent office, in talking about patents, is brilliant because a product that's secret. Because remember we talked about secrecy. I meant that's what I said. Because Mike was saying, how do you get right thinking? I'm saying the right thinking is the ability to keep secrets, and then to be able to keep secrets, it starts moving into patent. and ownership of something. Now, then we started saying, then Mike started saying, oh, well, set up. I asked the question, does a patent office need to be related to a government? And Mike said, well, we can operate an agency. Yeah. But I think Mike's now admitted that it has to be related to the government in some form. So even that private agency that is taking the ideas from the poorer people has to have the backup of government patent office, a department of the government. Okay, so it comes down to good governance, doesn't it, Mike?
Uh, Good governance or bad governance, you just go to patent office, get your patent. It has nothing to do whether you have good governance or bad governance. You
Just
get your
accept
patent.
it,
That's it.
Mr.
I don't know what
Mike.
you're making it complicated, man.
A
Oh,
patent
so it's
office,
that
right?
easy, is it?
It's a commission for all government organization. It's always going to be related to the government. It's a governmental office.
I
But
know,
Right.
the thing
That
is,
was the
but
original point.
he's
you
making it
can't
look
just
like if you have a bad government, you can't get your stuff, you can't get your patents.
We're
That's
going to
what
go in
he's
there in a
no,
making
minute.
it look like.
you're definitely no go. It's patent by you. A patent is you have an idea. You don't want that idea to be stolen. You're working on that idea. You go to the
Okay.
government. You go to the commission, the patent office. You register the patent office to the patent idea to the patent office, and they give you a patent number,
But,
which you
Okay.
keep. Right.
but
So
what
you're
IC3 is
already
trying to tell us is that
you've
because your
not.
government is corrupt, you can't get it done. That's what he's
No,
trying to
no,
say.
no,
No,
no.
no,
We're
no,
not
no, no, no,
rushing. No,
no.
no. Let's walk this
No.
through. Let's walk this through.
It has nothing to do with corruption.
Exactly.
All right.
They
Okay.
just give excuses, man.
What he's also saying is that
No
what he's
rush.
also
No
saying
rush.
is that
Okay.
okay,
So the
if a
government.
government is corrupt, then all the registered companies and businesses in that country is also corrupt. That they do not exist. That's what he's trying to say, and that's not true. It doesn't.
Exactly.
Okay.
That principle does not hold, right?
Okay.
Because,
So
yeah.
yeah. Okay. So you have a government. All governments have a patent office. Okay. So and it is necessary for that government to be recognized by all the other governments. Yeah. To come under international law. Is that correct? For that
You have
patent
to.
office to be
Yes.
registered and recognized internationally,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
the government. Okay. Okay.
So if
Okay.
someone develops a patent in Germany, right, and registers it in the German's patent office, and someone else in the United States, I don't know how he decided to get the inspiration for the same idea, and
Mhm.
goes ahead to go develop a patent, that patent will not be recognized or registered. And if it by chance happens to be recognized and he develops that idea, the guy in Germany has a claim and
Right.
would get royalty. He would sue and he would get royalty for it because if according to passage of time, he's the first person to develop that patent and he's still working on the idea. So that's the reason for it. Same thing, yeah, in Africa too. But you can't say, oh, they're going to come to say, oh, because it's in Africa, they won't. No, it definitely is going to be recognized. What may happen is he has already built established the novel plan of it. He has built it up to point POC, proof of concept, maybe not
Mhm.
full scale manufacturing
Mhm.
or commercialize the idea yet, then they could come to a settlement, right? Most times you just have to come to a settlement to say, okay, how much are you going to pay me off for this? You say, okay, we're going to pay you maybe $50,000, $200,000. Then you drop your lawsuit and you go about your business.
Right. Right. So, are we saying then that uh, that good African business ideas, the reason they're not being reaching their full potential is because, as Mike was suggesting, there's not enough agents to guide those good ideas into the government, Black African governments' patent offices. Is that what you're saying? That there should be more agencies able to seek out these good ideas among Black Africa? Is that what you're saying?
To be realistic, I don't know. I'm looking at a way to see how to address this because mostly African countries are always importing stuff from other continents.
Okay.
In the past, they used to be from the US and Europe. Now, most recently, is China. So whatever what you're saying is whatever product we are consuming in Africa is technically developed by somebody else, not in Africa, right? So, but if you're developing something that is novel and is for Africa, definitely is going to be recognized. If you're developing something that is new, of course you should be able to have your patent rights to cover it. You understand? Same
Should be
thing
able
like
to.
you should if it's new, that is you would be advised. If it's new, you should get a patent for it first before you go to full commercialization. And when you come, your patent is there, you have your copyrights, you have your all the rights, trademark if you have a brand to cover
Yeah.
and protect
Yeah.
your
But here's the
product
challenge,
or whatever
Mecca.
you have. Yeah.
We're under the impression that black Africans aren't thinking correctly. They're not doing good on the international scene in business. They're not being able to outsmart the white man because they're not thinking correctly. And are we saying then that is because they're not using the benefits of the government?
I won't say the word outsmart. I don't think that word sits right with me. What I would rather want to say is that Africans are not providing goods and services that Africans need, right? They need to, at this moment, there's barely they need to reinvent the wheel, right? Whatever products that you have that you think is coming from somewhere else, you can make a substitute product
Sorry,
for it.
Emeka, can you speak up a bit?
Okay, what I'm saying is when you say Africans are not as smart in the white man, I feel the word as smart is not sitting right with me. There's no need for that. I
Yeah,
would
let's
rather
use
want to
Mike's
say
term. Mike's saying that the black Africans aren't thinking correctly. That is why Africa is doing poorly in comparison to the West or the white man or the European or whatever. It's quite obvious. So I just say I call it white supremacy.
I would rather want to say we are not creating products that we need or solutions that we need, right?
Oh
Yeah,
my
there
God.
may be some um, interference, but we are still not creating products. Africans are not creating products that Africans need. So, or Africans are not creating solutions that African require. I know
Okay.
in Africa there are businesses, yes, there are African businesses that are they are delivering products and services for their people, right? But on a larger scale, let's take Apple for instance. Now we do not have an African business that is developing um, phones in large capacity to Africans, as well
Wait a
as
minute.
exporting it to the rest of the world.
Mecca, how are we going to develop phones or any of these high quality finished products when we don't have consistent power in a lot of these countries? We don't have consistent manufacturing tooling. There's steps that go into that, right? Like, I don't then know.
We need to start fixing it, making the steps and doing it. We have to do it. It's not the Europeans that come and do it
Exactly, you
for
do
us or the Chinese.
exactly. You do
But
it
you
to
have
make
to
it so
fund that.
we should
Where's
not
the money
we should
coming
not
from? Where's the
but
money coming?
at, at
If
this
you let's say because I actually dealt with this kind of stuff specifically in Africa. Let's say you want to buy a tractor, okay, and you have to buy that tractor in dollars, but you're paying in whatever the local currency is. Then you have to pay the customs and so on to get it on a freight, on into a container boat. Well, how do you think that's going to work unless you reverse engineer it, right?
yeah,
Well,
you
we're not
just said
arguing
you
that.
just
That's what he's
you
saying, but that's what Emeka is saying. We have to learn to make the tractor ourselves.
exactly right.
Well,
So
I agree
now
with that, but
what the
we went
Chinese
way off
actually
into the
did
woods when I tried to start to explain how it costs money to do the reverse engineering. You need
a market in order to fund. There's no venture capitalist fund that's funding these inventions. This is what I was saying to you from the very beginning, that you have these people that are inventing things like, Kaiser was showing with the banana leaf wigs, but you don't have a market in order to fund and scale those businesses. And it's not coming from government,
Mr.
and it's
Phillips.
not coming, hold on, let me finish my point and then I'll land. It's not coming from the private sector. And this idea, and it's both in the Black diaspora and in Africa, that our wealthy celebrities and wealthy people within the country should fund that. To Mr. Ice Black's point, they already know that. They decided they didn't want to fund it because it was going to be disruptive to their relationships with the people that don't want us to make that stuff. It's very simple. So we can dance around this thing for hours, like, why aren't we doing it? Or we can actually talk about how to fix it. And I'm just wondering, if you're interested in trying to fix it, then we can discuss that. But if we want to pretend all these things, the obstacles don't exist, well, then we'll be here for hours.
Okay. Let's use a tractor you just mentioned, for example. A tractor, right? We're buying it. I think it will cost less to make it than to buy it, to be honest. To make it for yourself than to buy it. Now, if you decide to make a tractor in Africa, what's stopping you? What's going to stop you?
Do you have the tooling equipment to make a tractor?
Yes, the tooling equipment. You figure out how to make it and you make it.
No, that's not how it works, brother.
Okay, what tooling equipment do you need? What tooling equipment do you need?
The point is,
You got to reverse engineer the Caterpillar, the John Deere tractor that they got. Then you got to figure out how to make each part of a tractor or something you manufacture has
But
a
that's what I'm
cap.
saying. Figure out how to make it. That's what I'm saying.
now,
Figure out how to make it.
But it's not just figure out how to make it. That costs money. It's very expensive.
Yeah, but it's very expensive to also buy it.
Let's be
exactly, which is why it's stupid what we're doing of buying it. But it takes government to spend that kind of money.
You keep we're telling you why shouldn't we make it? You're saying it's expensive, it costs money, and then we're also telling you that it costs money to buy it. So if you have money to buy it, why not use the money you're using to buy it to also
let's just take your boy Ruto's 100 million that he's supposed to get from the United States. What he actually will get is a credit. He won't get cash.
Well, you're shifting the goalposts, man. You're shifting the argument. Let's stick to the track.
No, I'm trying to tell you how these things work. That when you get foreign aid to
we're not talking about foreign aid, man. Let's keep it simple, man. Let how to make tractor.
I'm trying to tell you, where does the money come from?
If you have the money if you have money to buy it, that means you have money.
You don't have the money. You don't have a tax system. Where's the taxes?
My brother.
How are you buying stuff without a tax base?
Are we buying tractors? Are we buying tractors? Are we buying tractors?
You're not listening.
We have money in Africa, man. You talking as if we don't have any money at all.
I'm trying to explain this to you. The problem that Africa has in part is you don't collect enough taxes to actually do it yourself. You don't have a hard currency, so you're buying everything in a harder currency than you produce, and then you don't collect any taxes from your people to be able to buy anything. That's why you don't have anything.
What do you mean we don't have anything? We buy. Have you been to Africa? You don't see people buying stuff. We buy tractors. We buy cars. We buy everything. We buy everything.
You buy. Listen, the food that you're eating. Are you making that domestically, or are you buying it from Russia and Ukraine?
No, we grow our food. But the one we
are you self-sustaining? Are you self-sustaining with your food?
We grow. Say okay. Now,
do you
that's a different argument.
Wait. Let's just deal with this because we're wasting a lot of time.
We grow.
Do we produce enough food to feed your country? Name any country. Do they produce enough food to feed everybody in that country? Yes,
but that has nothing to do with the point we're making here.
It has everything to do with it. It has everything to do with it. You
We're
can't
talking about
produce
making tractor.
products
You're
if you
talking
don't
about
have
growing
enough
food.
production,
So let's
if you
walk
don't
through
have enough
this.
money to make it.
Okay,
Okay.
wait,
You,
wait,
you
wait, wait.
can't produce a product if you don't have enough money to make it.
Not
What do
all
you mean we don't
countries
have money to
produce.
make it?
Not all country.
Are
Not
you
all
saying
country
individuals don't
produce.
have money to make stuff?
Guys.
Is
All country.
Dangote making construction tractors?
He has the money to fund making it
Why isn't he making it?
because
He has
he
enough money
hasn't
to
figured
make
out to
it. How
make
come
it
he's not
because
making it?
he
It's
hasn't
not a
figured out to
venture that
make
is
it.
interested
Listen,
in
listen.
itself.
He's literally in the
Dangote,
construction business making concrete, but he doesn't make tractors. Why?
because he
doesn't want
doesn't
to
have
do
the
it.
technology to
He
he
doesn't
hasn't
want
figured
to
out to
do
make
it.
it. He hasn't figured the
So, but
technology.
currently, we have someone who is making vehicles in Nigeria at the moment. I think there are about 3 or 2 of them in Osin and IVM is in Osin. And which other one again? I'll try to remember. There are either 2 or 3 of them that are making. They
Vehicles.
started off as assembly plants, but they are currently manufacturing vehicles. Now,
Okay.
with that expertise and that skill set, it's only going to take, if you say, okay, they started with what do you call this, now they're doing buses. Now they are doing military tractors. They can, I think they still have the capacity and the skill sets to do agricultural tractors. So they even currently now they're changing some of the diesel or petroleum or gas tank to CNG. There's CNG built vehicles. So it shows over time. And I know this company. I don't think this company is over 10 years old. They are getting better in terms of their skill set and expertise. So yes, in terms of manufacturing, you can compare African to the rest. You can compare African to Chinese. You can compare African to Europe and to the United States. But that manufacturing skill set and the transfer skill set is coming to Africa, and we are gradually growing on it, and it's only going to get better in the future, right? Like what you're saying, it's only going to get better. And I usually do not want to keep talking about government, but with government support, it's only one way up, right, to progress in what we do. And just to correct the impression, no country can has that food security, not even the United States. If there's a war situation going on in the just the Ukraine conflict alone, you saw the ramification across the world. It even affected oil prices, wheat prices, as well as wheat affecting loaf of bread, as well as grains, the prices of grain, just because one country alone is under conflict. Now imagine if there's a widespread war. No country is sufficiently enough or has enough food security. Let's be very honest and point blank. Many
Okay.
countries, including the United States, import most of their foods too.
Can I ask the panel a question? It would be interesting to hear your views. With a limited amount of time and energy, resources, does the people or does the person working to generate power, does he work in the same way and have the same mindset as the person who is working to generate money? Because remember, you was all talking about being able to buy tractors, buy this, buy that. So if the focus is on generating enough money to buy what you need, is it the same focus as being able to generate power to get things done? Are they the same? Money and power.
When you mean um, they're not the same.
Say that again.
They are not the same.
They're
So
not the same. Okay,
yeah,
interesting. Let me hear the before we go into the
you must
differences. But I just want to hear your position.
have accomplished something first before you get to the
Hold
other,
hold it
right?
hold it there before we go into the details. Mike, do you see money and power as the same thing?
Not completely the same, but parts and parcels of each other. Yeah, but not quite the same. Yeah.
Right, right. And you, Philippe?
Power is I don't know what to use. Power can be in different form. You understand?
Yeah. Okay, just let me
You
hear.
understand?
I want to understand
For
everybody's
example,
position
you
on
you
the
can't just
panel
say
before.
power. You have to define power. In what sense is
Yeah,
power?
yeah, yeah.
Power in what
Okay.
sense?
Right, right. But
No, we can't just say
basically,
power because money
money and
can also
power.
money is also power. So when you say money and power, so you have to give me power in what sense? Are you saying military power? Are you saying economic power? Are you
Well,
saying?
we'll explore that shortly. But a lot
So I
of
can't answer your
people,
question, man.
yeah, yeah, yeah. A lot of people, they see money and power. So remember, I said if you're making an effort and focusing on generating money, would you behave in the same way if you're focusing on generating power?
Okay,
Would you act and
let
think
me
the
explain the
same
difference.
way?
So,
Generate which power?
money is a subset of power, right?
Exactly.
Money,
Ah,
yes, money
right.
is a subset of power. So, for you to be powerful, you must already have money. So, if you don't have money, forget about you seeking for power, right?
Okay.
Thank you,
So,
Mr. Emeka.
yeah, so it's a subset. It doesn't
Subset.
mean it's a subset of power. It doesn't mean that you must be one of the richest men in the world, or one of the richest men in the community, or one of the richest men in the on the planet. But it's a subset of power. So why is
Subset.
that? Yeah, it's a subset. So what is power? Power is your ability to uh, influence. Is like leadership too. You have the resources, the capacity, the ability to influence things, and within that things comes with people, country,
Hmm.
or a group of people, community, and the rest. It shows that okay, this man is a influential individual, likewise a powerful man. So
Right.
with that money, which is a subset, you can
Subset.
be able to, yes, it's a subset of power. You can be able to use your money, not only money alone, because
Yes.
money is like a characteristic trait of someone who is powerful. So
Right.
you have an amount, a good sum of amount of money, right? A poor man is necessary. A poor man necessarily can't be powerful. Nobody would listen to him. Nobody would want to talk to him. As a matter of fact, you just kick him over and move on to the next one, right? And that's the same thing that is applicable to countries. So a poor country is not invited to the dinner table where the rich play their politics. So
Yeah.
the poor countries would only uh, take the handouts, which African countries are suffering now. They take the foreign aids, they take directives from the rich country, they take the policies of the rich countries and they implement it for themselves, right? So, but the rich countries get to sit on the table, which belongs to the powerful countries, and they dictate how things should be done because they can
Yes.
be able to influence others. So, with money is good, but money is necessary to gain power. Money is very necessary to gain power. Now, we could dissect it from different angle. Yes, some people will say, "Oh, but you have some influential, powerful people who are not so wealthy, like Martin Luther King." Martin Luther King had some considerable amount of money. He's not wealthy necessarily, but he was a pastor. He was living comfortably, and people could look up to him. He was not living in the streets. If he was living in the street and he was saying, "I have a dream," everybody would tell him, "Please stop smoking what you're smoking. Keep your dreams to yourself." But he
Okay.
had, yeah, but
Earlier. Yeah. Go on.
he
Go
had
on.
some reasonable amount of comfort for himself, and he ran a church, so he had
Yeah.
people under his leadership guidance that he can influence, and from that small church of his, hello.
Hmm.
From that small church of his, he expanded to other districts within the
Right.
black community. And then they begin to recognize, oh, this man is an influential man, this man
Right.
is a leader, and this man is a powerful man. So,
Right.
and that brought the attention of the United States government to him. So
Right.
you must
Okay.
have
So
some. Yeah,
yeah.
go ahead.
Okay. So good. So okay. Because I'm following from the beginning, the flow of the conversation. So we were talking about raising enough money, and I think Kaiser was talking about you need dollars in order to be able to buy some of these equipments, and therefore Africa is end up having to take loans in another currency because they won't allow you to buy certain things that are needed for the industrialization and development of Africa. It can't be done because you have to buy certain equipment in the currency that it's demanded. I think that's what Kaiser was saying. So, and then Mike was saying, well, why don't we just build our own tractors from scratch? Why don't we just just make our own things? And Philip was saying, well, it doesn't quite go like that. It's not quite as simple as that. Okay. So, what do you think of this? The exchange rate and currencies. And the market. Exchange rate, currencies, market. There's so many things going on. Do you think that by keeping control of your own products, secrecy, so keeping your control of your own unique products, cultural products, maybe it could be music, it could be food, it could be inventions, and there's demand for your products, you can shape the market or distort the market or bend the market just by the ability to keep secrets, which could be related to good governance.
I don't think I follow with your question. Like trade secrets?
Yes.
That's done, right? It's done everywhere. Pepsi has its own trade secrets. Coca-Cola has its trade secrets. What's this company again? Most manufacturing companies will not release their trade secrets on how they develop their products. It's their secrets, right? They won't, or else the competition. That's why you have product differentiations, right? What differentiates this product? That's when I mean product differentiation. When I mean product differentiation, I'm talking about products that have or commodities that have substitutes, right?
Right.
So you should be able to differentiate between you. Like now, you can differentiate Pepsi from Coca-Cola, right? So
Okay.
it's because they have trade secrets. So trade secret is normal, is regular. Once you give it up, your company is going to develop. I mean, your competitor is going to develop your product and then call it a different name, and you are left with nothing. That's another reason pharmaceutical companies are suffering in one way. Not that they are suffering technically, right? Because they make a lot of money from the initial stage of drug development and when they are going to the market. So because they've
Initial
been
stage.
the initial when they release to the market, right? Because
Yeah.
they've been researching and they have to do those patents and innovation stuff like that. They've been doing a lot of research, conducting a lot of research, and then with regulation, because the government will not want them to begin to abuse the rights. The government will give them, let's say, a window frame for them to be able to recoup their investment plus profit margin, and then that product, that drug, will become generic, which means any company can pick up that formula from the patent and develop it and sell it to the market. So it happens with Telanoi. Telanoi is now a generic product, right?
Yes.
Telanoi is paracetamol in Africa,
Right.
or as well as Panadol. It's still the same chemical compound. It's not a generic product because the patents, the trade mark, the patents, the design, the chemical compounds is no more secret. It's out in the open. Anybody who has the fund who wants to can pick it up and develop it and put it out to the market for a different name. But to safeguard their investment and their research, they will have to patent the development and create a window frame from them that they could sell this product exclusively
Yes.
to the market.
Exclusively.
Yes.
Okay. Do
For
you
them.
think? Yeah. So put this question out there to the panel. Do you think it is possible to keep secrets if you are taking loans from? Can you keep secrets from the people who are you are taking loans from?
Why not? When you say secret, I'm thinking you're talking about trade secrets, right?
Yes.
Or your what you if you're into manufacturing, how you might. I don't think those who lend money typically. I have a good experience on this. They are not necessarily interested in the nitty gritty of or how you put things together to make your product. What they're most interested is your credit worthiness, and if your what you're doing can get back their money as well as their interest. So that's their first aim. Can we lend to this individual, and can we, in the process, make money from it, right? And so what you will be showing them is your business plan. And in your business plan, you're telling them, okay, this product, I've been able to sell this product to these people. I have an existing market. So you're telling them the customers you have who are ready to take up this product and how much you are willing to sell. That's you're showing them your financials. Whereby on the other side, you're also talking about the key principles in the off in the company in itself. You're telling them about the expertise of the key principles and the skill set that they possess. So once you show your financials, which shows that this product, let's call the product A, what product A can do to the market and how much product A can generate for the market as well as a profit, and they can see the continuous existence of that company for the foreseeable future, definitely, and it makes sense. They lend to you. They are not interested in how you're developing product A. No,
Okay,
they are
yeah,
not
they're not
interested.
interested. Right, you made
No.
this statement. Why, for some reason, I feel that when loans are taken on a large scale from World Bank, IMF, whatever, on a large scale, that these loans come with strings attached to culture, um, politics, and it's not just about how well the product will be sold on the market. I'm suggesting, I'm going to challenge you and say they are totally interested, and they will not give you loans unless they are interfering unless the West is interfering in your cultural values, and all those finer aspects
Okay. All right,
of your
now let me
society that
let me
but that are
correct let
not
me correct this.
related, not
Let me
obviously
let me co-
related to the product
let me
itself.
let me correct this. World Bank loans and IMF loans are not business loans. They are not business loans. So
Hmm.
let's not mix it up. Okay. World
Okay.
Bank loans are loans that are given purely for infrastructure, right? And they are loans
Okay.
that are given to developing countries mainly, right?
Okay.
So IMF loans are loans given to governments
Okay.
to further their monetary policy, their plans, right? They
Yes.
are not loans to set up business shops. No, they are not the
What
same loan you
happens?
work. They
What
are not the same
happens
loan
when you
you.
don't pay back the IMF loan?
Hold on. They are not the same
Let's
loans.
walk through this. Watch this.
They are
Watch
not the
this.
same
Go on.
loans that you go get from what popular bank will I use? And from TD Bank, right? Or the loans you go get from um, the shop XYZ Bank or the community bank. They are not the same loans. These IMF loans are loans that are given like you need a loan to probably for monetary policy issues, concerns, or you are going into bankruptcy as a country, then you take those loans. Definitely, yes, those loans are going to come with measures, covenants. Every loan, even business loans, come with covenants. even credit cards, right? Some will call it terms and conditions. IMF will call it covenants. Even bigger banks too, venture capitalists, we also call it covenants. So venture capitalists will borrow to you, and they will tell you on the third year we need our money back. If you don't give us our money back, we are taking 80% of your equity, and then we will put your company up for sale. So those are terms and conditions that you can draft and say covenants that you must keep up to. Same thing with IMF. The World Bank would borrow to the poorest of the poor for to develop infrastructures that is necessary to help that country, right? So yes, they come with policies, they come with covenants, they come with stringent measures, with the idea, yes, we can look at it from a different viewpoint of the idea to control the country that they control the borrower. Yes, we can look at it from that angle, but
Mm-hmm.
then again, you are the one who went to approach them for the fund. Yes,
Okay.
yeah, you went, you understand. So if you come to meet me to borrow money from me, I'm the lender, and I'm telling you, this is what I want you to do, this is what I want you to do, this is what I want you to do. Are you going to do it? And you say yes. I say, okay, take my money, and then go ahead and do it. So the what we should be saying is money is not free. There's a cost, of money. So rather, African governments should rule their country in a better way and avoid ruining their country and then rushing to the IMF to go take up loan that comes with stringent measures that will further ruin their country again.
Go and Philip. I think you said something to say, or Mister got something to say.
No, I just
I
broke it down.
I was gonna post in the back chat here. There's a book that maybe would be illustrative called "The Diary of an Economic Hitman." I'm
Yo,
posting it
classic book,
right,
classic.
and there's
Yeah.
a quick like 2-minute summary I'm posting in the back here, Kaizo. Maybe it would be helpful to play this thing. I mean, I listen. I want to try to be helpful to this conversation. I gotta, I've been trying to um, hang on here rather than to cut off because it's. I agree with you um, that it's important to kind of walk people through this process, but I think it's it takes a lot of time, and I just wanted to make a point or two and get out of here. The bottom line is that there's a process by which we can scale and try to learn to reverse engineer products, but you have to
I
have the
agree. No doubt. Nobody's going to stop you if you want to do that. That is you creating
and I agree
a
with
substitute
Mike
product.
that people are not thinking correctly in order to do this. I think he made a strong point there. That being said, it takes fundamentals. Think of it this way. When you play sports, you have a field on which the sport is played, and you have usually referees or some kind of rule keeping device that monitors the state of the game in order that the rules are observed. If you don't control the field and you don't have any input to the referees, meaning that you can communicate with them and maybe they won't overturn a call, but they will at least think about what you're having to say. If that is not within your reach in order to participate in the game, then you're out on the field and somebody else owns that field and somebody else is dictating how the referees call that game. And what
That's
I'm
right.
trying to suggest is, to Mike's point, You've got to control the field that you play on. And you have to have some input to the refs in terms of those rules. And what the problem in part has been is that African countries and its people do not control the field on which they play. They don't. They don't own it, and they don't control it. And the refs, let's think of the refs.
Sorry to interject.
No,
When you
go
say the
ahead.
field of play, sorry, what field are you talking about? So we
Yeah, that's
can.
right.
World,
You got
world global markets.
Okay,
Africans
right. We do
do
not have
not.
the we do not have that competitive edge to compete against other continents. We are not.
I would make a very strong argument that Africa is
We
the
do
only
not.
continent. Oh, hold on, let me make my point, and then you can respond. Africa is the only continent that doesn't need the other continents. That they could literally cut themselves off from the rest of the world and not trade with anyone but themselves and completely survive without the need of any of the other continents.
I'm not
But you
disputing
just
that,
told me
right?
that we
But
don't have the
that
capacity to do it.
in theory,
What?
we do not have the competitive edge. That's what I'm saying. In
What?
theory,
I just told you we
we do not.
have
No, understand.
we
We do
have
not have the
everything that we
competitive
need
edge.
in order to survive in the world. We don't need
I
Europe. We
I
don't need the
agree. I agree.
Americas. We don't need
I
Asia.
agree. I agree. I agree.
So
I
then
agree.
we can, right?
We I agree. But again, it's easier said than done. Currently, now we belong to a global village. To do that comes with widespread repercussions and consequences. There are many multinationals from the Chinese, the United States, and European countries that are doing business in Africa. Once you begin to say you want to close shop, it means you want to nationalize and you want all these nationals to leave your country. It comes with consequences, right? It may even lead to war.
You don't need
Uh,
to do any of that. All you need to
the-
do is to zone each one of these countries in such a way that it reaches the goals that we're trying to do, which is to, if you want to manufacture tractors or if you want to manufacture wigs, that you zone the property in a way that is functional to your goals as Africans. And then you collect a small amount of the money that's earned from that zoning to fund bigger projects. And that has nothing to do with the Europeans. It has nothing to do with the Asians that are there. They can stay, they can go, but it does have everything to do with a properly functioning government. And it does have everything to do with a government that actually is there to serve the people who live there, which Mike eloquently pointed out is not what is presently happening. I concur. But the solutions are within our grasp, such as reverse engineering. That can be a target project for a local community or for a national community, however you want to do it. But we don't need the permission of the Europeans to do that. Not at all. Now, in the Western Hemisphere, in the Americas, we've got a different problem where we don't control the zoning. Our citizenship is dubious. Our access to capital is not what it should be. We own 2.9% of the commercial property in the country. That's very low. And our access to venture capital markets is
who
suspect.
when you say
Yes, sir.
we, when you say we own, do you mean the blacks in America?
I'm saying Black Americans as an example.
Oh, okay.
Black Americans at maximum are 16% of the American population at maximum. Their ownership of commercial property in the country is about 2.9%. I've seen anywhere from 2.1 to 2.9. Okay. That their average net income for a household is $37,000. they are not in an economic position to make a lot of investment, except maybe in their communities. But when they try to go to the government or other accesses of capital, it's very low, regardless to what their ideas are. That's a different problem. That's a different problem than what Africans have.
Why do you say it's low? Are they not meeting
How
the
do
requirements?
when you borrow money to build a business, you need collateral.
Mm-hmm.
Black Americans don't have it. They don't
Why
have
don't they have
inherited
collateral?
wealth. They don't have, in many cases, land, property, assets, stocks, none of that. If they're lucky, they have a good job and maybe a pension. So for them to go into the
So
capital market to get
what
anything
you're
is
saying
just not.
technically, right? Why I'm trying
Excuse
to be
me?
very practical here. I'm trying to be practical. What you're saying technically is like Black Americans who have good jobs do not have homes. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that, look, the largest access to the home market was in the period right after World War II. The grandparents of the present day African Americans, if they had access to, or let me make it simpler so that in order to be a member of the Black American middle class, you need one of the two things. You need one grandparent that participated in World War II and had access to the GI Bill. From that GI Bill, you needed to have had access to a historically Black college so that you could get a college education because the country was segregated. That's one way. Then many of those people were able to buy a home. The other way is you need one grandparent that was at least a trade unionist, meaning that they were a union factory worker that had access to union wages,
I want to ask you
potentially.
a question. Sorry, I'm not an
Let me
American.
finish
I
my
think you
point.
might educate me.
Let
No,
me finish my point, and then I'll
I'm
answer
a
your
bit
question.
confused. I'm a bit confused. That's why I want to ask the
Yes.
question. Are you saying?
But you interrupted my point, but continue.
Yeah, because I'm confused. The things you're saying, I'm not an American, right? I don't stay in America, so
Yes.
I'm confused. What you're saying now is, if a Black American who has a job or a family, they want to buy a house, they can buy a house. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that on average, most Black Americans do not have enough capital to buy a home. That is
When you
what
say
I'm saying.
they don't have the down payment to buy a home.
They don't
Or they
have the
don't have
credit. They don't
they don't
have
have
the
the credit.
collateral. They don't
Okay,
have a steady enough
now good.
job to buy.
Yeah, so it's largely their fault. That's what
Okay,
you're trying to say now.
let me give you a concrete example. I presently live in Los Angeles. To
All
buy
right.
a home in Los Angeles in the metro area, at minimum, you're going to spend $350,000. Okay, but it's really more
$350,000.
like if you're in LA Metro, you're
Is
going to
that
spend.
like the value of a home or the down payment you
That's the
need to
cost.
put down? The
That's the
cost of a
cost.
home. Okay.
The cost of the
So
home is 300. Hold on.
which means as a first-time buyer, you need 5% of that.
Yes, if you're
Okay.
lucky, but that's
If you
not what the real cost is. If you live in LA Metro proper, it's more like $560,000 to $600,000 to buy a home,
all right,
and that's going to be a home of
500.
maybe. Hold on, let me finish. 1,200 square feet or less.
You need 600, right?
One bedroom.
Let's say
That's
650, one
over
bedroom.
$500,000.
You need 650. You said the average in highbrow environment. You need
That's not
is
highbrow. I'm saying if you want to live out in the sticks of LA, if you
the
want to
sticks
live
of LA.
ironically where Tariq Nasheed lives, that if you want to live in his
650,000.
neighborhood, you need at least $350,000 to $400,000 to live in that
300 to
neighborhood.
400,000. Okay,
Okay, but if you are living in LA, the real LA, because he doesn't live in the real LA, he lives in the valley. Okay, that you need at least 550.
I know. At least I know. LA is a very expensive. Los Angeles is a very expensive place, right?
Okay, but it's
California is
all
a
a
very
relative
expensive place.
market. If you live in New Orleans, which is one of the in one of the poorest states in the union, you have to look at what your wages are. Like if you go back and look at all these areas that got flooded during Katrina, these are people that were barely getting by. Like there was a neighborhood over by Xavier University called Gert Town. It no longer exists because it was flooded out. In Gert Town, it was not uncommon to see a home with 10 shanty roofs, you know, like the kind you see in Brazil and in the favelas in Latin America, and dirt floors. That was in New Orleans proper, right? You can walk around there. Many of the homes didn't have doors on them. The kind of poverty that Black Americans were living in was appalling. And so to have a sense of it, you could make a very strong argument that some of these Black Americans were living poorer than some Africans in the various countries. That the poverty was unbelievable, and there's still places like that. You can go to Alabama, you can go to Mississippi. There are countless places like this. I gotta bounce here. I'll be back.
All right.
So it's interesting how Africa and the African from the mainland sees the solution to improving themselves compared to the blacks from the diaspora. There always seems to be a slight difference. So there seems to be not a slight difference. There seems to be a clash of mindset. And if that could be resolved, the incredible power. I hear a lot of people saying that the blacks of the diaspora, they're welcome to come back to Africa and bring their money, but don't bring their politics. Don't bring your ideas. Don't bring the Western ideas and the Western culture. No, but all just bring the money and you're welcome. And then with that money, then you can purchase those things that Kaiser was talking about earlier on. And Kaiser was did enough.
So what he was saying about the black hold on a minute. He was talking about black home ownership, right? Not being able to own homes, and he was giving examples. I think.
Oh yeah, saying didn't have enough money. They didn't have
Yeah,
the resources.
I think black Americans enjoy playing in the Victim Olympics. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Because my next question would have been, I would have come closer home to say, okay, do you own a home? Just to know his own perspective, and why don't you own a home? Now he made
Right.
mention of they do not have the money, the credit score to do that. So if you don't have the credit score, why don't you build the credit score? Right? Try to work on it. If you don't have the money, why don't you try to see how to save? Try to
Exactly. Yeah, I know.
try to don't you see when you keep saying this out, it's like you wanting to not to take responsibility for your own personal self.
Responsibility. I understand.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
wanting
So
to
your
want to
argument
play.
is very strong. It's the same argument that Mike has and quite a few
Yeah,
other people have. They say, look, okay, and that's why the people from Africa, who are working in America, they say, look, just get on with it. Make the
yeah,
money. If you can make the money, if there's opportunity to make the money, make the money and buy the house.
yeah. The beautiful thing is you've been able to identify that this is my problem. Okay, credit score and not having the down payments to buy the home.
Yes.
So then you know the problem, then look for the solution to solve the problem. Don't keep saying the problems, right?
Yes.
And then don't keep saying it like it's from a statistics. And people are like, okay, what do you mean by that, right? So that's why I asked him, are you saying black people who have a good job cannot buy a home?
Right.
Then
Right.
if that's the case, then that's segregation. So but
Okay.
if you
So let
have
me
a good
challenge you
job,
then. Go on.
okay,
Let
if
me
you have a
challenge you
good
now.
job, if you have a good job, if you have a good job,
Yes.
you banks are out to make money. That's why they are there in the first place. You have
Yes.
a good job, you
Yeah.
have the qualifying criteria, they'll definitely give you the loan to go buy the house you want to buy. Or the car. But again, what he didn't say is black Americans do not have an issue to buy a car, but they do have an issue to buy a home.
Right.
So what's the priority here now? So if a bank can give you money to buy a car, but would refuse to give you money to buy a house, I find that very strange.
Yes.
So
What is
rather,
this strangeness?
yes, so if rather I'm like, okay, it means maybe they are prioritizing things wrongly. They are either prioritizing getting a car and
Right.
they enjoy being to rent out where they stay,
Yes.
and they don't want to own their own property. So
Yes.
if your view is, oh, I want to own my own property,
Hmm.
you would work towards owning your own property, and then other things become secondary. But you see black Americans driving one of the coolest cars that is being manufactured.
Right.
And then if you're saying only 2 or 3% of them own a home, why is 93% of them acting for the Joneses? Or
Yeah.
97% of them, sorry, not 93, 97% of them acting for the Joneses.
Yeah.
So if 3% of black Americans own a home, I believe those ones will also own a car. Why are
All right. I have a question for you.
97% of them? Yeah.
Oh, I have a question for you because I like the way you're thinking and the way you're handling. Okay. So if you're in Africa, are you based in Africa or are you living abroad?
I'm in Toronto.
You where?
I'm in Toronto.
Toronto. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have a bunch of you're there to give a speech to a few thousand African students. So you're in Africa, and there's a whole lot of African students there,
Hmm.
and they're planning to go abroad, study abroad, live abroad, get a good job abroad, and send
Who's
money back home to Africa.
so who's Mr. Philip? I think he says he's back.
Yes, I'm also waiting for him to come back. But sorry to cut you, Mr. Ice. I want
Yeah.
to ask Mr. Maker something. Understand? What is this that I enjoy what he was saying? I'm a man of logic. Understand? You know, because of what's it called? Mr. Mike was saying earlier also that let's do this stuff, let's do this, let's do this, let's do that. I just laugh. If you want to create like now, Innocence is the person creating cars in Nigeria. I think he
Hmm.
has to have a license. You understand?
Hmm.
For
Yeah.
those parts, because I deal with one of my businesses, I sell motor parts. You understand?
Hmm.
On a platform,
Okay.
man, in a platform. Okay, because there in every car there's a VIN. Understand? Or for you to identify that part to go with it. Whether it's in a truck, caterpillar, we say camions or stuff like that in French, and whatsoever. So everything goes the same thing with patterns, and the government approved it before you can start fabricating it. Because everything goes round and comes around. That's why I asked Mr. Mike, is he a businessman or you just making noises? You understand? That's why sometimes I just listen to you guys. It's okay. I learn more things also, but later I do my research to compare both of it. Is it good or bad, or in this present state does it go? Because in every car there is a VIN. Even though your car is stolen, the policeman can still retrieve it back through the VIN. Here in Europe, even in America too. So that's it, because of in every car, in every part, there is a specific number. They call it like no, there's a software company I work with. They call it TechDoc. TechDoc. It will give you the same thing. Moment you find you get it quickly. Even though you want to reproduce it, you have to pass through them. You understand? And then they'll give you an identification, just a personal identity for that personal product for you to manufacture it back, even though it's copying. Even the Chinese to do the same thing today. Even in China today, many European, I know of people here in France that went back because of cheap labor to China. After getting there in 3 years, they were all crying because of the next door neighbor is copying what they are producing, sending it back to Europe to sell in a cheaper price. Many of them are now running back home. Running back home. That's why I'm telling you that many laws doesn't cover you, even your product, when it's out of that country. And sometimes in the government, even in banks, they have spies. Africa don't have to prepare the market before they sell their product. You understand? That's like there's a book that says before you buy a fish, you have a fish, you first of all have water to put the fish in it. Because you cannot produce a product that you cannot sell in the market. No bank, no financial institution will fund it for you. That's it. Even though you say you are good, it might be good in the market, but put it down in the market. 0, 0, 0. That's why you have to first of all create an atmosphere for it before you can start selling it. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question? Ask you, get your feedback on these ideas.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I hear a lot of complaints that brain drain. A lot of people, young people, leaving Africa, leaving the third world countries, and coming to work in the first world and live in the first world, make money, and then send money back home to their relatives in Africa. And then the question is, what would you say? Oh, first of all, do you see any? Do you think that that is damaging Africa by having the young people aspiring to life in the West, where there's more money, and then living in the West and then sending money back home to Africa? Do you think the young people living in the West is detrimental to the continent? Because the same thing's happened to you because you're in
Sorry,
Canada.
give me 1 minute. Sorry.
Yeah. Because with all the intelligence and wisdom and acumen that you've developed, you are in Canada. And how about you, Mister?
It depends on the education. It depends on the Mr. Ice. It all depends on the education because of we know that many of us from Africa we come down to the first world country to come and work.
Yeah.
Many of us go back home. Many of us decided to stay. You understand? Because of
Right.
when they see that, like I was hearing what was it called, wise man yesterday was telling me something that Nigeria is not safe for him to go back home. That he wants to.
What?
That if it is safe, he's going to go back. So that because of insecurity, I see that there are some people there that live in it. You can still go back, but he said no, it's not like that. That many people that went with their ideas and the development, they got them, but many of them will never return back to Europe. You understand? I don't want to say the word. Never return back to Europe. So many of them
Okay.
got 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 disappeared. That's it. So you see, but It all depends on the family, individuals, and again, what is his mission here. Like now today, I have a dual citizenship. Understand? I told them
You have
yesterday.
dual citizenship.
Yeah,
So you have
yeah.
Canadian. You
No,
have
no,
Canadian citizenship.
no. I'm French. I'm French, and the same time in Nigeria.
Ah, right. Okay. Right.
Okay,
Right.
many Nigerians don't believe that I'm in Nigeria. If I tell them, they say, no, 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 I don't have the accent. I say, I do have the accent. I speak pidgin English also. It just is that I don't have people that I interact with. You understand? So
Right. Right.
everything.
So you was born in Nigeria and then you went to France.
Yeah, I came in
And
from. I came in from when I was 25 years old.
right.
I
Right.
remember then I started then I lived with my friends from my friends with more friends. Then I decided to do something else. That's how my life
Right.
begins.
Right. Right. And then now you're and do you have any intent of going back to live in Nigeria, or you want to live out your life in France?
No, I'll be going the moment I set some organization down for my children here in Europe. At the same time, to make it more conducive for me back in Africa, then I can go because of I have a way
Ah,
of
and
life.
leave your children here. Leave your children in
Yeah,
France.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But I cannot.
Okay.
But I move with my wife. Them they can
Yeah.
stay.
Okay.
So
So you
that's
go back. Yeah, go back to Nigeria, but leave your children in France. So, do you think that is good for Nigeria, for Nigerian people to follow the model where their children end up living in the West?
it depends because I don't want to force my children to. They have to make their choices. They will come and
Yeah.
see. They will decide where they want to stay at the end. You understand? Because one thing that if I really want them to stay in Africa, I have to make it more better. You understand? Create more things for them. So that's just it.
Right. Right.
So, so,
Okay.
so that's what I was saying that if you want to be the house, you first of all look at the foundation first. The foundation decides how many story building you're going to build. If not, it's going to crumble down. You understand?
Right.
So one thing that I love since I got to know since last year, I got to know one man. I never came to the show. I said, when is the right time I will come? I just looked at it and I liked it and I studied everybody the way they talk. So I started getting interested in it. So yesterday was just the first time I get to the panel. So
Sorry, can someone reach out to Kaiser if he can let his brother on? He's
Oh yeah.
chatting on the
Kaiser.
button.
one man,
Kaiser. I think you might in the background. Kaiser, people want to come on the panel.
one man two can do it too. One man two can do it too.
I don't think
Oh, he
one
can
man
do it as
is
well.
on.
One man or two ninja.
I don't think they're on, right? Maybe they're
They're
doing something.
having something to eat or something.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Yeah, you were
So
asking some questions. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was.
Okay. So that model, it appears to be that Africans are leaving Africa, coming to the West because their time spent in the West, they can earn a lot more money. So it's the money that is driving them to the West. Then when they have children in the West, the children want to stay. And so I'm seeing that, perceiving that as a drain. It's the same thing as mining gold from Africa. It's just you're mining the gold, you're mining the oil, you're extracting resources, and you're extracting mental and intelligent resources. So you're still extracting the people and the resources. Why? Because it comes back down to the exchange rate. Why leave Africa? Because you can earn more in a year than you take if you spent that time in Africa. So would you agree with me that it's the same thing as extracting raw
Yeah.
materials?
I
Because
guess.
those raw materials or those materials are ending up, the people and the minds and the brains are all ending up in the West. So it's a mining operation on multiple levels. That's how I see it. Would you agree with that?
I agree. Yeah.
You agree? Would you agree with that, Mister?
I do too. I do.
Okay, right. Okay. So, what would you say to the young people if you were given an audience, a million young people, listen, and you had an opportunity to speak to these young people who are planning to come to the West? What would you say to them to encourage them to build Africa?
For me, I would tell them not to come to go and learn the trade because of today. Let me use Nigeria as an example. Everybody wants to have that certificate. I don't know why. Everybody just want to have that certificate instead of them to learn the trade. Because trade makes you rich. That's why as I studied here the Europeans and also the Chinese, there's the Chinese in particular. So I found out that many of them they are good in trades. They learn trades. They can stay up to 2 or 3, 4 years. Then they come out. They're on their own. They become their own bosses, and they make things work for themselves. But we Africans, the one thing is that I'm sorry to say this thing. If I say this, it will be controversial now. Hmm?
Okay.
Many of the blacks are employed, are lazy. They complain too much.
Oh,
They complain too much. Even sometimes for them to normally in France they work 7 hours. I give them 6 hours to work. They complain that it's too much that another black man is enslaving them. Then I laugh. You understand that? I always joke with them that you people are lucky that you people got somebody like me. They are lazy. When I say lazy, they complain and complain and complain. So what it does that sometimes I just look and laugh. I just laugh, but I only just help them for them to have their stay. Then after having their stay, I tell them that I cannot take you anymore. That you are not contributing for me, because I rather keep people that are making me, bringing me solutions to me, than people like a liability. I need assets. So one thing that I buy people's time, and them they are not ready to give me their time. Understand? They complain that they follow a full African man again. So I just laugh, but they are happy. They are happy. They laugh. That they tell me in front. Why other Eastern Europeans they complain at your back, but they do the work. It's not the same thing. They complain, they do the work, but we Africans they don't. They complain a lot and they don't do the work. You can see the big difference. So that is so I'm used to them. So one thing is that that's why I tell people that if you're not ready for something, don't go for it. Understand? Because you have to have the gravity. Understand? So that's it. So in the business world is different. According to Mr. Emeka, what he was saying earlier, like if you want to borrow money today, in the business world, I'm talking about here in France, and you want to do the same thing as one of the big, one of the sharks, the whales are doing, the top guys are doing. The banks will refuse giving you a loan. Do you know why? Because they work with the bank. They work with the bank. One thing that I remember 2016. There was a very known person in France. I brought a prototype like his, but more advanced than his own. The bank blocked everything. After I won the case, blocked the money, blocked. They told me that the guy is a partner in their bank. The five banks I went to, the guy is partner with them. So that's how I decided to start working for myself, then get my money and start doing things by myself. So what is that even though the IMF wants to give you money to develop your country, they will ask you on what solution. If it's not for them to gain, they won't give you that money. Like they can give you money to pay your salary to David, but not for the development. They can never give you money for development. That's what I wanted Mr. Emeka to talk.
Mike.
But he never. But Mr. Mike and Mr. Emeka, but I was waiting just to hear from them. But unfortunately, what is that when you start counting your business in the 7 to 8 figures, they started calling attractions. Understand?
Yes.
So now they want to know whom you are. The banks also,
Exactly.
and the government
Yes.
too. You understand? The
Yes.
government will ask you questions, so you can't escape them. You can't escape them. What it does that I tell people that when I say no place like home, people say why. I say that the cheapest place to live today, I say, is Africa. I have reasons, my own reasons, is Africa, because you can go away with many things, but here in Europe, in the Western world, you can't go away with many things. Everything you pay.
Yes.
You want a good life, you pay for it. You
Yeah.
want to live well, you pay for it. Like now, like, so I remember when I was invited to the US, so I decided to go on video, understand, on Zoom. I did my meetings. I
Yeah.
said that what is that no, I don't like the US, but I have so many things.
Yeah.
I like jogging. You understand? I can jog in the road of UK, not in America. Because my friend was making fun of me that if I go down and jog, maybe somebody will shoot on my legs or call me the
Okay.
cops. So I said that there's some countries I don't go. I like
Right.
Europe. We are free to do what we want to do here in Europe. So but if I want to party, I can go anywhere to party. But I prefer Europe as for now. As for now. But I believe that one day, as I said earlier, we all are going back home to Africa. But I just want somebody just to open the way. Somebody just to pay the sacrifice. When somebody pays that sacrifice, we all are going back to Africa. And that's going to be
Okay.
great. That's going to be great. That's going to be great.
Okay.
So that's just it. But for me, I'd rather tell people to.
So sorry, Triumph. If anybody wants to come in, the link is in the comment section now. So I'm here just for a couple of minutes just to let people in. So if you want to come into the conversation, click on that link and come in now. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay,
So
I'm listening.
yeah. Okay. So let's move it up a level now. What if I was to say that wherever there's growth, there must be shrinkage.
That's
So,
true. That's true. That's true.
oh, you okay? Okay,
In
but
the
I'm
opposite
saying
part of it, in the opposite part of
yes.
it.
I'm saying so. You may want to challenge me on this, and maybe people in the chat. I'm saying that whatever contribution people from Africa are making in terms of resources and flowing to the West, or people or manpower flowing to the West, or brain power flowing to the West, the strengthening of the West is the inversion for Africa.
That's true. I agree with you.
It's a direct inversion of Africa. All growth in the West is shrinkage in Africa in some form or another. That's the statement I'm making. I'd like to explore or have that challenged.
One thing that we don't live in a balanced world today. Honestly speaking, we don't live in a balanced world. Sometimes I was speaking to
You're cracking up. You're cracking up,
somebody,
Mister. You're losing. We're losing you. Can't hear you.
a business partner. We are in a really. Hello, can you hear me?
You know, you're cracking up.
Hello.
Are you have you moved space? You're not so clear now.
Okay. I was saying that I was with a business partner in a few weeks ago. So we were talking. So the guy was telling me that yeah, you have to be a capitalist instead of you to be a socialist. You understand yeah, the guy was straight to me that the system I'm doing that they don't like it. You understand? Because sometimes I know that I'm privileged today. I'm privileged today. I'm privileged, really. I'm privileged. So when I see people lesser than me, I don't want to use a word that I use lesser than different from me. So I decided just to give them a helping hand. Understand? I give them always a helping hand, but sometimes they come back and stab me at the back. Understand? So that's why these days, even the last meeting I met with my friends, they told me that they want me to stop at interacting with people because I told them that before this position I am today, that my former boss used to invite me to their table to eat, then
Yeah.
ask questions. Then he told me that ask me questions. So
Gather
from there, after they
intelligence.
asked me questions, yeah, that's why they picked me. You understand? They told me I'm not
Yeah.
made to be who I am, that I should come up to the big boys club. So that's where I started learning
Ah.
from them. Because of one thing is this, that many of us blacks, we are all ashamed. You understand? We are all ashamed
Yes. Yes.
and shy to speak out of our mind. But I told them that what really matters is the environment. Before saying something, you have to watch your environment first, because of you have to know what you are putting out. Like a good cook,
That's right.
you don't cook what people will not eat. You understand? You have to put it out very well. And
Yeah.
then the other part, the opposite part, also we accept it. So that's what I do always, and it has been helping me. Even I remember when I resigned, my boss wasn't happy with me. He doesn't want me to go, but
Yeah.
to date, and we still talk. We became friends. You understand? We became friends. We exchanged rolling. So that's why I was talking
Is he a
to
white man?
Mike.
Was he a white man? Is he a
Yeah,
white
they're
man?
all white. They're all white. Yes,
Listen,
even
listen.
in my
They're not
department.
your friends. They are not your friends. That is the big thing. They are business people. The system of white supremacy. The Africans are so open. They just think everybody's friendly. That word friend, you should take it very seriously. Friend, this is my friend. No, this is
We be,
war
we be,
on an
we became
international
friends.
level.
I know we became friends when I left them. We became friends. I know when I was there, I still respect them till date,
Oh
because
my
of
God.
they made me
Bro,
what time they gave me the platform. They gave me the platform because other Africans didn't want to give me the same platform. They don't.
okay, so let me challenge you on this. What if I was to
Yeah.
say to you, basically, seems that you agree that wherever there's growth, there must be shrinkage somewhere else. What if I was
Yes.
to say to you that all black Africans in the diaspora making money in the West are actually investing in the destruction of Africa indirectly? And that is why they will go back home and then end up dead or whatever, because they don't understand that they're actually poisoning and actually killing people. They're actually killing Africa. That growth is directly related to shrinkage in Africa. It results in African death.
You can say something like that. Really, you can say something like that. Do you know that I remember my first company? I know how much I spent. My second company, I started my second company with just €20. Then I started making within less than a year. I started making 6 figures. Then
Right.
my third company, I started with €0. Zero because I got the contacts. You understand?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
again, I built trust. You understand? I built
Yes.
trust, and I tell people that your best currency is yourself, integrity,
Yes.
integrity.
100%.
And everybody
Yeah.
started calling me, inviting me, and even the government pays for me to go to come on the to go to a trade fair. They pay for me to
Yes.
go. They invite
That's
me to
right.
come.
Yes.
Then they ask me questions. What
Of
do I
course.
think? So when they ask me
Yeah.
questions, I have to reply them also. I tell them, do you want the truth or the lie? So they tell me, give us the truth. That's why I put it, because if you want me to be, I tell them, I'm always direct.
Yes.
So from them, they start liking me. They like me. That's why I was telling them yesterday that I don't think France is leaving Africa, because now you will see what is going on. I don't trust the whites. I worked with them for a lot. That they were going to make the Africans to start fighting themselves very soon.
That's
That's
right.
the
That's
problem.
that's their intent.
Yeah, and when they start fighting
Maybe that's
themselves
their plan,
very
but
soon,
we can have a counter
then
plan.
then uh, except you're with the government. If you're not in the government, you can't hold them back. Then they will come back to intervene in it. Intervention.
Yes.
When they intervene, they start another new colonization. It's
Yes.
over.
That's right.
It's
Yes.
over. What now? They don't need our natural resources anymore. They need the land because now because of due to things that they have been extracting, their lands are no more producing good food, organic food. So where they want to hit on us, they have two goats: the blue gold and our food, the natural our food. Natural resources, they don't know what is under the ground anymore. They need the land to grow their food because of the what they are crying of now is food,
Oh,
food.
interesting.
But people never knew about what is going on. If you see many of the big billionaires now, they don't. What they don't. Many of everybody's now buying lands everywhere in Africa. They go
Land,
there.
land, land grab.
They are
Land
buying the
grab.
land. Yeah, because that's the future. The future is now in agriculture, but many people don't know about it. Also, I just laugh when I see people they want to come. Say, "You come." When you come, so when people when they came, they saw that things are not going the way they wanted it. I met a friend also. He went back to Africa. He went back, and he's doing better than when he was here. He only stayed 2 years. He said no, that is too bad for him. So one thing is just that you can see the way the Western world they do. They promote good places, show the good places on television. So those people back home they start thinking another stuff. They start thinking another thing, saying this, saying that, saying that. But unfortunately, I said when you come, you know the truth.
Yes.
You
So
will
it's
know that.
marketing,
Yes,
marketing,
yes,
narrative
yeah.
control.
That's
Yes.
what they do, and but people back home don't understand because but sometimes I listen to Africans that say that if Europe is if the Western world is not good for you, why is then we are just
Yes.
only learning their stuffs. That's what I tell people when I say that I'm even
Can't make the
taking
money.
whites. Then I'm even instead of me because the three people we brought in last
Mm-hmm.
year they all ran away. They all ran away.
Well, run
You
back to
understand?
Africa.
No, they from Africa, yeah, from Africa to Europe. They ran away.
Run away to where?
We don't know. They don't want to go back. They don't even
Oh, they just.
attend
Oh, they try to
disappeared.
disappear within
Yeah, they disappeared.
Europe.
So we don't want to create any havoc, and we just left everything that way. You understand? We just left it because we are all blacks. So what we do now that we are taking people from here, from the Western world, to go back to Africa to train them to train the first 100 people. Then those 100 people will train another 100 people. You understand? Just like recycling it. Because what we lack in Africa is all about maintenance and management. We don't have those two. We can buy
Right.
everything, build
Maintenance and
everything.
management.
We don't have it. And the other part of it, when we have a good maintenance and management, and they don't have the law that protects everything. Everybody's
Well,
above the law.
maintenance and management all comes under the theme of stability. And if there's stability in Africa, then Africa can develop. So the white supremacists are trying to.
I don't think the Western world will not allow it for now. The Western world will not allow it. Honestly, they won't because of I will let me be careful with things I say. Understand? Because if I'm privileged to see some documents earlier when I was working with a group of people. One thing is that you just see the way things are, and not everything you see are true. You understand? They just want to paint it for you, and do not in France. Every Monday morning they borrow money from the bank, from World Bank. Every
Yeah.
Monday morning they borrow money. That's like Nigeria to pay their workers here. To pay
From
their
the
workers
World
here.
Bank.
Yeah, they borrow
France.
money every Monday morning. They borrow money from Japan. They borrow money just to pay their workers here. We know about it. So that's why when
Wow.
people are saying that, say, I don't look at them that even UK is even going down. You do know that there's a secret in the world today. I said that the failures and the history teaches us where to go in the future. That every 500 years, the power shift. You
Power
understand?
shift.
Now
Right.
the Western are trying to hold back their power. That's why you see these things going on. They want to use war to distract people. The power is moving back to the east and to Africa.
So I heard. That's right. I heard that as well. Yes. Moving to the east.
So,
Yes.
so now they don't want to let it to go. It was a
I
formerly
know.
in the East. So they don't want to. That's why they have to fight a war. Then later they have to regroup it again. That they have to reshare the country very soon. They will reshare everything. You will see that you will see very soon that the nations will be united with another nation to make it solid. Mark my words today. Today is the 3rd of October 2023. You see that very soon there will be country united together to form an alliance, another
Yes.
country, a bigger country for them to sustain. Because of it, that's why sometimes when I hear Nigerians that say that they want to separate, I just laugh at them. The moment you separate, you become weaker. You
Right,
became
right, right.
weaker. What it does that even though they separate, it's going to be like let me say, uh, which country I would lose an example. But I'm for one Nigeria. Used to tell them, people laugh, and I just hope that the politicians are just dividing the citizen, the people back home, and conquer them, and they don't tell them the truth. You understand? So I was there was a day I told a friend of mine. There's a permanent guy in Africa that called me just to help him to for some stuff. When I say I don't want to go give the details, you understand? Sorry that I'm talking this way. So everybody will look, how come did they get your number? I said that they know us, they know you, they listen to you, they have information. So
Oh
that's
no,
it.
what was that
But
intelligence on you? Yeah. So you were
no,
referred
they have
to
information.
others. Yeah.
Yeah, but I refused. I refused the day. I refused the day. I remember tuk, 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 I remember
Headhunters. They call them
2000.
headhunters.
Yeah, 2010. I remember when the French government wanted me to go to the northern part of Nigeria. I say no. What there, I know that what is going on in Africa is just politics. You understand? Everything there is about politics.
Right.
I refused.
Yeah.
Even though they were going to pay me, they called me in the private room. I remember I said I refused. Once it does that thing, people like Mike was telling me that why do I support? I said that how will I put it? Our government back home and the problem we have today. Our government back home and the problems we have, and again and again this is 60% is from it's the politician, and 40% are the people at the bottom part. Understand? So I just wish one day that we all can work together as one. For now,
Okay. So let
Africans
me
don't like
challenge you on this.
themselves.
So what you just said
Africans,
there,
Africans don't like themselves.
huh?
What I said that
You're
I said
blaming.
that Africa don't like themselves.
Yeah, but
Yes,
you are blaming
yes,
people in
yes,
the leadership. Yeah.
yes. The
Right.
leadership also.
Right.
Even the royal families, and I will put it. Even the local chiefs, all of them are the same thing. All of them are in the game. You can see that if you want to stop many things, I even told Mike earlier. If you're ready to go to Nigeria to help them without taking a dime, they will employ you. But nobody wants to work for free. Then they will back the bid. That's true. That's true. Nobody. And again, that it's a one thing that people come on to the platform, yeah, and talk. I need people that are solution oriented, that can give solution. What do they have
Yes.
in ground? To pay people school fee. He told me that he paid people school fee. I don't care. Not paying people. They did learn the trade. Train people to learn the trade. When they learn the
Right.
trade, they can start constructing. When they start constructing, people start having jobs to take care of their
Okay.
families. Take of their
Okay. Let me
families.
challenge. Hold it there. You said quite a few things.
Sorry, apologies. I say three. I'm
Yeah.
here for about 5 minutes. I've put the link in the comment section. Anybody that wants to come in now, so I can let you in. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah. Okay. You made a statement. Nobody wants to work for free. I'm gonna.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm gonna say no. That is wrong. I'm saying, in contrast, I'm challenging you. I'm saying that wherever there's stability, right, people are happy to work for free in order to establish something that will make money in the future. Stability. From business, sometimes um, a business will be operating at a loss. And then the director, when they have their annual meeting, will say, we've made a loss this year, and we're going to make another loss next year, but maybe in the third or fourth or fifth year, we're going to start making money. So, but they have to convince the shareholders that they must stay running at a loss, which is the same thing as saying to somebody, or you're saying to yourself, I'm going to invest in this project. I'm investing my time, and I'm not going to get paid for this, but I need to I need to measure up. I need to assess the situation, and I might not be making any money on this, but I need
Can
to,
I?
you know. So
When
I
is
challenge what
when
you
is
say.
your business? When is your own business? You understand? When is your own business? When is your own personal business? Your own affair. You understand? But when you say now you want to work for the government or for a community, I want to bring solution up to the table. You know that time is money. Even though they make progress at the end, you do it for free. Are you going to do it for free? I don't think so. Because as I said, nobody wants to work for free except you are working for yourself, your own
I'm
family
still going to
business.
challenge you.
But anything else
I'm still going to
external from
challenge
it,
you. There's people. There's
Yes, so,
people.
sorry. I say three. Challenge
Yeah.
him, and then after you've done that, after you've said what you're about to say, let's bring Felipe and then Ike into the conversation. So make that point, then Felipe, then I.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, there's some people who work for free, right? Just to get political power, just to get a reputation, just to be seen.
you say,
That's the
remember,
point. That's it.
if no, no, look at your sentence you just said.
Yeah.
One thing that you know that you can be paid in one way in another. You understand? It can be paid in several ways. You say that is doing it for an exchange. Money is for an exchange. Yeah, it can be an exchange. That means it's trading for before money currency came into the scene. We have what we call barter. Understand barter. So now it's not trading. Trading is time for fame, for power. It's nothing free, my brother. You understand? It's not still free. Nothing is free. Everybody's a businessman on earth. That's what I used to say. Is a salesperson. He's only selling himself just to have something in returns. That's it.
All right. Let Felipe come in. You two are stuck in a funk and it could go back and forth forever. Let Felipe come in just to give a different dimension on the conversation. And then Felipe makes that point, then Ike. Felipe, good to see you.
Uh, Great to be back. Sorry, I had to take care of a couple of things in mid-sentence here. And I also realized it was good I actually got a break because I realized too that when we have these conversations that sometimes we're kind of talking past each other because necessarily we don't always understand the situation that each one of us, not as individuals, but as groups is in. So like to put a capstone on what I was saying before, I'll just put it this way. To understand the data or position of Black Americans relative to the economy of the United States and the challenges that it brings in terms of investment in Africa. Let me just throw this out here. Okay, there are 40 million, more or less, Black Americans in the United States. Roughly, that's 20 million Black families. Of those 20 million Black families, there are only 380,000 that are worth even a single $1 million, including their home. That's their wealth position in the country. So when Black Americans are talking about the things, because I was able to hear in the background, that Black Americans want to run in the Victim Olympics and all this kind of stuff. Essentially, Black Americans have only had a second grade citizenship in the country for about 60, 70 years, depending on when you want to start the count. And that includes, depending on what part of the South you're talking about, that slavery existed all the way up until the 1960s. So to try to talk about where they're coming from, and this is why they get so frustrated in talking to the Africans, is because it's not understood what actually happened and where they are. They're in the wealthiest country in the world, but they are a failure class within that country. So I wanted to start my comment there. With regards to where we were before, it just got to be a thing where we're trying to talk about markets and how to build infrastructure and how to reverse engineer, which was the point I came up to make, industrial products, whether we're talking about tractors or weapons or whatever. And you need capital markets to do that. And unfortunately, between the diaspora and the continent, we have not developed our own independent capital markets, not within Africa itself, not within supply chains into the diaspora, not within investment from our largest figures. We don't have it. And so what I came up to try to say is, well, there is a method to try to develop those things, but we have to be of the same mind frame to work together to try to do it. And so, I'm here for that conversation, and I do think that there are ways for all of us to succeed and to level up as a people and as countries. But we got to be real about what the real obstacles are. I think Black Ice, you put some good points earlier, and Mr. You had some excellent things before. So I'm just going to land right there and let Ike give his wisdom. Okay.
Ha ha ha. Setting me up there, Felipe. First of all, yeah, I kind of came in here because I have a sensitivity to scarcity, and it seems like this particular panel is quite hard to get in. And Kaiser was gone, and it was like, oh no, it's 5 minutes to get in. So yeah, they got me. They got me with the scarcity thing. They put the velvet rope outside the club, and there's a long line outside, and you guys got me in here. But other than that, I was listening earlier when the whole economic hitman aspect came up, and I wanted to jump in because I think that typically there's a misunderstanding of macro a lot of times. So when you start talking about markets, people get a little bit confused. And we were also talking about the IMF, right? And the fact that these so-called covenants that they have, and I think that Felipe was referring to, well, if you don't pay, then what happens? Here come the structural adjustment programs and all those other kinds of things, right? But even up front, they have certain types of things that have to do with the way they want you to develop, quote unquote, develop, right? The kind, and it can be something that may be viewed as innocuous, as let's say, we want you to use certain green types of technologies, right? You can't do agricultural this way anymore. It needs to be done this way, right? There are these types of stipulations and strings attached to these kinds of loans that caused some countries that have taken these loans to to go kind of ass backwards. Now, if you're a conspiracy theorist, you can even say that to suggest green ways of doing things is to retard the growth of people who do not have the luxury of being green yet, because it is a luxury, right? Because no one has, no one on the top floor, right? No one in the penthouse hasn't gone through the dirty coal and just to put to put it in the starkest form. Let's just say coal and oil or whatever is dirty, or the certain kind of practices in agriculture are dirty. To put it in the worst way, all of them have had to go through that phase, and then here they come with their loans, and they're telling you up all the way up until the whole kind of let's get busy together, being LG such and such, those types of
Yeah.
commitments, and
Yeah.
I bring those in there. I'm sorry. I'm
You're
sorry.
dropping
Were you going
dimes.
to say
You're
something?
dropping dimes. I keep going.
Okay, so I bring those in there not because it's like, anti-LGBT. That's not the point. I'm just saying that they have these stipulations in there that will make you wonder, like, what the hell does this have to do with anything? Like, what the hell does this have to do with quote unquote business, right? So, but it's not. Maybe it's a fuller understanding of business. Maybe if you don't understand what quote unquote business at a macro scale is, then you don't see that it has to do with all these other kinds of influencing and whatnot, right? So that those are the things that I wanted to kind of address, because I saw, I think Felipe was getting a little frustrated there with the pace and the slowness of things, and IC3 trying to do his step by step by 10,000 step shit that and I'm just like, come on, let's let's get to the point where we can start talking about the actual solutions, right, with the full understanding of how the macro picture works. And also I wanted to kind of maybe play interpreter a little bit towards Mike and Emeka. But having said that, right, we have at least two solutions oriented people on the panel. Plus, I don't know the name of the third, Mister. Yeah, the Mister, the French guy. Shout out to you. So those are that's my little opening volley right there, and I'll shut up.
Excellent, excellent. So yes, a solution. So do we agree on the problem? Give me give us what your understanding is of the problem in terms of the market. Would you accept that the market has a bias and that it's being controlled, or do you see it's a flat playing field where the African has to just operate more efficiently?
The market have changed today. Like what Mr. Ike just said, I forgot to say it earlier, is right. Because today now, if you even want to borrow money from the bank, they will ask you a question. Are you going to invest on the new Green Deal? If you don't, the money is not going to give it to you. Here in Europe now, I'm giving France an example. I'm giving, because they have something, you have to produce something that gives them recycling products. You understand that you can use it that will not cause harm to the society today. So that's the new market now. That's what I'm saying. Are we Africa ready? I don't think so as for now. So one thing for me, I believe that that if we in the diaspora go back home, teach them the method, the system, we can catch up with them. Within 10 to 15 years, we can catch up with them. But in this pace, this system now, I don't think so. That's why when I listen to Mike say, I just asked, are you a businessman? Do you play big in the big boys deals? So if not, they'll put him aside. That's why sometimes I feel so much sad when I don't see my fellow Africans in the board of directors. That I just looked around, is only just white people around in the meetings. White, I say, where are they? We are my fellow Africans, because many of us, we are just doing party. I'm sorry to say that. And again, they'll say that and they just play their game local. They want to bypass the system. You cannot. Because at the end, people on top, they are the one that give the direction for you people below to do it. That's why I said that you have to have the power, according to Mr. Joe said, if you don't have the power, you don't have the money, you have the money, you can't have the respect. You can't pass out your rules, policies. You can see today, even in the pharmaceutical world, if you don't have that money, they control the market today. When you have the money, you can control the government, and the government gives policy that will be suitable to you, because that's it. That's just it.
So why are you calling the Africans lazy then?
Because I know what I'm saying. Yeah, I said it earlier. Because of I'm talking in my own experience and my own opinion. Even there's a time I met my secretary, I have to fire her also. She had to work the full day. She was lying down. Doing what? So you can see, like now, honestly speaking, I sleep 3 hours a day. I can tell you this. I sleep 3 hours a day. I work throughout the whole day. Today is my off. Today I just feel like relaxing, because I work through the net. I monitor everything through the net. If I see there's something not going on quickly, I have to call the person responsible. I'm the guy that I delegate to take care of, to be in charge of it. That's just it. The world has changed today. That's why for me, I prefer. That's why I remember last year I went to a forum. I wasn't happy when I saw the way robots are doing the jobs. I was privileged. I saw it. I cried internally. I said, there's no need people from home coming back here, coming to here that later there will be no job. Even though that's just it. I don't want to say negatively about my people back home. And yet, because of I'm an African, so I cannot degrade Africans because of that. Just it, because of I'm proud to be an African, but I tell people that I'm just privileged. I'm just privileged. I'm privileged. That's it. Thank you.
May I just, and I know there are other people here. Shout out to Midwest and also Mr. Felipe. But regarding this point of Africans being lazy, it's a kind of a non sequitur. It's kind of the thing that, I know I see through, you hear it and you're like, oh, whatever. But you're also a man of logic and you know what factors are relevant and what factors are not. But indeed, in anecdotal experience of certain people, and these people might be hyperproductive, let's say, right? Um, we notice a big difference between the work ethic in Africa and in the United States, let's say. But it's not really a, I don't think it matters in the macro picture because when the tide is lifted by those who need to lift up the tide, and structures are changed such that, or no need to go on a long tirade, the tide that needs to be raised has nothing to do with whether or not individual Africans don't have the same kind of hustle grind 996 attitude, right? So, but
Right.
I do also have that anecdotal experience, right? But I don't think it's neither here nor there, but it's just something I observed.
Can I throw something here? Because I can't stay as long at this time. All of you guys are dropping dimes, and I am really big on solutions. And so one of the things out there is right off the top about our people and whether they're lazy or not, because you hear this in not only on the continent but also in the diaspora. And I would like to throw that if people are on purpose and they feel that their purpose is being met, then they tend to work a lot harder. And one of the problems that we've had just as a people, both in the diaspora and on the continent, is that we haven't been able to put our people on purpose to things that are actually, fulfilling the goals that we have as a country or as a community or as a nation state. And so you don't get the same kind of work ethic if you don't have the same kind of buy-in, meaning that you are a participant in the effort to move forward, right? And when you do have it, and I could cite to various African leaders, where they did have some buy-in from the public, that then you can do it, and the laziness tends to dissipate a little bit. I don't want to digress. Here was the point I wanted to make, because Ike made a brilliant reference that I just want to build on, which is, and also Mr. Triumph talked about this, which is the green efforts with the African continent before it industrializes, and also the resistance to have nuclear energy on the continent. Because I think while separate issues, they are somewhat related in that they have a factor of externalities. Okay. And so it's been my position with Kaizo that Africans, wherever they are, whether they're in the diaspora or they're on the continent, have to lean into technology even more so than the Asians. And the reason why is because we don't want to create in the scale industrialization that we hope to have, to create more wage slaves, particularly for us because of our history and so on. And one thing that's going to be different with our scale as opposed to the Asian scale is the African continent is not going to receive the kind of mass access to the US dollar and to Western capital the way that the Asian countries did. And so that creates a different kind of problem. And I think particularly, and I want to speak hopefully not out of turn, but to my African brothers, because many times when I hear what their plan is in terms of the scale, it involves some sort of mass investment from the West that I feel is just not a realistic plan. And so my solution to that is we need regional economies, I would say 5 in the African continent, and 5 regional currencies that are hard currencies. And I would try to back those currencies based on the mind weight, which you can x-ray and weigh some of these mines that are in the various countries of vital natural resources. So they would be lithium, iron ore, oil, cobalt, coltan, and a few others. and to use that as a collateral to the currencies. Now, I still believe in fractional banking, but I would collateralize some of that fractional banking instead of, what the West does, which is complete fiat fractional banking. So that's one way, because then if you have a harder currency, whether you're borrowing or you're building, that you have the ability to pay back your debts, hopefully in a local currency. And if not, then hopefully something will be yielded out of the BRICS experiment.
Sorry, can I ask you a quick question about what you said about the hard currency?
Yes, sir.
So you want to back the hard currency with like minerals, like let's say coltan, for example.
Yes.
And that will be a hard currency for the continent. Now, don't you
for a
think
region, but
for
continue.
okay, region. Let's say region. Okay, let's say if you're
So
going to
like West Africa's a region, East Africa's a region.
Okay. Let's say East Africa is a region. Now in East Africa, we know the only country that produces coltan is the Congo. So if we back that currency with coltan, so don't you think it give them monopoly to Congo over the rest of them? Yeah.
Well, the basket of currencies method has existed since the the Bretton Woods, where they went off the gold standard. The problem is that you have to have participation by the banks, and this is a whole other thing about the banking infrastructure in Africa and the SWIFT system and so on and so forth. But essentially, what I'm saying, Mike, is you have to have real hard currencies to build and scale your own country and to borrow money. It doesn't help if you are borrowing in dollars and paying back in naira, because your naira is weaker to a level where it's as if you borrowed $1 was 10 or 20 or 30.
I mean, no one would disagree that you have to have hard currency, but the process of getting it, that's making your currency a hard currency is the problem.
Well, this is the whole point, that if you create inter-African trade that has a value internally per region, then there can be a value extrapolated out as an average. So if I am in West Africa and there is a value of the whatever we set the currency to be, and I hesitate to call it the echo, let's call it some new currency, okay? That if it's valued all the way from Senegal to Nigeria at a certain rate internally, meaning that people will accept it, exchange, and do business with it, then it makes that currency harder, okay? Or even if it's a rate, like in the euro, there are certain countries in the Eurozone that don't use the euro as their currency. They kept their own local currency, but they peg their currency to the euro exchange rate. So if we harden the currency, then we can create, and this is where I'm piggybacking Ike a little bit.
Yeah, but you know that is
hold on. Let me finish my last point, and I'll be quiet. That you can create a bond market, and if you can create a bond market, you can create a derivatives market in which you can borrow money within that currency in order to build the things that we want to build, and you don't have to go to a European institution to do that.
Okay, so you do understand that it's products that we are trading that will determine that market and the value of the currency. No, now in Africa, most of the things we really don't have nothing that we produce to trade with ourselves. The thing we're going to end up trading with ourselves will be things produced in France and England and United States and China. So we really cannot make a currency. At the end of the day, we're still going to be backed by this foreign currency, because those products that we're going to end up trading among ourselves, we're still going to need the dollars to buy from this outside world. So at the end of the day,
we would not be trying to buy from the outside world. We would be trying to
the products that we consume. Where are we buying them from?
So Mike, so we're trying to look into a future here, right? And we're
I know. That's what I'm saying. The future.
I want to propose a simple situation, right? And it's going to require a quote unquote conspiracy, right? By conspiracy, I mean you, Mike, and me, Ike. Let's say, you're over the border in Nigeria. I'm over here in Ghana. we decide that, hey, rather than having to produce these cash crops, which we do not consume in here so that we can get dollars, right? Because the whole thing is to escape the trap of needing dollars, right? That, hey, these things which you eat, cassava, whatever, or rice, blah, 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 we are going to agree that you're going to produce X amount, I'm going to produce Y amount, and we will trade. Forget the currency. The currency is going to be, let's say, a few steps down the line. The currency, after all, is an emergent type of kind of distributive mechanism, whatever. But we have to agree that you, Mike, are going to get X amount of my palm oil. You're going to bring in rice, actually locally consumed, right? And hence, we don't have to go through the euro dollar system, right? I don't want to push too much further past that, right? But what do you think
That's
about that?
exactly what I wanted to get. Thank you, Ike.
Yeah, I get that. But that would be more of a small. Really, the things commodity that we really have value the most in Africa are things like finished commodity, finished products, such as equipment, technological equipment, and those are the things that actually are the most valuable things that people consume. You understand? As far as things that's valuable. Everything else you're talking about, like growing food, trading food, yeah, that can only go so far, but that's not going to change. That's not going to be the game changer. So the end goal will be we start manufacturing those things that we are importing into Africa, and we start manufacturing those things in Africa, and then we start trading those things among ourselves. So at the end of the day, we're not going to necessarily going to be demanding the dollar and the foreign currencies where we have to. Because the only reason we are looking for those currencies, why those currencies value so much in Africa, is because we need them to import from those societies. So whatever we're importing, if we begin to make them in Africa, and we don't have to import them, now that's going to put those other countries in a position where they have to come to Africa. They need to import from Africa. So that's when the African currency will now be a hard currency, because now they need our currency more than we need their currency. You understand? And the reason why their currency, I'm trying to tell you why currency, what makes currency hard. It's not because you want it to be hard. What makes the dollar hard is because we want to buy things from outside and we need the dollar to buy it. But if we don't, and less than what they want to buy from us. So now if we get to a point where we buy less, they want to buy more from us. So that's when our currency becomes the hard currency. Now we get to dictate which currency we want to trade with. And once we decided, okay, we want to trade with the African currency, that's when our currency becomes a hard currency. But right now, they dictate which currency we have to trade with. So that's what the problem is. So the solution to Africa is productivity. We have to become productive. We can sit and talk from now to tomorrow and kumbaya. If we don't become very productive, we're going to be in that low position. Those people are not above us because they're just special, because their skin is white and they're smooth. No, they're very more productive than us.
I think we got
Felipe. It seems like you wanted to say something, but
yeah, I think we got Mike on board. I will take yes for an answer, Mike.
So, but Mike, though,
Mike, sorry to cut you off, Mr. Ike. You understand, Mike? Do you know what the dollar is back up with? Tell me. Let me ask you this question.
Currency is nothing, to be honest. The light was
no. The dollar, the American dollar is backed up with what? With Saudi petroleum dollar. It just for you just
what
to
do you
know.
mean Saudi petroleum dollar? What do you mean by Saudi petroleum dollar?
It's true petroleum from the Saudi, because they have to trade with other nations with their dollar. That's why they call it. That's why you can see the dollar is solid today. It's solid
petrodollar in the English-speaking world is called a petrodollar. You can quickly Google petrodollar and you'll see.
Yeah, they started calling petrodollar because in the 70s, Saudi was the I guess the largest exporter of petroleum. So United States and Saudi agreed that they're going to be trading Saudi oil in dollar. And then it came to a point where it became, and also with the agreement of the European Union and all these powers agreeing to it, that's when the dollar now became the highest demanded currency to trade. And that's how every other area of trades begin to become, oh, okay, just give me the dollar. So the Saudis play that big role, but it's not really because that Saudi money or Saudi doesn't print anything called petrodollar.
Do you know what? Mike, just answer my question.
I got to dip off,
know why
but I am
still?
happy that Mike and all the panel, we've gotten everybody on the same page, and maybe we can move forward. If it can happen on the panel, it can happen on the continent.
100% correct. 100%. That's right. If it can happen on the
I'm going
panel,
to take this
it's going to have
win
to be
and
scaled
go
up.
off. Thank
Yes.
you, Ike. And thank you, Mr. Triumph, and everybody, Midwest people. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to hold on and flex up. But we got everybody on the same page now. Now we can cook with gas. Okay,
That's right.
Not to monopolize the conversation, but I'm going to hop in here, Mike, or basically, and anyone can cut across or interject or move to a different rabbit hole. But basically, the scenario that I gave, whereby you and I, Mike, are deciding that we're going to trade amongst each other, and then you brought up the aspect of value added. Great, perfect, right? Now, there may be 6 steps to taking one product from, let's say, cocoa seeds to chocolate, or from cassava to something else. But right now, we're not even doing step 1, right? The point is, if we can do the step 1, let's not jump all the way to, hey, we need to get to step 10, because if we don't do the step 1 of the quote unquote conspiracy of like, hey, let's start producing what we consume. What do you consume and what do I consume? Hey, how about we just circumvent the dollar and then push that in there? Then you can start saying, hey, Mike or Ike, before you send me those freaking cassavas, how about you wash them? Or how about you can the oil? How about you do X, Y, and Z to the milk, right? And these things are not going to take it all the way to maybe European standards, right? But and it may even be that it's my children that get there. But unless we start with the, hey, what do you consume? What do I consume? We're still going to be doing cash crops or whatever it is to chase those dollars because we want to buy something else, which, by the way, it's never enough to get us the machinery that we need to create that stuff. Now, you mentioned earlier, Mike, that beyond buying things, how about some know-how, some creativity on our part to be able to freaking do maybe the first 2 steps of a 6-step process, right? But I see all those as possible. The first part, the hardest part is the conspiracy part, right? The hardest part is actually agreeing, say, hey, Mike and Ike, let's agree to trade this amongst each other, because it hasn't happened yet. Everyone is like, nah, I'm not going to trust Dusty Mike's country and its instability and about the Naira, blah, blah, blah. That is the hardest part.
You see, this is a very fantastic idea. Right? Okay, we agree that you supply this agricultural product, Gary. You are supplying rice. You supply beans, right? We get it. But here's the problem: with those kind of commodities or those kind of products, it's very hard to regulate and manage, because now that means you have to. If you say only Ghana can supply rice, right? Only Nigeria supply beans, right? That means you have to shut the border, because a Nigerian that grows that rice is going to break the rule. He's going to be sneaking through the border, flooding all the markets with his rice. He's going to be invading. Remember when Buhari shut the border? Okay, we're no longer importing from other West African countries, only locally made. Guess what? Somebody showed a video of thousands of Okada guys from Benin Republic driving through Nigerian border, flooding, So the black market, they will destroy it. So that's not going to work. The only kind of products that you can put that kind of rules and make work is if it's something that's manufactured, where it's not easy. Exactly. It's not easy, because anybody can grow food in his farm and just got a guy put it on his bike and just drive across the border and go sell it there, So that's not gonna, it's gonna be difficult, That's why Africans are.
Which goes back to our earlier conversation when we were talking about the patent office, and the ability to secure things. So therefore, as you were saying, being able to manufacture things and have the patent and have the secret, as it were, which then links back to what Ike was saying about a conspiracy. See, conspiracy and secrets and being able to hold something, hold value. Yeah.
Here, unfortunately, is where the violence comes in, but I'll shut up.
I didn't hear
it
you.
seems to be the case that if you don't bring in a big
I think I
stick.
missed that. I didn't hear that for a minute. Can you repeat it? I didn't hear you. I see through.
I say, unfortunately, here is where the violence comes in.
Yeah, I
Because
know, but I didn't hear what he said. That you responded. You responded to.
Gotcha. No, he was just talking about the conspiracy aspect. That hey, we were talking earlier about the patenting office, the ability to keep secrets, and all those other kinds of things. And here we're seeing now that to get this kind of internal trade, regional blocks. I think that Mr. Felipe kind of laid it out, the whole kind of picture. But if we look at it from a granular level, step by step, the first step is to create that conspiracy. However, given the nature of human beings in every society and all through time, people don't just sit down and come up with this kind of a gentlemanly agreement. Tends to be the case that somebody comes with a big sticks and regulates the fuck out of everybody else, right? Or two people, me and Mike have to come be like, hey, we're gonna regulate the fuck out of everybody else, and we're gonna
That's
sell this
right.
shit come hell or high water.
Somebody's gonna benefit more, and someone's gonna lose. Like he's always gonna. He's never gonna be balanced.
That's how it seems to be.
Someone will always have the upper hand in a deal, So that's why the Europeans always fight each other. They're always at war because someone is always gonna have an upper hand.
But would you agree then that the level of violence is relative to the quality of the organization? So at one extreme, the more efficient you are in your operations, the less violence is necessary. But if you're clumsy, then then it's untidy. Then you have to start breaking heads, and then there's bloodshed.
100%. And I think that what Mr. said, or what Mr. mentioned earlier about the laziness of Africans, and then I also said anecdotally I experienced, and then somebody mentioned, or Felipe mentioned that you have to get their buy-in. It is an ingredient into this. How is it an ingredient? Basically, you have to know how to motivate people, right? And to that, you're talking about the quality of the organization. Violence is a motivating factor, right? It's the most brute and basic level, right? So you
Yes.
want to reduce the need for that most brute and basic level and understand the quality of the organism that you're dealing with. The particular African organism is different from the European one in terms of
Yes.
how to demagogue them and control them. You have to understand that one thing that came to mind when Felipe was talking about the buy-in is that I know Africans, so I know Benin people, for example. Let's just take my tribe that they will die for their Oba, their king, right? They will work, they will all that work ethic we're talking about. Now they got work ethic when it's tied to the right kinds of things. Now we can say, oh, that's kind of low IQ or whatever, but that is the matter you're dealing with. That's the material you're dealing with, right? So yes, 100%. You're going to need to do a study of how you're going to motivate these people from an influencing, sales, marketing, such and such, using what they're incentivized by, such that the violence is mitigated. However, there's still going to be the power aspect, whether it's tacit or never even used, but it's still going to be, at the end of the day, going to look like power over somebody else, because these regional blocks are going to be controlled by a particular faction. Right? Let's say it's, I don't know, maybe it's Kenya or whatever in East Africa, and maybe it's Mike's Dusty tribe in West Africa or something like that, right? But it's going to be somebody that is kind of has regulated and other people have kind of submitted to, with the minimal violence, with the person that's regulating, understanding the nature of the material that they're dealing with.
Yes. 100%. 100%.
Yeah. So I see three. You see, at the end of the day, hey, whatever you control, that's power, man. And that's productivity. If you can produce, you become powerful. That's all it comes down to, man.
Yeah, but you said it, okay, but I'm saying here's where I slightly different with you, is that in order to be able to produce, right, that once you have the people organized successfully, then they will produce. That productivity is the expression of good organization and happy people.
Yeah. So when you
So
say
it's
organize the
downstream.
people, I'm trying to understand what you mean by organize the people. Like, in what sense?
Well, if by motivating the people, so they've got to believe in what they've got to believe in the project. They've got to believe in the plan. Therefore, they'll invest in it, and that plan is also has got to show some stability.
Okay, when you said it, hold
Make
on.
the
When you
Oyo
said it, I'm trying
Empire
to.
great again, Mike. For example, make Oyo great again, as opposed to I just come in and I say I have some jobs. I have some jobs. I have this little
Right.
factory over here. I'm trying to build. Blah blah blah. But if I were to tie it
Yes.
to, hey, here comes Mike, and he's gonna make Oyo great again. We have to work with this factory.
Right.
Blah blah blah. We've seen it 10,000 times over and over in history. This will motivate the fuck out of people more so than not, right, Mike?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
yeah.
trying to say.
You motivate people. Yeah, of course. That's part. I mean, part of it. I mean, motivate people, but are you motivating them? Is another question. You know. I mean, to me, I'll be honest with you. Like when every time we sit down and say, "Oh, we have to get the people," like sometimes I think you're telling me that we have to get the population to be on board, the population to this and that. To me, I don't think that's the approach to revolution or any kind of
So,
evolution. To me, let me
Mike,
tell you
at
let me
least
tell
for
you the approach.
myself,
Okay, yeah.
at
No,
least for
this,
myself, that is not the main focus. I was talking about getting people in line. The main thing is you have something to offer. You are a disciplined individual that is productive and that has a plan, and you have disciplined yourself and your organization and formed analysis to the point where you're coming into this space now. Let's say it's this space of the conspiracy of we're gonna create this regional block. How do you get the people in line? Right? So it's not, oh, as opposed to some Pan-African idea, let's get the people in line first. No, that's bullshit. Okay. I'm just finding a way to get the people in line without necessarily killing all of them. Right? We don't want to kill all of them. Okay. We want to kill
you have to understand the psychology of people, psychology of crowd, population. People, you can sweet talk them all day all you want. You have to understand. First thing you have to ask is, what's the average human being's initial need? Like average human being wake up in the morning. First thing they're thinking about is resource, right? Like, okay, what's the way for me? What's the way for me? Okay, I love my country, I love my people, I love my environment, but America offers me a visa, and America has this to offer. Guess what? I'm leaving my people, going to America. America is now the place I have to respect more. You know, it doesn't mean you don't love your people. So humans, really, the bullshit doesn't really control the people. It's tangibles that controls people. You understand? So that's why I'm always against the idea that let's organize, let's preach to the people that this is what Africa did. The Africans will agree with you, yeah, that's where we need to go. But the moment someone else tangle them opportunity, they're gonna run to that person. Like they will leave you alone. It doesn't mean they don't love you. So the whole emotion thing is secondary. The primary thing for humans, population is, hey, who even America when they invade another country before they go. One thing I learned about the America is the first thing first is provided people something. They'll sell something to the population. Like, oh, like for example, when they want to invade Iraq, they say Operation Iraqi Freedom. They sell it to the poor Iraqis that hey, once we invade your country, we take you, you'll be out of poverty. And when they were coming in, the people were welcoming the Americans were invading their country. Do you, you see some Iraqis celebrating the low IQs, but the high IQ ones knew that. Come on, nah. These guys are not. They're gonna be worse than your dictator. Trust me. They're not coming. At least your dictator may care about himself. At the end of the day, he still love his country more than the Americans will love you. So the people once they just want to see tangible. You said tangible to them. You understand? So to me, if you want to change your society, the way you do it is you don't need everybody. You just need the best or the best or the best of the people. You look for them. You look for them, and you grab them and you put them together and you begin to think together. You begin to think how to do things together and you strategize and you figure it out. And once you take over, once you start doing things, the population will start looking to you and start following you. That's how China did it. That's how America did it. That's how everyone else did it. It's just few men they got together and designed a whole project. And the population see that, wow, what these leaders they have designed for us is so beautiful. And they became very patriotic and became loyal. And they would go do anything for those leaders because the leaders, those group of people, not necessarily leaders, but group of people, they've done it and the people follow you. But if you're empty and you're preaching to people all day, they're gonna listen to you, but they're not following you. At the end of the day, they're gonna do their own thing because you have nothing to offer. You're just talking to them. They say, yeah, this motivational speech is nice, but hey, have you led us? But let's say me and IC3 now, we figure out how to manufacture, how to make things, how to produce things, and then we go to Africa, we start producing. Boom, everybody see that. God damn, these guys here, they know how to make things. We can all jump on and can make us all rich. We can all if we even the government will follow you. If me and IC3 can figure out how to design things that the country is importing, the government will be worshiping you because the government know that, dude, you're about to help the economy freaking jump like tenfold. You understand? Everybody will begin to worship you and respect you. But if you show up in Africa and you want to start preaching to them, like, hey, Africa, this we need to unite. We need to okay, whatever, man. At
But
the end
go
of
on,
the day,
you
man,
going to say
we
something. I
gotta
just
be
want to
productive.
challenge Mike, but go on. You was going to say something. Go on.
Oh no, I was going to first of all invite Flex up because basically I agree with Mike, right? And I think that I know I see three that you coming from a different place, but the positioning of our conversation also is in agreement with Mike in the sense that we did say that we were going to have something, but we wanted to bring people in line with the least amount of violence, right? And that's when we brought
Yes.
in the soft power and the understanding of the particular thing you're dealing with. And I brought up only one parameter. There are many parameters involved with the African. But one of the parameters is tie it to some kind of their tradition so it's easier, they're more malleable, right? So Mike, it's not about this being the main thing. You already got something. We're coming in with a plan. We already got the fact, whatever it is, right? And we're just trying to find a way to make this the appeal for you to get more support, right? That kind of a
Sell it.
thing. And make it a little bit more long lasting. But Flexed Up, maybe I can do a little bit of a host here. But Flexed Up, you got something to add here?
Yeah, what's up? I definitely agree with y'all. What I would say is you definitely need a small group of people to create a minimal viable product, right? A minimum viable product, that the society can see and what, the value of, right? So that they can see, hey, this is what it looks like, even though it's not at the scale to which we're all enjoying it. And then, like you said, you need some of that, you know, the psychological aspect, the manufacturing consent aspect. Because let's be honest, what the example you used earlier with Iraqi freedom, Americans didn't gain anything from that. you know it was an emotional appeal. So that still does have some value, but you need, like I said, the minimum viable product first, so that people, you can get that buy-in from enough of the populace to where either A, they join in and they're productive as well, or B, they don't destroy what you've built.
Good point.
Fair enough.
Midwest.
Fair enough. Mr.
Turn
IC3,
it off. I'm
I'm
here.
gonna stay.
I'm coming.
Okay.
Hello?
Go on.
You want to?
I've got an angle,
Yeah,
but
thank you for the
I think
conversation.
someone wants to say something.
Yeah? Yeah? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I've had a lot of things, but what I want to add is that most of the ideas, they sound very good, The problem we actually have is that back home, the leaders that we have, they are just after power, not actually have to develop the continent. And that is just the problem. Like what Mike was suggesting, that maybe Ghana, no, not Mike, somebody else, that maybe Ghana will produce this, Nigeria will produce this, and we will trade on it, and we will bypass that. Is a good idea. I think European Union, they somehow they were trying to introduce that, because the aims of the European Union particularly was areas where you are good, then we invest in that area so we can have a much harvest from it. Take for example, agriculture. The certain part of Europe, like Spain and the rest, they can produce enough orange for the rest of Europe. So they have to bring in money there to make it great. And they're having enough orange and mandarin and juice and so whatever, maybe producing soap and other factory product from it. So for we really need to look at areas where we can, our soil particularly is good, a bad product they can produce, because sometimes the product you can produce in north, you can produce it in the south. So in that case, instead of strongly to produce those products that way, it will be stressful to produce them in the south. Then take that money to north, where you can easily produce, then you produce more. It's a good idea. But the whole problem is this. I think the system of education they also designed for us, it was a system of education for the continuation of colonization. And it's a big problem. Everything about us, we see it as fake. We see it as inferior. We don't want to promote it. We can't make our cloth. If you make it, people don't want to buy anymore. Even our language, people don't want to speak. So you just ask yourself, how did we find ourselves in this kind of situation? People are ashamed to speak their mother tongue. It's very sad. And when you go back home, the leaders don't care. Everybody want to be president, want to be governor, and you see things decaying, and it's none of their business. So it's a very strong problem that we, particularly diaspora, we also need to look into, perhaps look for a way to make better campaign and awareness to that. Look, you can't just neglect this aspect of life for our people, because or else you're going to destroy them forever.
Right.
I see no reason why I see no reason where leaders of a country, you don't even have clear plan for your own people, and you want to lead people. They don't even know how to contribute. Everyone on force here is contributing. That's why they are progressing. Even that person that is not jobless, sometimes when they pay money to them, they still go there and tax that money before giving me the balance. Partially. So not to talk of when you are working, you work hell, you pay, you do business, you pay. It's like at the end of the year, you pay for this, you pay. When the one you thought is your own, when you buy water, you pay VAT. You buy drink, you pay to the government for drinking water because you are inside the country. You buy tomatoes, you pay to government for just buying tomatoes inside country. You go and eat in a restaurant, you pay to government for eating because you are inside the country. You just look at the system. But in our own, we just want that power. This is Mr. President. And now the greatest challenge we have is to look into our educational system. It's not helping us. You can't just be training people from primary school to PhD level. Everything is theory.
Right.
And now we just advance only in the colonial language and nothing about us. It's very sad.
So,
You
so
need
would
to
you
go
agree
back home.
then?
Children that is growing.
Yeah.
What
You
is it?
said that the leaders that they're too much after power rather than development. So I
Helping their people.
understand.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, they're
Yes,
focused. So
helping the people, developing the people, developing the
right,
land. It's not even their business. So far, I'm the one in charge. That's all.
right.
And you see the funniest thing, once they are leaving office and there is chance to change the new government, everybody would be hoping for miracle for the new one. I don't know whether you understand. And the new one is just coming. We are so, carried away, so happy. Oh, we are going to get a new president now. You know what to do. It's going to bring investors. It's going to bring this. We are improving. We are growing. At the end, after 8 years, like my country, I will be hoping for a new one again. Because we remain in the same place. Everybody just power. And we need to, devolve this power to. Yeah, we need to bring this power here.
It's not peculiar to Africa. Politicians globally are going there because of power. They want power. It's not that they
Listen,
know.
my brother. Yes. Look at
It's not.
where
Let
we
me
have
tell you,
to.
it's not that the politicians know everything or knows what it really how to develop or do things like that. Trust me, it's not like Obama knew everything about technology, industries, and everything. They want to go there getting power, and then once they get there, now what they start doing is they begin to work with the various industries that are around. Say, okay, how can we work? I make policy to help you get better, to improve, to this and this. But they don't know shit. They're not professional in every area. A person can only be a professional in one area. So I'm saying this to let you know that to change your society, it's not going to be a president or a leader that a politician is going to change. That's not what politicians do. Politicians are not equipped to
Let
be
me,
experts in
Mike,
changing
I agree with
society.
you.
It's gonna be
look at it for
wait,
this
let
way.
me learn now. It's gonna be gifted people, right? In various areas, right? That have to come with the solutions. And then now they will now work with the leader, right? For the leader, work with the leader where the leader can now be helping them making the rules and policies to push them to become successful. And then when they become successful, the nation becomes successful. So we Africans have to be the ones that asking ourselves,
Yeah,
what can I
Mike,
do? What can I create? What can I
look at the way
create?
yeah, Mike, Africans are willing. They want to create the people, the common man, the citizens. They want to see a change in their life. They want to see their country. Now, when I said the leaders are just after power, I will tell you an example. For example, now
There's
you
no
want to
question
use
that
an
they're not
advanced
after power.
country
No one is
as an
disputing that they're not after power.
yeah,
We all know
as an
they're after
America,
power.
for example, once you step in, even European country, they elect you as a minister or a president, whatever title you carry, you have the executive power to run the country. Once you step into office, you will see that the power they give to you, partially they have already taken it to some certain degree. The government himself, it belong here, it belong there, it belong this. You have to cross this to be able to go forward. If you want to put something forward, people are there to challenge you and ask you, no, it shouldn't be so. And you will take time to explain why you want to do it so. Now, being a president or prime minister, there are other institutions that are already well established with professionals, fully and permanent employed, and they are teams. They work as a team and they know what will be happening for years. So when you have a new policy, because you are a politician, power has been given to you, you have to appoint a minister to that office. Why do you put minister there? Because you want to implement your own new policy. Then that your ministers have to deal with those professionals that are there for you. So thanks. That is where you see some people will campaign. And by the time you bring them to power, that thing they told you they will do easily, the people they will make them understand the obstacles ahead. Look at France. When Macron was even campaigning, he was the one that said, I will set up a new button between France and Africa. When he get to power, he discovered that it's not an easy something to do. So in our own case, we don't even regard professionalism because one, the system of education they design for us, we don't even know the importance of professionalism. Just because we can speak English, a lawyer will want to tell accountant how to do his job. Because we can do it, speak English, and economics will be telling biologists how to do his work. You employ a governor who read economics, but he want to occupy everywhere with absolute power. How is he going to work? And again, the most difficult thing or the dangerous thing about corruption is that corruption kills professionalism, because people will be making money so easily through fraudulent manner. So therefore, they don't even care to invest in anything because money is flowing, like in the case of our country. So we don't value professional people any longer, and we even render some of them useless in the society. We don't count on them because we are looking after those who have the bag of money. So for we to move forward, the African leaders should also make sacrifice to say, no, we can't just continue like this. How do we really actually structure this country? America is working today. The top is there, but according to somebody, said after that place, you now see what is called the right of minority. And the government is serious in terms of the implementation of that right. In our place, where is our right as people? You gave us a governor with a constitution. We're not even there. You said we Nigeria, and nobody actually sat down to write those things. And then the governor you gave to us, tell us to go and let him who we elect. That same governor, you pump money to them. My brother, to say I get your WhatsApp, let me post some schools to you from my state, whether you will not cry this night. You take them to court, there's nothing they can do. Imagine the way they structure everything. Money is just flowing. And this money are meant for infrastructure. People just divide it. And when they have this money, they don't even have idea on how to invest. They don't know what to do with the money.
Okay, I've got to go now. Good night. It's been a fantastic
most of the offices they
conversation.
occupy.
Great panel. Catch you again soon.
Yes.
Great stuff. Solutions.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. When you look at this state, your state governance, okay, let's talk about agriculture. Your governor will automatically divert the money meant for agriculture and become a farmer overnight. And he has no knowledge about farming. You see the way they structure everything because he has power. When you challenge him, there's nothing you can do. The same governor will tell you, I'm in charge of investors that will come, and he has no knowledge about economics. The same governor will just jump up, he will not consult anybody, want to design how security will flow, and he has no knowledge about criminology or something like that they study. You see so many things. We need to approach things with the way these people are approaching. Any government that comes to power is going to deal with professionals, any of them. Those people are permanent. I told you, like I was telling somebody yesterday, I wept when I see my governor appointing permanent secretary to office. I don't even know what was the criteria he used to select these people. And then you will not come and appoint minister on top of them. Then you kill the ministry. They will just be answering to the governor because the governor is the absolute power, and they neglect the state that they're supposed to value because they don't even see the importance of the state, the way the system is designed. No, people are not even seeing Nigeria. We see Mr. President. And when you look at your state, you see Mr. Governor. You don't even see your state. So we need to work. Africa know that this power, and Europe most especially, they know that the concentration of this power in each country in the hands of president will be easy for them to have access to that country, control it, manipulate it for their only gain. And that is what is happening in Africa. You want gold, the land it is, you don't even respect the indigenous people there. There's no law to protect them. You just sign the contract, they are bulldozing and they're taking this stuff. Sometimes you are not even there, you don't have professionals or ground, they own the equipment, they are the one to come and report to you how much they'll be taking. They take 1,000 barrels or kilos of things and they're telling you it's 1,000, it's 1 kilo. And at the end they pay you 1 kilo. And you just keep smiling with them. And that 1 kilo, they give you car, they protect you, your children in the best school, while the rest people are suffering. The society is decaying. So for me, I think, my brother, we need to look into the system of education with a lack practical. We can't go anywhere without looking into that system. Our leaders, the power we give to them is too much. It needs to be checked. And then we must find a way to balance it the way it is here. Prime Minister want to do something, you see them, opposition will have chance to come to parliament to question them. And they give them that constitutional right to really come in, even when they are still in opposition. Okay, now if you want to take decision, you don't take it as a single person. People are always there to question your decision making. But in Africa, nobody, it's just Mr. President. And everybody around president, just as you said, president don't know everything. President sometimes is confused. Okay, let me go and ask this man, that man, just after his pause, he will deceive the president. You do it like they do it from left. He know accounting very well. He's a good banker. He's this and that. Let him do the central bank. When we do it, Mr. President, like this, our reserve will increase. We have enough money, we'll decrease. And the president says, okay, carry on. And you do it at the end of all, the reserve is empty and nothing is there. Nothing has been achieved. So I think we should also look at it. This is my own solution. The educational system was not designed for knowledge. It was designed for only colonization. We are the one that have to reform it. And that continuation of that colonization, they continue to perfect it through the structure of education they give to us.
Midwest.
Thank you. Yeah.
Midwest.
Yeah.
I'm sure you probably have not noticed, but you're the only one left in here.
Ah.
And I knew you wouldn't notice it because when you get into your thing, you don't really pay attention. But are you happy for me to shut it down because there's no one else here and I have things to do?
Okay, you can shut it.
Unless you want to carry on with the monologue. You want to carry
no
on?
problem. Shut it. I didn't even know.
Yeah, no. Now that's the thing. But all right.
We see now. Which other topic are you bringing again?
I don't know. We're going to be discussing the article thing on One Man at 10:45, but I'm not sure if if Kaizo is still streaming in between that. So certainly the day is not done yet, but I suspect that this session is.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Midwest. Thank you, everyone that's participated, especially the super charters. White Excellence comes in and he rolls out twice, so that's him right there. Spending the Queen's money, now the King's money. So he's somewhere in the UK. Alex E, so that's Alexis right there, as she always does. And that's One Man, Bantu. So thank you, one and all. I will reconvene for later to carry on with different topics, same old SHIT. But I leave you with this. Fat bottom girls make the world go round. So have that and know peace. Fat bottom girls make the world go round.